back on the roast. It's good to be back. Woo! Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's going on? Strippers, baby daddies, baby mamas, you know the drill. Electricians, janitors, all the roasters I met in Cabo. The roasters roll deep. We got roasters helping out Santa Claus at the North Pole. We got roasters in Cabo. We got roasters everywhere. So good morning to everybody out there that I met during this vacation. It is so good to be back. Spadoni, love me. Good morning to you. And my main man, Joe Shasky in the flannel. What is happening?
I'm feeling great, and I missed you, and God.
Did you really miss me?
I know I did. I really did. I really did.
The streets are saying they were singing a different tune yesterday, but we'll get to that later, Shasky.
Well, I mean, come on. Yeah. You know how this works. After about 2 days, 3 days, the first couple of days, it's great. This is like when your parents leave. Yes. You're like, I'm going to eat ice cream on the couch. And then after like 2 days, you're like, you know what? I miss my wife. I miss my wife. The bed is empty. Me and the dogs we're sad. We miss.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Exactly.
There it is.
Michelle kept saying it's a totally different version of you on the show when you're in the other chair.
What is it? A better version?
No.
Maybe a better version.
No, it's so weak.
Maybe a better version.
Only so many people can play shortstop like I can. You're a great pitcher. We need you on the mound. I miss my Greg Maddux. Actually, you're not really Greg Maddux. I consider you more like you're Roger Clemens. You're a kingpin. You can give me the splitter in the dirt when you need to. You can give me the high cheese when you need to. And every now and then I'll get the circle change.
Little chin music. There, I like that. Except I don't do the steroids like Roger Clemens. Although my head is getting as big as Roger Clemens, man. It's like about. I'm on the last strap. Wait,
are you?
Two straps. I got two things.
What is that hat?
This is a Billionaires Boys Club.
Oh yeah,
and it got me this hat.
Yeah, my buddy Sean Joyce used to rock all the Billionaire Boys Club stuff.
Yeah, so she got me this hat. It feels cool. I figure I'll wear it today. Yeah. First day back. It was a long travel day yesterday. We'll get to that a little bit later. There's so much going on in the Bay Area. So much going on. I mean, look,
where do you want to start?
I mean, listen. You got the Giants trying to prove that last year wasn't a fluke. That 2021 was the norm, right? You got the Giants feeling good, and everybody's posting their WAR and the third best WAR in free agency or whatever the hell it was. Whatever.
You lost the most explosive pitcher you've had since Tim Lincecum, and he backhand slapped you on the way out the door.
Damn. So you got that going on.
Uh-huh.
The Warriors. I mean, oh my gosh. The Warriors. Listen. Their last 24 games, I don't think people realize this. I'm seeing a lot of, and trust me, I was lurking on Twitter over vacation.
Yeah, we all know.
Yeah, we know. I was baby Chaz, and then I would take a nap, and I would get to work.
This is the guy who says to me, I know you're listening when you're not on the show. And I tell him, no, I'm not. But every now and then, I will tap in on the YouTube channel later and just see what the views are like.
I did not do that. Because I wasn't going to be petty. Because the streets were talking.
Oh, were they?
The streets were saying, the king, we need you back.
Oh, well, that's obvious.
The show didn't have that same pop.
God
you know what
bless
I'm saying?
Alan.
I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take the high road. And it was a slow week, so I'm going to build in an excuse.
No, it was not
I'm going to build an excuse. It's our start weekend. I take it off usually it's a slow week.
Uh-huh.
Now, the NBA, we'll get to that.
There's nothing to get to. Off. It's just not for us anymore. I mean, Bonte, that's where we're at. I mean, it's just not for us. But, see, me and Alan Stiles, it was great because, when he was in, I felt like Tony Soprano. I was having a little fling, and then I needed to get him a pair of earrings because I needed to go back to my real wife.
Oh, my gosh. Here you go.
Remember when he gave her the horseshoe pin?
Why you got to take shots at Stiles?
I love Stiles.
Stiles waking his ass up early to do this shift with your ass.
He knows
it's not an easy job. It's not easy.
I know.
But look, the NBA, I would have ripped them in a second. We got 24 games left with the Golden State Warriors. 14 of the 24s against teams over 500, and that's not to mention the new look Lakers tomorrow night.
You're not going
to have Andrew Wiggins. Wait, let me tell you something. I was at LAX yesterday. And those Laker fans, I had my little, the We Believe shorts with all the patches, the ones Rocco got you. So I was rocking those in the airport. Yeah. Let them know that the Bay is here.
My wife does not like those shorts.
Oh, I bet she doesn't.
She says they're way too flamboyant.
Well, I was rocking them and people looking at me crazy.
With the giant laces?
Yeah, absolutely. But I took the laces out because I'm a fat ass, so I can fit them without the laces.
Oh.
So I'm walking through LAX. Really? You a Warrior fan since when? 2013? I said, I go back to Mitch Richmond, Chris Miller, Tim Hardaway, Mario Ellie, Rod Higgins. He goes, oh, okay, you a real Laker. You a real Warrior fan. I go, what, you root for the Fakers? Oh, the Fakers? No, the Lakers. I said, when the last time y'all won a ring? And I'm not talking about Mickey Mouse from a few years ago. When was the last time you won a real ring, a legit ring? So, I was getting my shots off, and then I'm thinking, damn, no Andrew Wiggins. What the hell's going to happen tomorrow at Crypto.com Arena? I'm a little concerned about the Golden State Warriors. Not going to lie to you. Steph, when you're getting back, I got to get to the playoffs. Baby needs some new checks. We need playoff money, baby.
Oh, do you?
Yes, and we need Dub Nation to carry us because, God forbid, we talk about the Giants every single day for the next 6 months.
Bonte is like a rapper who already spent his advance.
No, I still, I haven't touched the money. I haven't touched it. Not going to touch it.
You just said you need the money.
Well, I do need the money. We could all need money. We live in the Bay Area, dog.
That's true.
These prices, man.
Trust me, I'm doing my taxes right now. I said, hun, it's a record-breaking year. We're paying more in taxes than we've ever paid ever.
I mean,
I don't know how.
Good Lord.
I don't know how. This is where when people get mad, like, are you a Democrat or a Republican? Like these older people, I'm like, I'm neither. I want to pay the least amount of taxes possible.
How can I save a dime? How can I keep a penny in my pocket?
Matt Hegan posted a video the other day of cream cheese costing damn near $10.
I saw that.
It was $8.99 for a tiny little tub.
For a little one. That little tub in my house lasts barely a week because Baby Chaz wants all the bagels in the world.
I don't blame her.
I love bagels. Anna loves bagels.
And I love mascarpone, which is kind of like the Italian cream cheese. That's expensive as well. Like, the bills are through the roof.
It is. It is unbelievable.
Through the roof.
No, I got to say.
And like, you're filing taxes and you're like, where's the money going? And then you drive by a construction site, right? And I'm not ripping construction workers, but they're ripping up the street every other block. Yeah. And it's 50 guys standing there with one guy actually with a broom.
Damn. Well, let me tell you something. I'm so concerned about the Warriors and the checks that may not be coming.
Speaking of a team with only a couple of guys with brooms in their hands and the rest standing there watching.
Listen.
Right,
Spadoni? The Warriors got me so concerned. I'm starting to, hey, what's up with A's pre and post game? Hey, Shooty and Bip, can I work with you guys?
Scoot over, Giants. Brody Brazil.
Hey, Giants, what's up, man? You need somebody?
Stew would be great.
Hey, let's go, Smoke. Let's make something happen. I swear to God, I'm concerned about the Warriors, man. No Andrew Wiggins, which was one of my keys, and then I get the alert yesterday. He's not playing. He's still out due to personal reasons. Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully everything is all right. But you know what? Warriors, we got to get going here. We got to get going. I need you playing at least through April. Get us to May. Please get us to May. And we'll get to the Giants a little bit later. But the damn 49ers. Again, another all-season Joe Shasky, and we got quarterback issues.
If I told you right now, explain to the people what's happening with Brock.
Well, what's happening with Brock is he went to a doctor yesterday. They said, well, you know what? Come back in March, and we'll figure something out because you have inflammation in the elbow. Inflammation in the elbow. So you've been all over this from the minute we stepped foot in Lincoln Financial Field and play number 6 happened. Play number 6 happened. You said, that may be Tommy John. That's a UCL. You're all over it. And now
I said it looked like a baseball injury.
And everybody's telling
from
us
the get-go.
Everybody's telling us he's going to be ready for camp. He's going to be ready for camp. Well, Tom Pelissero yesterday tweets out, what do you know? Brock Purdy visited Dr. Keith Meister, who recommended postponing surgery because of ongoing inflammation in Purdy's elbow. They'll reconvene in early March. All signs continue to point to a UCL repair that would have Purdy ready for the 2023 season. So the Twitter doctors are out there working. They're using the Twitter figures, yada, 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 using the Twitter figures. They're saying, wait a minute. If it's a 6-month recovery, that means he won't be ready until like September 3rd, which is 2 days before Thursday Night Football in week number 1.
Which means he might start on the pup.
There's no way he's going to be ready for week 1. I'm ready to bet right now. There's no way he's going to be ready for week 1.
What's the rush? Let me ask you, let's say, forget who you love or whatever. You don't like Trey. Just forget that part. Or you think they should get Tom Brady. If you truly believe in Brock Purdy, what's the rush?
Yeah. Oh, well, you know what I was thinking?
No, let me ask you that. What is the rush?
If he's a long-term solution.
If that's your guy, why are you rushing him back? Because we clearly would agree. Like, if that's your guy, if you really believe in him, and if the Niners truly believe in him, is this about week 5? Or is this about year 2 and year 3 and year 4?
Well, I will say this. About the Niners. And I heard you talking about slow starts. And that's something, when I left Philadelphia, I was thinking about it. I said, these damn slow starts had us traveling to L.A. and Philadelphia for a trip to the Super Bowl. Boy, it'd be nice to get one of those games in the NFC Championship or get one of those games at Levi Stadium for a chance to play for the Super Bowl instead of going on the road either to the East Coast or down to Southern California. It just, you got to start faster. We look back at last season, we say, damn, you win the Chicago game, you win the Denver game, next thing you know, you got a home field advantage. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get off to a fast start. But what I had rolling through my head, because you make a great point about Brock Purdy, what's the rush? My question is is Brock Purdy really that guy for this franchise to where we're going to say, oh, boy, UCL season's over? I'm just like, all right, Brock Purdy has a UCL injury. He may need Tommy John, but I got Trey Lance chilling at the cut. And it feels like everybody sold their stock on Trey Lance. I'm holding on to it because I still believe Trey Lance could be something. And to see the people turn their backs on Trey Lance, the jersey's half off, saying, get Trey out of here. Well, first of all, what makes no sense to me, and we do this all the time as sports fans, Shasky, we say a guy sucks, right? Oh, this guy stinks. Like James Wiseman, oh, he stinks. Trade him for 2 first-round picks. Mm-hmm. Well, if you think he stinks, what do you think the other teams stink? And why do you think you're going to get 2 first-round picks for James Wiseman? Same thing with Trey Lance. Oh, Trey Lance can't do anything. He's garbage. Mm-hmm. He's a bust. But yet you want to go trade him for 3 second-round picks. Make it make sense.
It doesn't.
Make it make sense.
Can we agree on this? Like, let's meet in the middle here. Trey Lance is not as bad as the internet thinks he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Brock Purdy's as great as everyone thinks he is.
Right.
Both can be true simultaneously. Now, that doesn't mean that Brock hasn't been really, really good. But, like, to think that he's going to be this consistent player move forward. Like, I asked Joe Spadoni this, and I'll ask you the same question. Who do we have more film on? Geno Smith or Brock and Trey Lance?
Geno Smith.
Do we even know if Geno Smith's good or not?
We still don't know. He had a good year. He had a good year, but a lot of people think
he had a great year.
Maybe it may be a little flukish.
Exactly.
Seattle's still hesitant on giving him a deal.
Remove your Niner fandom. Like, I get it. He looked great. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he didn't perform phenomenally. He did. Mm-hmm. He absolutely did. But, like, the way I judge players, it's not about what you did. It's about what you do consistently over a long period of time.
Right.
You know why Mahomes is considered one of the greatest players of all time? Because from day one until right now, he has looked like the best player or second best player in the league every single week.
Boy,
am I wrong?
No, you're not until Super Bowl 54 when the Niners had him.
No, by the way, can we bring this up? The group chat, we had our own little group chat, me, Spadoni, and Lubman. You sent us text messages that you were watching the Super Bowl on your vacation, correct?
Yeah, yes.
The Kansas City Super Bowl.
Kansas City Super Bowl.
What I found interesting is that you and I have been arguing about Jimmy Garoppolo for 5 years. And you came to this revelation after watching the fourth quarter back. Was that the first time you've seen the fourth quarter?
No, I've watched Super Bowl 54. Boy, it's in the 50s now. It's in the 50s. I've watched it over and over. Let me say this before you continue.
Yes.
Every time I watch that game, Jimmy Garoppolo gets worse and worse and worse.
Thank you.
And number two, Shanahan's not off the hook.
Oh, no, I'm not.
His play calling gets worse and worse and worse.
Sherman trying to press Sammy Watkins makes no sense.
Sherman in the fourth quarter, Andy Reid looked at him and said, "You are barbecue chicken. We're attacking you, buddy." They ran sweeps his way. They ran play action passes his way. He couldn't shed blocks. He was awful in the fourth quarter. Tarvarius Moore, that was not pass interference on 3rd and 10.
Did Quan Alexander catch that interception?
Oh, my gosh.
That was between the numbers?
Oh, my gosh.
It was literally like a 3 flies up play.
So I'm watching that Super Bowl because Baby Chaz and Anna were taking a nap, and I'm in the living room.
So
There's
you decided,
on.
I'm having so much fun in Cabo.
Yes.
Let me subject myself to
NFL
pain.
Network. I said, you know what? Because they keep showing that damn game. They showed that game 30 times in the last 2 weeks. I said, you know what? I might as well just write it out one more time.
Okay.
And I sat there and I'm like, oh my gosh,
and
Jimmy's
what did you text the group?
Anything. I think I texted that. Did we overrate Jimmy Garoppolo?
And I said to these guys, I went personal text, I slid to the side, new DMs. I said, boys, the fact that he's just come to the revelation that Jimmy stunk it up in the fourth quarter, I feel vindicated for the 5 years of being bullied by Bonte the King on air about Jimmy Garoppolo.
But you won't admit. And I knew because you guys went radio silent on me.
No. I was sleeping, and I gave you a heart at the end. I acknowledge
I don't remember
the
the heart.
most lackluster response you can do in a group.
Yes, it is. You guys left. No, you know what happened? Lubman comes in with a text about something out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, these guys just totally ignore my text. I'm thinking to myself, damn. I said, man, I'm trying to holler at my guys during vacation.
I was afraid. I was going to text you, Anna, have a great vacation. I promise I won't reach out to him. I sincerely was. Then I said, you know what? It's better left unsaid. And I tried not to bug you.
Hey, listen. The play calls by Shanahan.
Oh, the whole thing.
So, first and 10,
George Kittle on this team?
49-yard line, a minute 49 left. And I said, oh, boy, I got to watch this over. Now, watching the first 2 plays back, Jimmy almost threw interceptions on the first 2 pass plays in that sequence before overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders, who, by the way, I'm still mad he didn't die for it. He just gave up on the football. I was watching that game thinking, is that as close as the Niners going to get to a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan in his core? I legit had those questions.
I don't know.
I said, we may not get any closer. Buckner was playing well. Armstead was playing well. D4 gave you flashes. I see Jordan Elliott. It's funny, I text you guys in the morning about D4, right? Remember I was like, D4, man, was really good. I think people...
I know.
D4 looks good, right?
He looked good that healthy.
Year. And then Jordan Elliott posted a video, Splash Cousin, who we always have on, who works with Niners Nation. It's like, man, D4 was the perfect compliment to Nick Bosa. So how can we reinvent this defensive line? But it all goes back to the quarterback. We thought today Brock Purdy was going to go get the surgery. They're going to look at the elbow and determine, is it Tommy John or is he going to be out for 6 months? Now we don't know. We have to wait until early March.
Here's what I don't understand. Why are we putting timetables on an injury that we have no idea about until they open up? Right. They've said from the get-go, we will not know until we open him up. And yet everyone wants to flock to a radio site or to a website or to social media and say, he'll be throwing in X amount of days. No, you just don't know. Why are we doing this? Bonte, why do we do this?
I don't know.
As much as I get frustrated with the Warriors and how they handle injuries,
oh my gosh,
I actually appreciate that they go, you know what? We have no clue, and we're going to reevaluate in X amount of weeks.
Exactly.
Reevaluate. Not he will be back throwing in X amount of days or shooting or running or whatever.
All these people guessing. About Brock Purdy, and he still has inflammation in the elbow, which is crazy. Still inflamed after getting it torn up in the NFC title game.
You know why? Because it's a serious injury.
It's a serious injury.
Which is what I've been saying from the get-go.
But now, we go back to Trey Lance.
We sure Jimmy's not in the mix?
Oh, gosh.
We sure? Are we sure?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not saying I want it. I'm saying just knowing this relationship.
Jimmy.
Oh, well, you know he wants it.
There's no way Jimmy is coming back after what Shanahan said in his final presser.
So you and I have seen that Super Bowl, 8,000 times?
Yeah, I've watched it a million times.
You think Steiny's seen it a full time, one time all the way through?
No. And now I'm thinking to myself.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
I had to get my shot in, Steiny.
Dude, listen. Well, I got some shots at him, too, about Klay Thompson, because I've heard some things about Klay Thompson. I heard what you said about the bully, and I went back and listened last night. I said, oh, okay. Joe Shasky thinks everything's about Joe Shasky.
Oh, now you figured out the secret sauce.
Listen. When I say all those people bully, talk about bitching Klay Thompson, it's not just you. It's not just Steiny.
But I'm in there.
No, you're in there alongside 15,000 other idiots who said he was washed up. All right, so it ain't just you.
I didn't say he was washed. Time out.
You called him Kyle Korver. What did you say?
I said he's closer to Kyle Korver at that time
let's delete
than
the tape.
He was.
Like LeBron James when he got dunked on in his own camp. Delete the tape. Delete the audio.
Time out. When a stock is tanking and a guy tells you to sell, and then 4 months later the stock's through the roof in real time, okay, the stock was tanking.
I love you. It wasn't tanking. It was just at a pause.
How you feeling about that Bitcoin and crypto this morning? All those people that were selling it 1 year ago on Super Bowl ads.
FTX.
Exactly.
Bitcoin's coming back up. Bitcoin, don't sleep on it. It's still alive. A lot of people say Bitcoin's going to be back because
what people?
There's some people, some experts out there.
Not Jim Cramer.
No, not Jim Cramer. Not Jim.
Donnie's laughing because I'm like, I name one financial expert who said, you know what, invest in crypto and.
Do you really
Bitcoin
listen to those financial experts? I'm not listening to these dudes.
This is who I listen
talking about money.
This is who I listen
to my mind.
My uncles who say buy real estate. It never goes down in value over a long period of time.
Oh man. So what about Brock Purdy? Are we selling stock on Brock Purdy? Is that the best we've seen of Brock Purdy? Are we that down on Trey Lance as a fan base? Why not Trey? Why not Trey?
Fonte, he's not as bad as everyone thinks. That's all I keep thinking.
Dude, he was sitting next to Steph Curry at Stanford Women's College basketball game, and people's like, look at Steph Curry sitting courtside. You can't even look at the number 3 overall pick in the NFL draft from a couple seasons ago and say, wait, that's Steph Curry sitting next to Trey Lance. We can't even do that.
I don't even know.
We're just like, off of Trey? No, I'm back on Trey. And you know what? Trey's going to be starting week 1. Well, so you better rally around him.
He's got a lot to prove.
He does.
Like, let's just, call it what is. The other part of this, which actually we haven't really gotten into, Shanahan acknowledging that he doesn't even know what he has. You and I went to practice. We looked at him, and I was like, there's no way. He is not a runner. He is a mobile quarterback who I want behind more Big Ben Roethlisberger than he would be Lamar Jackson.
We both said that.
And to think that I was underwhelmed with his athleticism. Dog, I watched him in 2 seconds, and I was like, yeah, he's not a runner. He's way too big. He's the size of George Kittle.
Dude, we both said that. First practice we saw Trey Lance. I was like, Dude, he's like Culpepper, right? Everybody will classify Culpepper as a runner.
I like that.
But Culpepper was a pocket quarterback who can run.
Yes.
Ain't avert trouble, but he was big. He would truck you, but he had a great arm. He's not a runner. Trey's never been that guy. All right, let's do something. Mac McClung, we doing that too? Oh, we got thoughts on everything. All of a sudden, people texting me, man, Mac McClung, where should have used him over a dunk contest? By the way, why is Mac McClung in the junk? That's what the problem with the NBA. You got a G Leaguer in the dunk contest. Oh, I got so many thoughts. It's good to be back, Joe. It's good to see you. I missed you. You got a Star Wars shirt on, too, looking good.
Like Target had a sale. Like I said, you know what? I'm going to get a couple of $10 tees.
All right. And first day back, we blow through the clock. It probably didn't happen in the last 5 days.
I hit every single clock on time.
Well, because you keep talking with me. Monte. It's good you keep talking with me. You don't stop.
See, it's always my fault.
It is your fault. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-hour energy. It's perfect when you're
Iguodala, you playing tomorrow night? Damn, Iggy. I didn't know we had that drop in the holster. Wow.
I want Iguodala.
Wow. Speaking Frank Isola is going to join us in 17 minutes.
Did you hear the rumor?
What's the rumor?
Well, since Mac McClung hasn't played in an NBA game this year, maybe Iggy will join the dunk contest because he only played in 3.
Well, he might get hurt in that dunk contest.
Well, yeah, but how many podcast episodes does Mac McClung have?
Yeah. I saw his follower count. He went from like 91,000 followers to like over 1 million.
America loves an undersized white guy. You know this. I've told you this.
And everybody's like,
I've told you this.
If you had him instead of Tyler Jerome, how good would you be? Well, Tyler Jerome has been decent in his role.
Bonte, I want an all under 6'2" lineup. I want Jordan Poole. I want Steph Curry.
So you want Pat
I
Bev?
want Pat Bev. I want Gary Payton Jr. I want Mac McClung.
That was the best.
We'll guard no one.
Pat Bev said it was between Golden State and Chicago, but I'm choosing Chicago. Anybody believe Patrick Beverly that Golden State was in the running for Patrick Beverly?
I kind of like Pat Bev.
I like Pat Bev, but not on this team. Not on this team. It's the last thing they need is Patrick Beverly.
Of course it is. The last thing they need is another undersized guard.
WWE. That's what it would have been with Patrick Beverly. By the way,
yes.
The segment is coming up. The segment is sponsored by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials. Let's get that in. Living Essentials, Spinoni.
Nice. Living Essentials, I think that's where we bought our couch.
No, that's Living Spaces.
Oh, Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Oh, that's right. Why did I think it was Living Essentials?
I hate that place, but they do. It is good to just sit down in there. So Anna would shop around for the couches. I'm like, babe, keep it under 1,500. I'm going to watch Army Navy on the couch.
Keep it under 1,500.
Yeah, that was damn near impossible.
That must have been multiple years ago. Inflation's through the roof.
Yes, I know.
Everything. My favorite is your couch is stalled. Why is that? COVID. It's like, wait a minute. Did the trees catch COVID?
Oh,
like,
dude.
The actual stuff to build the couch has COVID?
Dude, Living Spaces, one time we ordered a couch from there. We thought we had it. It couldn't fit through the doorway. And they're like, well,
no way.
Let's got to go back to the shop. You got to figure it out. And we're like, what? Couldn't fit. Couldn't fit through the doorway.
And you waited how many weeks?
About 3.
Oh, that's brutal. Before we continue, you were talking about the dunk contest, and just everyone's mad at the All-Star game. I've come to the realization it's just not for me.
No.
It's just not for me.
You know what, Shasky? I'm not mad at the game. I'm disappointed over the entire weekend. And it starts with Adam Silver.
What?
He embarrassed himself.
That guy. Does he look like an alien?
No, I'm not going to get into how he looks.
No, he does. He looks like an alien. Like if I were to say to a child, draw an alien, he looks kind of like an alien.
He looks like Nosferatu, the old vampire. That's what he looks like.
That's a good call.
I'm not
That's a
gonna
good
get into
call.
that one because Adam Silver's a friend of mine. You know what I'm saying? He sat down at the gatehouse.
Wow.
We chopped game before the NBA Finals. Adam Silver, good friend in the roast.
Bet you didn't bully him.
No, I did not. No, I did not. Oh, bullying thing. You got me bullying a bully. The narcissist of the show is just asking
100%.
everything's about. Yeah,
I admit it.
The streets are hitting me up. I'm in flight. I'm getting texts. Yo, people are calling you a bully. What? Oh, by the way, Film on Mike, you're going to catch a stray today, too. Because I saw the list of the meanest host. How the hell am I the 4th meanest host? Everything I've done for this company.
2.
No, I'm not at least at the bottom 4. I'm one of the nicest hosts here. Everything I've done for every producer, technical producer, gifts I've given, jobs I've given to people here. Jobs.
Oh.
I'm like the Bob Myers in 95-7 the game.
Hey, boys.
I'm orchestrating a great team, and all of a sudden, I'm the mean guy.
You know what? You're right. Thank you, Bonte.
Thank you, Bonte. Thank you, Bonte. I want my
Bonte.
damn respect. I go to Cabo for 5 days. All of a sudden, I'm the mean guy and the bully around here. Okay, that's fine. I'm back. The bully's back then. And I'm not the bully in Baltimore. I'm the bully in Frisco. All right? 888-957-9570.
Are you a bully with a fully?
Nah, I don't rock with
Mac McClung, though.
No, yeah, go ahead, Mike McClung, because I want to finish on the whole All-Star weekend.
Yeah. Look, we had the game on. I was up the Russian River. I was with Guido and his wife and the kids and stuff. And so we were playing board games while the game was on in the background.
You must have been really bored.
And little Mikey loves the NBA.
That was good.
And it was good. It wasn't bad. It was almost like Boardroom with Kevin Durant and Banksy or whatever.
Banksy, yeah, Eddie Gonzalez.
Yeah,
Shout
I was
out
trying to think
Eddie.
of what his name. But like we had it on in the back, and everybody, even Jenny, his wife was like, "They're playing no defense. What is this,
dude?
What is this? I can't even keep up with what the rules are." This and literally the board game was more compelling than All-Star. I couldn't believe even the kids had their backs to the television and could care less. Now the night before with Mac McClung, it was fun watching him dunk.
Right.
I'm not ripping Mac McClung. I am more sad that it went from this. And I'm not angry. I'm not outraged because I know everyone's gotten their rocks off on this. The dunk contest used to be a passage of a rite of passage, a rite of passage. It was a coming of age thing. Now I know that that's turned. You can blame LeBron. You can blame this guy.
I'm blaming LeBron James.
You can blame all these different people.
I'm blaming LeBron.
But let's contrast it with the home run derby. Last year, it was a kingmaker for Julio Rodriguez.
Yes, but you also had Ronald Acuna. You had Pete Alonso. You've had Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You've had Ohtani.
Soto won it all last year.
Soto, you had it in there.
Yeah.
You've had star after star
agreed.
after star. And that's what the NBA All-Star Game used to be. It was comparable to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. And so when I think about All-Star Weekend, and Kevin Durant said it on his podcast.
He's right.
Mike McClung, it's a great story. But why is Mac McClung a G Leaguer in the dunk contest? Why is Jericho Sims? Nobody knows he's from Texas. Nobody knows he's on the second team. He doesn't even play for the New York Knicks. Why is he in the dunk contest? LeBron did that. You had Dominique, you had Mike, you had Vince Carter, Jay Rich. You had stars.
I think Vince Carter's is the greatest performance. The one in Oracle in 2000,
but
to me, is the greatest compliment. Like that first round, it was flawless.
But even Dwight Howard, was in that dunk contest. Dwight Howard was in the dunk contest. Steve Francis was in that same dunk contest with Vince, and he was sick of that dunk contest. And we forget about it because Carter was so great. But you get Mac McClung, you get all these guys in there, and to me, that's LeBron's fault. If LeBron set the table as quote-unquote the face of this era by participating in the dunk contest, then go do it. Like there was a picture of Kobe, LeBron, CP3, and somebody else Dwayne Wade in the skills competition. Now we got Giannis and his brothers.
I know.
Going on against the scrubs from Utah.
If baseball had Mac Williamson that's the equivalent of Mac McClung. Mac Williamson winning the home run derby, would we not crush baseball?
We would crush them. The NBA deserves to be crushed.
They do, but it feels like we're piling on because this is where we're at now.
No. But Adam Silver says something that really bothered me over the weekend. He said this has been the most competitive season we've seen in NBA history.
Well, that's a lot.
And I said, dude, I almost jumped back in the pool at 9 o'clock at night in Cabo. I couldn't believe I read that. And I'm thinking to myself,
with floaties,
what the hell? I didn't bring the floaties, so it would have just, you know.
I want to paint the visual of you with like a Mai Tai, with like a little umbrella in the drink and floaties.
The pool is only 5 feet deep, so your boy is safe.
Oh, it's perfect.
Your boy is good. You know, you could just
when
walk
you're 7 feet tall, you know.
Yeah, you want to play the Silver Sound real quick? Play the Silver Sound.
The single most competitive season in our history as a measure of team records in terms of the closeness and measured by wins and losses around the season. I think that's a reflection of the incredible quality of play we have in this league, the dramatic number of international players now in the league. And it's interesting also that we've had probably as much player movement this year as any time in our history. And I think that speaks to teams, as we got close to the trade deadline, trying to situate themselves in the best possible position to compete going into the playoffs. And in this case, over 10% of the entire league was moved roughly in the last week before the trade deadline. And so there's so much positive happening in this league. Again, I just end my opening remarks by thanking the people here.
How is that a good thing, all the player movement? How is players demanding trades a good thing
it's horrible
all the
for
time?
The consumer.
It's been a terrible product. I feel bad for the fans. I really do. And you know how I feel about that. If you're a fan, don't watch. But you know what? That was unwatchable over the weekend. And for Adam Silver to say that, and it took not LeBron, and Steph Curry wasn't a part of the All-Star game this weekend, and that's fine. But Kevin Durant, it took Anthony Edwards to say the most revelatory. How should I say this? The most truthful thing all weekend.
It was
Anthony
the most
Edwards.
impactful thing I heard all
He
weekend.
said, all the guys sitting, resting, that's the only thing I probably don't like about the NBA. Just play, man. If you're 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing game stuff. These people might not have enough money to come to more than one game. And that might be the game. So go play. Go play. Anthony Edwards. So that gives me hope on the future of this league. LeBron James, he gets a lot of blame for this era of basketball. Now, Steph and the Warriors, it's not fair, but he started the whole player movement. He started the whole super team thing. Well, they followed after LeBron.
I know.
He made it acceptable.
But LeBron plays.
He does play.
I'll give him
but
that.
A lot of guys don't play.
At 38 years old, he's having another monster year.
But when he does play, he takes a lot of nights off. You get what I'm saying?
At least he's in the lineup.
All
like,
right.
he plays a lot of games. You got to give LeBron
We got to go to break. I hear Lubman getting aggravated right now. Frank Isola, ESPN, New York City. You know Frankie Ice. Frankie Isola will join us to talk more NBA and the Golden State Warriors. How are the league looking at the Warriors? Are the Warriors cooked, as Charles Barkley said? We'll find out from Frank Isola. That's coming up. Sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Kate, you look amazing. Thanks.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph,
I
down
bombed
in LA.
atomically?
Oh, I love this song. One of the best songs in hip-hop history. No doubt.
On this album, they said Wu-Tang's 10 years ahead of their time. Go get yourself a Wu-Tang double CD and educate yourself.
Yeah.
He was right.
No, he was right. He was right.
This album ages really well.
Yep. By the way, I read the wrong read. That's how you know I'm rusty. What's coming up?
Like the guy that used to come out of the wall at Oracle.
Yeah.
Remember Rusty?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The big guy.
That lived for like a year.
Was it even a year?
Was it even a year? I kind of missed it. I kind of liked it.
It was okay.
Know. Whatever. All right. What was coming up was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The segment is brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. One of our favorite guests. We talked to him last time. We talked to him. We were in Boston.
That's right.
And Frank Isola said, "I got about 8-9 minutes, guys." We ended up talking for 30.
And he had his feet up on the desk.
Oh, he was loving it. He was loving it.
Such a legend.
And then the boss man, of course, called us. You had Frank Isola on for 25, 30 minutes. That's a tune. I'm like, it's Frankie Ice from Around the Horn, PTI. Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup, Monday through Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. How could you not have Frankie Ice on for 30 minutes? We promise we won't do it this time around because I know he has things to do. But Frank, good morning, man. Long time no talk. Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Bonte Hill, how you doing?
What's up? So your boss, what was your boss saying? That I was putting people to sleep? That was the
No, he said it was great, but he has this thing.
rules.
Yeah, these little rules. You never want to keep a guest longer than 15 minutes. I'm like, dude, we're talking hoop with Frank Isola, man. He's New York City. He's Mullins' boy.
Yeah, it was the NBA Finals. We were
Right.
in Boston, where the rules change a little bit.
Exactly.
Absolutely, man. You're a big timer. You're a big timer on the show, and you're a big timer in the West Coast. Chris Willen says hi, by the way. Frank, let's start here. Before we get to the Golden State Warriors and whether or not they're cooked this season with 24 games left, your overall impressions on the All-Star weekend, because it was, to me, it was a bummer. Everything from Adam Silver saying that it's been the most competitive league in league history. That was laughable.
Pinocchio.
All the guys sitting there, no doubt about that. The All-Star game being a travesty. What was your overall takeaway from Salt Lake City?
Yeah, I was there, and, Salt Lake City did a nice job. The weather was fine during the day. At night it got cold, but that's fine. Everything was in walking distance, which makes it good. But, the Saturday night stuff, you knew that the NBA would do that right. There's a reason why Mac McClung was going to go last. Obviously, the NBA knew what they were getting into. There's a reason why he was the last guy to dunk, and he put on a good show. I thought Adam Silver's comment, I'm guessing that because, you hear at the All-Star game, if he's being truthful, he says, of course load management's a problem. We need the guys to play more. Maybe he probably doesn't want that to be the headline with most of the NBA stars in the city that day, but you can't sit there and tell me that it's not a problem. But then the game itself, it tells you everything you need to know. You're talking about load management in a city where John Stockton and Karl Malone played, 2 guys that never miss games. Mm-hmm. And then the game itself, like even Jason Tatum, God bless him, he's out there trying, but he's only scoring 55 points because no one's trying.
Right.
So even that becomes tainted somehow. And everyone trying to come up with 9 million different ideas on ways to improve the game. Just try a little bit more.
Right.
No one's asking you to play 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Can you play at 60 miles an hour as opposed to 20? And that's always my thing about All-Star Weekend. We spend all this time, what could they do Saturday? What could they do Sunday? Let's worry about the 82-game regular season. Yeah. That's really the issue right now, not one weekend in Salt Lake City.
Well, Frank, I'm glad you bring that up. Me and B have been arguing for a couple of years, and I told him it's not just basketball. Baseball had this opportunity simultaneously. When COVID hit, we had an opportunity to recalibrate calendars, recalibrate how we envision, the business models moving forward. Every business in America has pivoted and evolved when it comes to business strategy, whether that's work from home, direct to consumer, etc. Yet the NBA and the Major League Baseball are like, we have got to play X amount of games because that's what we've always done, and we can't go backwards. It's clearly not working. Why are they so resistant to change?
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with money. I think everyone realizes it's just a different day and era. 162 baseball games is too much.
Way too much.
82 regular season games in the NBA is too much. If you look at the regular seasons that really seem to matter. You look at college football, you look at the NFL, look at the Premier League in England where, the top teams, there's 20 teams, everybody plays each other twice, so there's 38 games, and you win a championship for that. In the NBA, the players prove to you that the regular season doesn't matter, and then to me, the league made it worse by adding the teams to have this play-in tournament. Because here's my thing. The play-in tournament's going to happen, and one of the games will be good, and everyone will say, the play-in tournament's great. Yeah, but how did we get there? We got there from, look at LeBron and the Lakers, basically cruising on, if we want, we'll probably finish 10th. It's the wrong attitude. I would go for less playoff teams as opposed to more.
That's a great point. Frank Isola here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. ESPN's Around the Horn, PJ also Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m. You know, Frank, you bring up the Premier League. Chasky and I talk about that. I love the table format. I love getting points for wins. I love getting points. Now, obviously, you're not going to get draws in a basketball game, but if you did, that'd be kind of cool to get a point for a tie or whatnot at the end of regulation. You do know overtime in the regulation, in the regular season. So I'm with that. I like that format a lot. But what about the officiating as well? Because it's not just the load management. It's not just all the games and people taking games off. The officiating, I've never seen it worse, Frank.
Yeah, I know. And I guess, the big one was the LeBron play where the league admitted that they made a mistake. And do you know, I love, somebody had done a story how the Lakers had benefited from more calls going their way in the last
I saw that.
teams in the league. LeBron, he's had obviously a brilliant career. The guy's a great player, but isn't it beneath him to behave that way? To be carrying on like a temper tantrum? All right, the referee got it wrong. Guess what? You get away with a lot of stuff where they don't call fouls on you. It was a bad missed call. But you know what happened to the NBA? A lot of the older refs retired and brought the new crew of people in. There's just too many inexperienced referees right now, which is a big part of the problem. And also, well, let's face it, one missed call now, if back on the East Coast, if there was a game between Portland and Sacramento, there's a bad missed call. Maybe we're all not going to see it. Now, not only do we see it from like 4 different angles, how bad of a missed call that it was. I just think the NBA would do themselves a favor if they let it be a little bit more physical. This way you're not calling every single foul. But I feel badly for the refs because to your point, they haven't had a good year.
No doubt.
Well, and not only that, guys are crying on every play for 82 nights. Like, Luka spends his entire game palms up complaining. I'm like, dude, I get it.
I'm glad you brought that up because you guys know how it used to work.
It drives me nuts.
The guys that the referees would tolerate would be the coach, the star player, and the second guy. So if we're looking at the Chicago Bulls, it would be, let Phil Jackson complain to me, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. Nobody else. Judd Boucher and Steve Kerr, no offense, you're not allowed to complain. You have rookies coming into the league. How about the way that they behave towards the referees? Why do the referees put up with that? You think Joey Crawford back in the day is going to let some 21-year-old kid in his first year in the NBA constantly roll his eyes every time he makes a call?
Absolutely
I think that's a big problem as well.
I agree. Jordan Poole, he's a good young player. He's on the come up, but he does not get the same leash as a Steph Curry, for example, nor should he. Yes, exactly. So let me get into the Warriors here because this trade that happened with James Wiseman, there's so much, back and forth. Is James any good? Can he help them now? They acquire a guy who's injured, and then there's some arguing whether Portland pushed him out onto the court, whether he even wanted to play for Portland. There's just so much. I've never seen a trade like this. I can't even remember something to this degree. There's some Darko Milicic in the James Wiseman thing. What's your overall read on just James Wiseman and the trade for Gary Payton?
Yeah, I mean, let's remember, so the Warriors are in practice with this guy every day. So they're seeing him on a day-in, day-out basis. They know how good he's getting, how much work he's putting in. When you get sent down to the G League as a number 2 overall pick, that speaks volumes. And clearly they were hoping that he would give them something this year. I think they know that it's just not going to happen for him. And if you look at his career, the biggest issue with him, he doesn't play enough games.
Right.
He didn't play in college. He barely played with the Warriors. And when you're getting traded, was Gary Payton a second-round pick or he went undrafted?
Undrafted.
He went undrafted. Yeah, he was in the G League. He's a journeyman.
Bounced around.
I mean, you're getting, the number 2 pick is getting traded for a guy that went undrafted and obviously was an important player for the team last year. For me, it should be more of a wake-up call for James Wiseman. Obviously, the Warriors have to chalk it up. The draft pick was a disaster. When you're picking that high and you miss, it really does set you back. If you pick that high and you get a player that helps you, it changes everything. I guess who else would have been picked that high? I guess LaMelo Ball was the next pick. Correct?
Right. And does LaMelo Ball...
It wasn't a great draft.
No, it wasn't.
And Frank, and I don't think LaMelo fits here because what happens with Jordan Poole? What happens if LaMelo goes to the bench? Now you got his father complaining, and he's not starting over Clay and Steph. Maybe that first year when Clay's out, but once Clay gets back, there's no way LaMelo's starting. We're talking to Frank Isola here in the Morning Roast. James Wiseman or whatnot gets traded to Detroit. My issue with the Wiseman stuff, Frank, is that I feel like Steve Kerr didn't do a good enough job of playing the youngsters early. They all had a quick hook, whether it was Kuminga, Moody, and James Wiseman. I thought, first 10 games, let them play 15 minutes, play through their mistakes. You're the champs. The regular season doesn't mean as much to you as, say, the Denver Nuggets or the Dallas Mavericks or the Portland Trail Blazers. What would your assessment be of Steve Kerr's job this season, the way he's handled the team?
Yeah, I think this season overall has been a mess for them, and I really think a lot of it goes back to the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation. Why I still don't think the Warriors handled that the right way. I can't believe the guys at the ring ceremony. What was it? 2 weeks
opening night.
So you would have suspended him essentially.
I don't get that.
What would you have done with Draymond?
I think you have to be suspended. The idea that, Adam Silver at the press conference said, "Well, the only reason everybody's making a big deal of it is because it was on video." Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're making a big deal of it because everyone got to see one player get assaulted by the other. I'm not saying he should be kicked out of the league, but there should have been some kind of suspension. Having him there, just the whole thing of having him there on opening night and embracing the commissioner, I just thought that was a bizarre scene overall. That to me made no sense. I think it just set a bad tone. I mean, Draymond Green's admitted that.
Right.
That has kind of set a bad tone for the entire season. But again, with the young players, I would only say this. If guys aren't getting it done in practice and their teammates kind of see it, and then the coach is playing them, you know how it works. And players are thinking, wait, who's running the team here? Are they telling him to play this guy? Because we all know that he doesn't deserve to be out there with the way that he works and doesn't put the effort in or the time in the film room and things like that. So overall, let's face it, guys, and I know everyone says it, maybe you guys do as well. Oh, no, wait till they all get back. I still think they'll be dangerous. I don't see it. That doesn't happen now. All of a sudden it's going to happen. What is it, 58 games? That they played in their 500 team, and there's so many good teams now in the Western Conference, and of course with Dallas adding my guy Kyrie, and then Kevin Durant with the Phoenix Suns. The Western Conference got better over during the trade deadline. I'm not so sure that the Warriors got better.
Yeah, I don't know if GP2 is enough to get them over the top, as you just said, Frank. Phoenix and Denver and the Clippers loading up, even though I don't get the Westbrook move. But you mentioned 58 games in. They have 24 games left, 14 against teams over 500. Their offensive rating is 14th. Their defensive rating is 15th. We don't know when Stephen Curry's getting back. Andrew Wiggins is away due to personal reasons. You don't think it's going to end well for the Warriors, huh, this season?
No, I just don't think. I think last year, it's like anything. You got to get a little lucky. I think they were obviously good, but they were a little lucky during the playoffs last year with the teams that they didn't have to face. I just think this year they're having no luck. And Klay Thompson was slow to get going. And remember, what did he say? He wasn't playing at all during the summer, which he's a guy that always plays. In the Steph Curry injuries. I think the big thing is the development of the young players. I think that's been the biggest disappointment. It's almost like what the Lakers have with LeBron. He's 38 years old, and he's thinking, all right, I need you guys to carry the team at some point. And I think, especially with Steph and to a certain extent or lesser extent, Klay and Draymond, they're looking at the younger guys. Where are you guys? We need you guys during the regular season, and they're just not providing it.
Frank, on your way out the door, I know you're Mr. New Yorker. I'm letting you know this as a fifth-generation native San Franciscan who is furious with Aaron Judge. I swear to God, if he takes one swing in opening weekend, I'll allow you to use this take. If he takes one swing opening weekend against my Giants, and I will be so angry at Gabe Kapler, he needs to be walked and thrown at the entire series. I don't want to see him take one swing. That premeditated free agent fakeness that he did where he was just using the Giants to get a couple extra million from Steinbrenner, I'm furious about it.
Well, I'll say this about the guy. He and his agent handled it really well.
No, brilliant.
Because they didn't say anything. Then it looked like, because I had heard from a couple of people. I'm not too far from the MLB Network studio, so some of their on-air talent live in my town. I run into them. I'm not going to give up the names, but a couple of times, oh no, he's going to the Giants. He believe me, he's mad at the Yankees. So everyone kind of had this feeling that he may go there. So he ends up signing with the Yankees. At the end of the day, they end up increasing their offer for him. So on the Yes Network, and I do the games there, they have a commercial with Aaron Judge, and it's one of these things where they show it in black and white and slow motion and the home runs. And then at the end it says, he said yes. I'm thinking, you're the New York Yankees. Well, he didn't do you a favor by signing for $390 million or whatever it was. They're making it seem like he's doing charity work now. So Aaron Judge, to his credit, he handled it really well, and he got his money in the end, and I guess he got the team that he wanted to play for. Sorry for your Giants.
No, yeah, trust me,
Frank,
we're sorry.
Not one pitch to hit. I'm telling you.
Hang on a second. The Yankees haven't won since 2009. What are you worried about? It's
we don't have Aaron Judge.
That's the century.
Listen, Frank, I'm wearing a Bo Jackson jersey today because there's not a jersey I want to wear with the Giants. We got no star players.
Our last 30 home run guy was Barry Bonds.
Well, you know what the problem is also?
What's that?
And I went to a game there 2 years ago. The stadium is so nice, and the air, it's such a cool thing to do. You're always going to get the fans. So then after a while, it becomes, what's the incentive to really spend crazy money to get players when we still have fans showing up for these games because we've got such a great ballpark?
Yeah,
that's an issue.
The fans stopped coming last year, Frank, and I think they're not going to come this season.
Hang on a second. You guys were, I think, top 10 in attendance.
Yeah, but I mean, attendance is down in baseball. This was the lowest attendance, I believe, in Oracle Park history last season.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
they're usually drawing 3 million. Last year, what was it, 2.4, 2.3, or something like that? And I think that's a lie.
Yeah. They should all come to the Willie Mays statue and lay a wreath every time they come to the great New Yorker, Willie Mays. How many great New Yorkers did we send out your way? What a joke.
Rick Barry's New Jersey.
Yeah.
We got, obviously,
thank you for Chris Mullen. Yeah, thank you. You got DiMaggio. We got Chris Mullen.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right. Where was he from? Martinez, right?
Yeah, Martinez, California, but then they also lived in North Beach. Dom DiMaggio, Pesky Pole, all that, Yeah, so we got a lot of DiMaggio love out here.
All right. You got a lot of good Oakland guys, too.
No doubt. You know it, Frank. Frank, we'll talk soon, man. It's always fun catching up with you.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, Frank Isola.
I love my
Rondo
guy.
Horn, PTI, Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Love Frankie Ice. Frankie Ice. Look, we're a little late here with the legal, but you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And this is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. So let's wrap up the NBA stuff. We all agree it was a total disaster in Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
All-Star game, All-Star Saturday. Adam Silver saying what he's saying. They got some things to do. They've got to tweak it. The Premier League stuff, I'm telling you, man, I like that. Just one table, no East Coast, no West Coast, no Eastern Conference, no Western Conference, just one table.
So there's this misnomer, though, too. Everyone's like, the money, they're making so much money. I was listening to Ratto yesterday with Whitey, and he was talking about baseball teams and how everybody's making money. Ratto, you've never ran a business in your life. I love you. I know you know sports and stuff. I'm not denying that. You don't understand what the expenses are for some of these teams. Right. I do not believe that the Florida Marlins are actually making as much money as we believe them to be. When you see the Forbes evaluations on some of these teams in sports, they're not seeing the profit loss margin sheets. Right. They're not seeing depreciation on stadiums. They're not seeing some of the other hidden costs that are there. Like, they're guesstimating these things. Right. They see revenue and whatnot. They don't know what expenses. Expenses are at an all-time high for all business. I'm not caping up for billionaires. But what I'm saying is that, yes, are the Warriors making money at some level? Of course they are. But that doesn't mean that every single team in every single sport is making money hand over fist.
Right, no doubt.
All right? And I look at the way the NBA is right now as we talk about the schedule and all that, and I'd say to everyone, hey, guys, we might take a short-term loss here when it comes to the schedule. But it's
going to be a long-term gain.
Exactly. Because our product's going to be healthier.
Exactly.
And then we're going to have more eyeballs, and we're going to have more teams or apps and stuff bidding on our services to put our platform in.
I look at the Premier League and how competitive it is. Like, Liverpool's in 10th place now. And last year, they were in 4 major tournaments. They had the chance to win 4 of the major championships. Now they're struggling here, but the Premier League, to my point, again, I told you this, and I say this all the time. 3 games a week for every team in the league, maybe 4. And you can showcase it. Every team doesn't have, you can eliminate back-to-backs, and you showcase it. Your Saturday night showcase. Your Sunday afternoon showcase. Your Monday madness. You can have your own version of Monday Night Football with the NBA. You got your Tuesday slate. You got your doubleheader on Thursday. You got your wacky Wednesday or whatnot with a doubleheader. You can do that in the NBA. And if you're short at the 66 games, I'm with Frank and I'm with everybody. The NBA, the owners would never agree to do it. And that's a problem. But if you go 66 games, everybody plays each other twice. You have no conferences. You have one table. Everybody gets 3 points for a win. All of a sudden, you load management. Guess what? You may be out of the playoffs.
David Sampson, who I know you don't love, but David Sampson, who used to run the Marlins, was saying that in MLB and the NBA, I don't know if you followed this story as quickly or as thorough as I have, the RSN thing, which is the regional sports networks that were all bought up by Bally Sports. There's 14 in Major League Baseball, 15 in the NBA. Teams that rely on local revenue from these, well, they're broke. and they're going broke.
Right.
This is going to give them an opportunity to take the digital rights in-house, the NBA, and do what the NFL does, which is sell the entire thing to Apple Plus, which is what MLS is doing right now. If you're an Earthquakes fan right now,
they're doing it on Apple Plus.
You can only watch MLS on Apple Plus.
Right. And Major League Baseball got the every Friday night game on Apple Plus, the game of the night.
Exactly. And so, do I want regional sports networks to go away? Not necessarily, but what the leagues want is they want to be able to take that money in-house and sell to Hulu, sell to Apple Plus, sell to Netflix, because they're buying these rights at an astronomical rate when these smaller regional companies can't afford them. So what I'm saying is that I think it's very short-sighted to say 82 will never switch. Well, wait a minute. What if there's a bigger chunk of pie from one of these streaming services if you just reduce the amount of games a little? And then what David Sampson's saying is, for teams like the Warriors and the Lakers, who are making money hand over fist on home games, we will make you whole and we will offset with this new television deal.
It's a good point. It's a good point there with the business.
Because everyone says they'll never do it. But what if the leagues, because they all have money in coffers sitting there, what if they said, we will make whole the people who are losing out on money?
It's a little more complicated than that, and I think we're a long way away from that. It's just not that easy for teams to give that up. There's going to be a fight. We know that, especially in baseball, when you had to hold where the A's were getting welfare checks and Tampa Bay was getting welfare checks. Remember how long that fight was. So, by the way, I want to get to what Frank Isola said about the Golden State Warriors. Plus, we'll get back to Brock Purdy. What does the Brock Purdy news mean? I guess, in case you're just waking up, or if you didn't see the news yesterday, as I pulled this up, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy visited Keith Meister, Dr. Keith Meister, who recommended postponing surgery because of ongoing inflammation in Purdy's elbow. They'll reconvene in early March. All signs continue to point to a UCL repair that would have Purdy ready for the 2023 season. I don't know about that.
Bleak.
I don't know about that.
I just don't know what the big rush is.
All right, what's coming up on the game? That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus.
noon to 3 right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang right here on 95.7 The Game.
I think Goo would want to be on this show. You know why? The streets are talking. Apparently Willard and Steiny did a hell of a job Monday for 4 hours.
Oh, God. Two old uncles opining over a glass of brandy on the fire.
Heard Steiny never sounded better.
Oh, it's the best he's ever sounded.
Guru was jealous?
So was JD.
Oh.
It's a joke.
You got a lot of jokes. You're taking shots at everybody. I thought I was going to come back and take shots. Wait, play that again?
It's like a little piece of you died.
What about the puppy one? Can you play the puppy one, please?
I'd rather watch two dogs make puppies. That's crazy.
Oh, he's a funny guy. Funny guy.
I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of it.
Download Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations. And millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Don't forget Warriors and Lakers tomorrow as the Warriors try to sprint to the playoffs. I don't know how they're going to do it. 24 games left, 14 of them against teams over 500. We just got to take it game by game. Quarter by quarter.
Baby steps, bro.
Minute by minute. Look, I didn't have a reaction to the Clippers game. Obviously, I flew out the next day.
What is there to react to?
They're up 89-88. Poole's rolling. Clay's rolling. Draymond's rolling. Hold on. And Steve Kerr pulls out. He subs out Poole, Clay, and Draymond all at the same time. And the Clippers going to 22-4 run. I'm like, Steve, you're trying to win the game. What are you doing? I tell you, Steve is a great coach. Great coach. Not his best season.
How about Warrior fans all remembering in real time, oh, this Kawhi guy's good. No doubt.
Oh, he took over that game.
Yeah, duh.
And I was like, damn it, Clippers are going to be a problem.
How come we never have an answer for Zubac? Why does it feel like he always kills us?
Destroys the Warriors down in the paint.
Right?
Destroys them.
One of the worst trades the Lakers have ever done was just getting rid of him for no reason.
Mike Muscala, he stinks.
Oh, he does stink. Where did he go? I just saw his name resurface somewhere. Mike Muscala. I swear to God.
Somewhere. You're right.
I saw his name resurface. I'm like, Mike Muscala is still in the league? I forgot about him.
Nobody cares about Mike Muscala.
Thunder.
He's on the Thunder. That's right. They did
right.
pick him
He
up.
is on the Thunder.
Yeah,
I just saw them the other day.
I was like, he resurfaced somewhere.
And he got checked out of that game when the Warriors went on a run.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Muscala was killing the Warriors. Dude,
according to Fitz, he's a great player.
Norman Powell was destroying the Warriors. Norman Powell's just like out there getting buckets.
Another guy from the 2019 Raptors.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. So we'll get to the Warriors a little bit later. We'll react to them, but I want to talk about Brock because this is the big story in the Bay Area right now. And I want to ask you, Shasky, and the rest of Niner fans, 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the roasters. I really do. I missed all you guys for a week in Cabo. Trust me, I missed you. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy yesterday visited Dr. Keith Meister. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, who recommended postponing surgery because of ongoing inflammation in Purdy's elbow. They'll reconvene in early March. All signs continue to point to a UCL repair that would have Purdy ready for the 2023 season. I don't know about that one, Shasky. I just don't know about him being ready for week 1 of the season. And I asked you this as a Niner fan. You've been through this, seems like every single year under Kyle Shanahan.
It's Shanahan. I was going to go, the last 13 years have been, honest to God.
The 1 year hardball with Kaepernick. We knew Kaepernick was going to be the guy.
Yeah, but you still had people that, let's go back. For like 20 years, we have played quarterback roulette. There has not been one offseason. Name me one offseason where we haven't had some of the fan base going, I don't know what we're doing here. Why are we moving Alex? Yeah. Why don't we give Alex a shot? Why are we going with Kaepernick? Oh, why are we going with Blaine Gabbert?
Put the fans aside for a second. Just as a team, they knew they were going into it week 1 with Colin Kaepernick. From 2012 to 20, they knew once Kaepernick took that job, you're going back in there next year because you had Jaws and you had everybody. Could this be the greatest quarterback ever? Colin Kaepernick, blah, blah, blah,
That was
blah.
10 years ago. It feels like every single offseason has been riddled with quarterback something or other.
Since the Kaepernick stuff.
It's driving me crazy. Can we just have one normal offseason?
So this offseason. But is this a deal breaker? Does it change the offseason plans for the 49ers? at the quarterback position. Because you heard Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch say we're comfortable going into the season with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance because we feel we have two quarterbacks who are capable of starting. Does it change the plan to the quarterback spot?
What do they say? If you have two, you don't have one, right? I don't know, B. I don't know what they think of Trey Lance. Like, Kyle's coming out telling, I think it's Ian Rappaport, well, we were underwhelmed with him athletically. Dog, look at the layup line and assess some players. Like, I know who could dribble with their right and left hand in a layup line. I watched Trey Lance throw about, 15 passes in 11-on-11s, and I knew right away, he's not Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Like, that's not his skill set. Can't you assess the quarterback position? This is where, I look at...
so is that on Shanahan?
Well,
is that on Lynch? Because if that's the case, that's a big-time blunder to give up all those picks for a guy you thought, wait a minute, I thought we were getting a Lamar. We didn't get Lamar.
Bill Walsh is one of the greatest evaluators of talent of all time.
Yep.
Did he have misses?
Absolutely.
Yeah, primarily on the defensive line. You know what I mean? He whiffed on the D-line a lot, actually, if you look back at some of his, when he was the GM in the 90s and what he did during the 80s and whatnot, right? No one ever talks about that. Can Bill Belichick draft a wide receiver to save his life?
Doesn't feel like it.
No. I mean, he could trade for a 7th-round guy and develop him into one, or trade for Randy Moss and develop him into one, but he can't draft his own. It feels like, to me, and as great as Kyle is with the X's and O's and the offense and all that, I do think it's fair to go, I don't even know if he knows what he's looking for in a quarterback.
It felt like he got wooed or wowed by Josh Allen during the pandemic season when they played the Buffalo Bills on Monday Night Football in Glendale, Arizona. He was like, boy, I thought that you needed a pocket quarterback, but that's the quarterback you need in today's game. A guy who could throw it, strong arm, throw it down the field, and then run when you need to. Well, I think Trey Lance has a lot of those attributes. If you teach him to be a pocket quarterback. I think he is a pocket quarterback, although he ran a lot at North Dakota State, but those are design runs and stuff like that. If that is the mistake where you're sitting here 2 years later saying, boy, we thought we were getting this electrifying guy who had a lot of wiggle, who could make people miss in open field, and now we see him in practice like, oh, we whiffed. That's bad scouting.
Well, Bonte, if
bad scouting. You need to fire the entire scouting department if that's the case.
Let's start with this. He's not as athletic as we wanted because we wanted to run more.
Right.
If that's what you were looking for, why didn't you take Justin Fields, who ran a better 40 time, and was a more accomplished, better runner,
and who you saw since he was a kid.
Exactly.
He was in all your quarterback camps. Every single year. You've known Justin Fields for over 10 years. You just met Trey Lance.
The Trey Lance can't get to the outside thing that they're saying where he's not as athletic. That's a cop-out. To me, that's a cop-out.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm viewing that.
That's not taking blame.
And I love Shanahan.
That's not taking accountability for a bad pick if that's the case.
Look, it's okay to say he's not as refined as we want him to be from the pocket. He doesn't, call the plays the way we want him to, or he doesn't see the field the way we want him to. Like, that's fair to say. To say that we underestimated how little athleticism he has on the outside, well, that's you not assessing the athlete properly. Then I have a problem.
That's a problem.
That's like saying a guy throws 99 and he comes into your camp and he's throwing 93.
So, but what I've seen from Trey Lance in that practice, in the practices, in the games, even though it's a small sample size, I saw him in Chicago in that weather. I said, man, this guy can make throws.
I know.
He can make all the throws if you teach him to make and keep him in the pocket. But the problem I had was, okay, you don't think you found out he wasn't Lamar Jackson, yet you still ran him like Lamar Jackson. And then he breaks his ankle.
And how many guys in the league can get ran like Lamar Jackson?
Not many.
Well, the one of them who had success his name's Justin Fields.
Well, even he gets hurt.
No, I agree.
Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson gets hurt. They all get hurt.
I don't even like Justin Fields. I mean, I'm rooting for him, but in terms of like franchise quarterbacks moving forward, the jury's out. I don't know.
Out, but you got to get them weapons. You can't have them out there throwing a.
No, I agree.
I can't even name a receiver other than St. Brown with them.
I agree. I still truly believe, and this is where philosophically, if Kyle has some change of heart, I don't know. My thought has always been, and it will always be this way, mobility behind the line of scrimmage is phenomenal, and it adds elements. You still need to win primarily from the pocket.
That's what Mahomes did.
From the pocket.
That's what you quarterbacks do to win Super Bowls. You look at, and this is a great point from Overstand 510. We'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. That Bears game was the first game of my life where I turned off the TV after a Niners loss and said, and was encouraged. And I felt the same way. Now, I was running hot after the Bears game because they lost to the Chicago Bears. And that's a game that probably cost their home field advantage alongside the Denver game. But I thought, boy, they lost that game, but that wasn't on Trey. Did Trey play great? No. The offensive line didn't play great. Debo fumbles on the opening of possession inside the red zone. McGlinchey misses block after block after block. You blow a coverage against Dante Pettis.
The Bears want McGlinchey. That's a rumor.
You can have him. For that price point, they're talking about he's going to get $12 to $15 million a year. Have fun with that.
For a guy who can only run block.
Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
But I want to see a little more, Trey. Let's go to the line, Shasky. JR in London. Oh, in London. We're international. London.
Wow.
JR, what's happening?
London.
Hello?
Yeah, JR, what's good?
Hello, can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm just out here studying abroad for college. But my question is, oh, you're good. No, when my thoughts on the whole Purdy Lance situation is, I want to get your opinion about this. I kind of agree with Bonte. When I think about quarterbacks that are in the modern NFL and making deep playoff postseason runs, I think it's you got to have the physical traits. Like you think about Jalen Hurts, Mahomes, Josh Allen. I'm not saying he's like those guys, but I think he has the capability to do plays and those exciting plays more like that than I'd say a Purdy would. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? But after reading the report, sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish up. You're all the way in London. You're probably getting billed for international calls.
Yeah. After reading the reports from Kawakami and Grant Cohn, it just seems like nobody believes in Lance anymore. It seems like Shanahan said, I remember he was on your show and he said, Purdy's the guy that Shanahan likes, and all the leaders, McCaffrey, Bosa, Kittle, Samuel, they all prefer Purdy. So what are your thoughts on this?
The reality is this. You have to show it, prove it, and earn it. It's that simple. And that's where I feel like we're in a holding pattern right now. Right. If you're a 49er fan, we could talk about what Trey hasn't done yet, what he might do, what he could do, physical traits, all the buzzwords, whatever you want to throw out there. Right. He's got to go out and earn it. And so I feel like we're talking a lot about Trey and Brock, and 99% of this is now in his shoulders, his lap, where he can control it, and he has to go out there and he has to play well and earn the trust of his teammates and the coaching staff.
Well, David Lombardi just tweeted this out from The Athletic. Trey Lance has to get fully healthy. Just a few days ago, Trey Lance revealed that he misspoke about his February fully cleared date. He's scheduled to run and begin full drop-back passing this weekend, but full clearance is still pending. So as of now, the Niners have no healthy quarterbacks for 2023. However, this is a good sign.
And I heard Josh Johnson still has concussion issues.
You're kidding.
I'm not joking.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Marshawn was alluding to Josh Johnson, the concussion things. He's had some really bad headaches and whatnot.
Well, he got rocked a few times in that game. The first
he couldn't even walk off the field.
Dude, I know. We watched
I said, Bonte, he can't even walk.
No, he was in the daze. He tried to look at the scoreboard. He immediately put his head down.
I felt so bad for him.
Well, he fumbled when Hassan Reddick sacked him in the second quarter. Or first quarter when he got hit.
Had the ball before he hit the ground.
Yes, no doubt. And the Eagles are looking like, should we challenge? Should we challenge? He got rocked on that play.
Yes.
He was not right.
Yes.
He's not right. Poor Josh Johnson, man. Hopefully he gets right.
I hope he's okay.
Trey Lance winning the trust of his teammates, because obviously he hasn't. George Kittle saying Brock's a guy. Shanahan basically, we heard Kawakami, he joined us in the studio a couple weeks ago. He's a guy, Brock Purdy. A lot of the fans believe Brock Purdy's a guy.
We said this a year ago about Trey.
We said this about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Some people tried to sell it to the fan base that Blaine Gabbert was the guy, which was laughable. But they tried to sell that to him. Trey winning the trust. You would have thought that he won a little trust with the Texan game. Because, again, the magnitude of that football game was you lose, you're not going to the playoffs.
But, Bonte, I just think when we look at this...
you know what I'm saying? Nobody made throws and all that stuff.
You're talking about two isolated games with a lot of time in between.
Right.
Then one game at the very next year in terms of as a starter. He's got 3 starts, basically. Okay? The fourth one was the one he got hurt in right away. Brock had the opportunity to play week after week after week, so there was some consistency.
Right, no doubt.
There was more body of work,
no
obviously.
Doubt.
There was the ability for him to get in rhythm, the team to get in rhythm with him. Right now, if we're just looking at bodies of work, even though it's so little, Brock's is clearly more comprehensive than what we've seen from Trey.
No doubt.
For a variety of reasons.
Right.
But he has an opportunity now to win over his teammates through the consistency day after day, play after play, week after week.
And he gets to do it, hopefully, with George Kittle in the lineup.
Yes, that would be nice.
He didn't have that in the latter half of training camp.
No.
He didn't have that with George Kittle.
No.
Obviously, he hasn't had a snap with Christian McCaffrey. That'd be nice. You get Debo, who I don't think was in great shape going into week 1 against Chicago. We'll be dead on.
Well, he showed up late.
He showed up late, was not in shape early on. He signs a contract. Didn't work out with Trey Lance in the offseason. Can we get a workout with Trey Lance in the offseason? Can I get all the skill position guys, not just Brandon Ayuk? Can I get Kittle? Can I get CMC? Can I get everybody else on that roster to not only work with Trey, but have Brock Purdy there too? Build that rapport.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, Debo didn't want to work out with nobody because he was fighting over money, so he's in Miami, and Brandon Ayuk's in L.A. with Trey Lance. But I would like to see him with George Kittle, too.
One thing that as we head toward the offseason and we're thinking about next year's team and all that stuff, which I know it feels like years away.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle had a down year after signing the big extension where he just got hurt and the quarterback play was suspect.
Spotty.
But he didn't have a great year by his standards. When Fred Warner signed the big extension, he didn't have a great year by his standards. You know what I mean? I think Debo has a bounce back year next year.
Yeah, so that's another funny part when it comes to Debo. In Cowboy, you got a lot of time in your hands. You're reading at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going down the rabbit hole, and I'm thinking to myself, why do people want to trade Debo Samuel?
Why would they want to trade any of our weapons?
You got to ride this out for at least another season.
Like the whole point of having a rookie quarterback on a
is
rookie
having
deal.
all these weapons.
Yes,
you think about how it helped out Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
He had all these weapons.
Exactly.
All these weapons Jalen Hurts has on the rookie deal. Now he's going to get chipped out, but you still got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. I like Quez Watkins. I like the stable of running backs that they have. You want to have a lot of weapons. So when you do play in Kansas City, you do play at Buffalo, you do play at Philadelphia, you're saying, look, I could go to McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. You got to play my guys straight up. Trading Debo Samuel will be foolish.
I agree.
Now, he's got to get in better shape.
Ayuk.
I would not trade Ayuk.
I wouldn't trade any of the weapons right now.
But Debo does have to get better with his route running. He has to get better.
Okay.
He has to get better. You can't just be Percy Harvin and be a specialist.
Did you watch the Seattle playoff game? Didn't look like route running was a problem there.
No, it didn't. But I would like them to clean up, though. I like him to clean it up a little bit.
He needs to add a little to his bag.
Exactly. You can't just run power slants all the time. Let's go to TT in Sacramento. It's a funny name. TT, what's up?
TT, my niece, like Jay-Z.
What's up with Bonte?
What's up, TT?
What's up with Bonte and Chasky?
Oh, man, we're just chilling.
Yeah, just chilling, man. Trying to get it together. So look, man. I called in the show a few times. I'm a trailer. Well, I'm a Niner guy, but I'm a Lance guy, and it's crazy how everything comes back around full circle for this kid, bro. You know what I'm saying? After everybody wants to turn their backs and do all that, nothing against Purdy, but it's crazy how everything comes back around. And also, like Lance said, when he had
the phone's ringing.
When he was on the Rich Eisen show, and he said, man, I finally get to play with McCaffrey. When Lance played, anytime he played, he never had a full team.
Nope.
Now he's going to be able to have Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, like a full team behind him, bro. I think he's going to take off, brother.
You know what?
As long as Shanahan uses him right, not like a fullback, but let him play quarterback, we will be fine, I promise you.
Hey, look, TT, good call, man. Thanks for calling. We love when you call the show. Let me ask you, Shasky, because I see a lot of reports where it's like, well, Brock Purdy has a certain playbook and Trey Lance has a certain playbook. How about we just get a quarterback who could run Shanahan's playbook, and we go from there? Why does it have to be? Why does it have to be two different playbooks? Are you telling me Trey Lance doesn't have the IQ, doesn't have the wherewithal to run a playbook like Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo? I saw a little bit of that against Houston, where he didn't run as much and he threw the ball. And I was like, damn, it looks great.
I think you're reading a little too deep into this. What he's trying to do, what any coach is trying to do, is run things that guys can succeed at. That's what I would try to do as a head coach. And I believe Kyle would be doing similar things, right? So if you believe a guy's skill set is deep play action, throwing deep, you're going to cater the offense to do more of that. When Brock is hitting more stuff underneath, maybe that's what you're going to cater the offense to. Like, I thought they took more shots deep downfield. Brock from Jimmy.
Right.
No
doubt.
Brock from Jimmy.
No doubt.
But I also think that Brock gave you a lot of the Jimmy underneath stuff as well.
Right.
And so there was a little blending there. I don't think the play calling was exactly the same for Jimmy and Brock. So forget Trey for a second. That being said, it's undeniable they ran Trey way too much. I said that. You cannot get any quarterback hit that often. I'm sorry.
No doubt.
They're not going to survive.
I mean, I told you the story to Anna, babe. Quarterback getting hit too much. Is quarterback supposed to get hit like that? I'm like, hell nah. And then you go to the Seattle game, we're all freaking out in the thread saying, the first driver like, yo, what's going on here? Why is he running? And then the cart comes out for Trey. I just want to see him run the playbook. if Trey's not good enough to run the same plays that Brock Purdy can run, to get him out of here.
Well,
it's that simple.
He's not
then
gonna,
you're whiffed, and he's not your guy.
Exactly.
He's not your guy.
Exactly.
You can't draft him and say, oh, boy, we got to do this with Trey. It drafted a number 3 overall. This potentially could set back the entire franchise. When you give all those picks away for a quarterback, and now you're saying that, oh, well, we thought he was more Lamar Jackson, that's an indictment on the organization. You can't afford another first-round whiff.
Did you hear what Greg Cosell said, who studies film? He's kind of like the Baldy, if you will, of NFL films.
Oh, yeah, I know Greg Cosell
regarding Brock Purdy in the final couple of weeks of the season. Did you hear what he said?
I did, but let's play it for the audience in case they missed it.
One of the great things about Purdy was that he did not make what you'd call bad throws. Could he have thrown a few more picks? Obviously, Diggs dropped the interception at the end of the first half in that game against Seattle, which was only he could tell you why he threw that. I couldn't, because he threw it right to Diggs. But he also started to miss a few things the last 2 weeks where they were designed to fine read throws, and for whatever reason, he didn't turn it loose. He just, I don't know, maybe he didn't see. I can't answer that. Only he could. I'm not saying that he did not have a good year, and the story is phenomenal, but 6-7 games is not enough to decide that a guy is either bad, in some cases, or great.
So, Bonte, let's go back to Jimmy Garoppolo for a second. You and I were arguing about Jimmy. I thought Jimmy played great football in that first season, 2019, that he played a complete year, leading up to the playoffs. Then in the playoffs, it was like, just a little indecisive, a little hesitant, and that's when, for me, everything changed. And I think it did for Kyle as well. The frustration of not, quote-unquote, seeing the field. First half against Seattle, first half against the Dallas Cowboys. You and I were texting, and I was like, he's just slightly hesitant. The game's a little faster. You're going up against better, more sophisticated defenses who have better film on you.
Go back to the Arizona game.
I know.
First half against Arizona. It started in Arizona.
Wasn't great.
No. Matter of fact, no. Not even Arizona. Go back to the Washington Commanders.
Well, it wasn't great.
It wasn't great for Brock in the first half.
But he made a couple of throws in the second half, the one to Kittle in the Cowboy game in particular. That Cowboy game was a lot closer than people remember it to be.
Why? Do people think that it was a blowout or something?
Well, I've watched that game back twice now because Guru and I were talking about it, and I truly believe
the Cowboys are a better team.
If Tony Pollard's in that game, I think they win that game.
Yeah,
I think they win that game.
The Cowboys were the better team that day.
They were a better team. They were all over us.
They were all over.
And I look at that game and I say, now I'm not saying it's like for like, but I got a lot of the same Minnesota Viking vibes from Jimmy Garoppolo that I did in the Brock game.
See, I didn't see it with Jimmy.
I still think Brock's good.
Right. I didn't see it with Jimmy because I saw Minnesota's defense maybe snuffing him. But the thing with Brock Purdy that he was doing early on when he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo was he was running away from guys, right? He was running away from defenders. We're like, wow, he can make plays outside of the pocket. He could move around, scramble, and make the it play happen, right? He was doing all that stuff. But then we look back at Tampa Bay, we said, whoa. Would the game have been different had they not been called for a late or unnecessary hit on the first play of the game where he got cracked and rocked? Would the game have been different had Mike Evans scored that 75-yard touchdown that didn't get called for a bogus holding call? Would that game have been different if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers didn't get that interception reversed on a bad Brock Purdy read? I think about all those things. And then you think about it was so bad. And then the Commanders game, he's trying to run away from guys. You're like, oh, wait, I can't do that. This is the Big 12. This is actually real NFL defenses. And then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And the play that he got hurt. Now, we feel bad for him for tearing the UCL. It's an unfortunate play. What did the coach say? I wish the quarterback would have stepped up in the pocket a little more.
It climbed or got rid of it quicker, which is easy to say.
We started to see flaws. Yeah. I'll never forget Jeff Fisher, Mr. Mediocre, 8-8. He was right on something. He was like, Colin Kaepernick, it's about game number 16. This is where you start to figure things out. This is where all of a sudden you could figure a guy out. And from there, it was like, oh, boy, Kaepernick is starting to struggle a little bit. And now Brock Purdy with the 7-game sample size, all these teams got tape. And honestly, I asked you this before. Have we seen the best of Brock Purdy?
I don't know. And for me to say one way or the other would be delusional. But Bonte, let's.
It's a reason why he was the last pick of the draft.
Let's. No doubt. But it's not just that. Now, the draft's irrelevant now.
Right it is now, the irrelevant, but it's a reason. But when you go back, you think, man, it was a reason why he was the last pick of the draft. Maybe a little too small.
Yeah, but
maybe
that's
his strongest arm.
Let me play the other side. There was a reason. He got the most out of this offense that any quarterback has gotten.
I can't dispute that.
All right, and so both can be true. That's why I'm saying I'm not here to say Brock isn't the guy. I'm just saying he's not as flawless as we think he is, and Trey's not as bad as he is. I think both are a little more toward the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Do I worry about us seeing the best of Brock? Absolutely. How could you not? I did this with Sean Hill. I did this with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Did it with Alex Smith.
I did it with Colin Kaepernick, with Alex Smith. We've done this a lot. What makes Joe Burrow so special is that we've now seen it for 2.5 full seasons in a variety of ways. He's done it without offensive line. He's done it with wide receivers missing. He's done it with Mixon missing. He's done it under duress. He's done it on the road. He's done it at home. He's done it in the playoffs, in the regular season. I know Joe Burrow's a battle-tested stud.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Why is Mahomes so special? We've seen it for 5 straight years with a variety of weapons around him. Herbert, I like Herbert as a prospect. I think he's really, really, really good. There's a lot of question marks I have on him, and I think him to be a level up above Brock, and that's not a knock on Brock. I just look at what he can do on a field, what he's done in that organization. So there's levels to these things. That being said, he was the right guy at the right time, at the right place, and he balled out. He deserves all the credit for that. And he now is in the captain's seat as QB1.
But we're not taking that.
QB1, by the
But
way.
listen, we're not taking credit away from Brock Purdy.
No.
I'm not doing that at all.
No, I'm
But he
cautioning
showed
myself
flaws,
from losing my mind.
But he may not be ready for week 1. So how can we call him the starting quarterback? This guy may not be able to throw until August. It's the same situation as Jimmy last year when he was throwing on the baby field. He couldn't throw more than 10 yards.
If I gave you $1,000 right now, I say, Bonte, you got to put it on one of these 2 things, black or red, like you're on the roulette table. Okay.
Yeah.
He starts the season on the pup. He's ready to go week 1.
Pup. All right away. So what does that mean for Trey? Or does the organization say, you know what? We still don't believe Trey is ready. We're going to go get a veteran.
I think you should get some sort of veteran, and whether it's a Mariota, a cheaper veteran, a Mariota type, someone like that. I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world for both quarterbacks.
Mariota, does that?
I'm not saying listen, you don't bring Mariota in to start. You're bringing in someone like him to talk to these guys and to teach them how to study and whatnot. Like you bringing that guy in to just be a calming presence on the sideline.
Here's my problem. You have a win now roster.
So
there's no time for it. There's no time for a placeholder. It's a win now roster. You've got to win. This may be the last year. Like I'm with you, where you don't trade Debo, you don't trade Ayuk, you give Ayuk his money, you keep Kittle. But this honestly may be the last year that we ever see CMC, Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle together, alongside Trent Williams. Trent Williams already flirting with the retirement. He's already flirting with it. So you're 5 studs on offense. Use check as well. You might as well throw him in the equation. We may not see them after this season, this upcoming season. I can't believe we're talking about the season, but that's where we're at. So we may not see them again together. And then defensively, Bosa, was that the best? Like, Bosa still has some years left, but man, he was limping down the stretch. He did nothing in the postseason dealing with nagging injuries.
Look at Khalil Mack. What is he, 30, 31 right now?
Yeah.
We've seen the best of him.
May have seen the best of him with the Oakland Raiders.
And I love Khalil Mack as a player, but like let's call it what it is. Like if you asked me, probably saw his best from like 23 to like 26, right?
How can so it's a win now. And this window, we'd say window's gonna last forever. The Giants are coming. The Eagles are going nowhere. The Cowboys are still trying to win. The Commanders, I think they got something cooking. Now, if they can figure out the quarterback, they got a damn good roster. Seattle's got nothing but money and a plethora of picks. All right? The Rams, we know they're going to figure out something to try to be competitive. Now, I like the Arizona hire because I think we're going to beat up on the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not a fan of Gannon at all. And everybody's hyping him up because he's shaking hands with players and saying, let's go, rah-rah stuff. Please. That'll end by week 5. But the Niners have a chance here, and Mahomes is going nowhere. Buffalo's going to get better. Cincinnati's going nowhere. So is Mariota good enough, or do you flirt with something you said earlier? Do you do the unthinkable and bring back number 10 again? Do you do it?
Jimmy.
Do you do it again?
So there's a financial domino effect, Jenga game, however you want to put it. If you wanted to insert one of these other the veteran quarterbacks who are going to get a lot of money, which would be like a Carr, an Aaron Rodgers, dare I say, Thomas Brady, that changes the equation of how I'm building the team, right? Then maybe somebody does have to go to be able to financially fit all of these dominoes under the cap. That part, if you're asking me what I would do, I would call Tom Brady and I would say, Tom, this is the perfect 1-year situation that has ever existed.
Are we there?
Come out of the retirement, take a $10 million salary, because I think he made 14 or 15 last year. $10 million bucks. Let's do this. And I would shave that money somewhere. Jimmy Ward's gone. McGlinchey walks. And that's what if you're asking me gun to my head, that's what I would do.
Wow.
I'm just telling you.
888-957-9570. Is that the move? You tell Thomas Brady to say, you know what, in the retirement, come be a Niner.
If I polled Niner fans, Trey and Brock heading into the 2023 season,
Tom Brady.
You're going to feel more confident with Tom Brady.
80% would vote Tom Brady.
Screw your emotions. I'm talking
80%.
about your head.
80% would say Tom Brady.
Of course. Who would you want? And I know he's retired, but trust me, if you don't think they're back channeling, having conversations, teams around the league with Tom Brady, you're tripping.
I'm tired of going to NFC Championships games and watching this team lose. I just sat through in Cabo and watched Super Bowl 54 and said, is that the closest Shanahan's going to get to winning the Super Bowl? And by the way, in Cabo, I read it to a Falcons fan. Two Falcon fans in the world, J-Dub, Jordan Watkins.
Okay.
And this Falcon fan I met in Cabo.
Who wasn't in Cabo? Shanahan, Trent, CMC, Fortenbaugh, Vontae.
It was everybody out there at Cabo, apparently.
John Mayer.
So,
or was it Fish? One of these old white bands that Joe follows.
Fish.
Okay, yeah.
By the way,
Fish,
Ernie Chavez, $2 he just spent on us. No on Tom, let him retire. But I met a Falcon fan. You know what he told me? He goes, I see you with that Niner cap on. He goes, boy, you're welcome for Shanahan. I'm like, what does that mean? He goes, he took my only Super Bowl away from me. And I was like, you were up 28-3. What about Dan Quinn? No, he wouldn't run the ball, and I didn't want to get into him. I didn't want to get into it. I was like, dude, you didn't watch the game thoroughly. I've watched that game 30 times. It was not our Shanahan. But I watched the Super Bowl 54, and I'm thinking, damn, man, you had a chance to steal one against Mahomes. The play calling went awry. You went as far as you could with Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm tired of losing in big games, Shasky. We haven't won a Super Bowl. I don't even think we've gone through puberty yet the last time we won a Super Bowl in San Francisco. I swear to God. I hadn't had a girlfriend yet in my life.
I still haven't hit puberty.
I could tell. No facial hair.
I just cut it this morning. It was so windy yesterday. My face was like chapped, you know?
So I want to do anything. So you ask me, who do I want? I want anybody to help the Niners win.
So, okay.
But can it be Trey? Why not Trey? We saw Justin Fields, or excuse me, not Justin Fields, Jalen Hurts explode.
You and I could argue.
Trey?
We and you could argue from now until what? The second week of August, till that first preseason game happens. Why not Trey? Why not Trey? Why not Trey? I don't have an answer for you until we see it on the field.
All right.
Like, I don't want to sound redundant, but like, am I wrong with that? I agree with you. Why not Trey? It's a very simple question. Why not him? Well, I would tell you some of the players rejected him. The coach changed his play calling because of him. That's why.
Don't you get Wiseman vibes?
What?
With Trey Lance?
What part? What part?
Well, the player you just mentioned how the players basically are like, yeah, it's Brock. It's Brock's job to lose.
Well, Ayuk and him were in perfect synergy lockstep last year.
Then you had Ayuk saying, that's the dude.
Who?
About Brock Purdy.
Well,
remember he dropped that pass?
Yeah.
No, in the playoffs. Yeah. It's like, Brock is special. It feels like the players in the locker, just like the Wiseman. It's got Wiseman vibes all over it.
They all said the same thing about Jimmy a couple years ago.
Well, they said it about this year when they ran to Michael Silver. We have a poll question up.
So like on some level, the players, I listen to them and I see how they act and in the videos and things like that, and it makes a lot of sense. On the same coin, like these are the same people who've backed garbage quarterbacks prior. Like Vernon Davis was ready to lose his life for Alex Smith. And I love you, wild. Vernon. But then after like 5 weeks of Kaepernick, you were like, no.
And then the next year he caught that deep ball at Tampa Bay. It was one of the best deep balls I've ever seen thrown in my life.
Exactly.
And he was like, oh my gosh, this guy can throw it more than 5 yards. So like sometimes
players, their opinions can change just like ours.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we have a poll question up. Morning Roast 95.7. 49er fans, which quarterback situation would make you feel better about the Niners going into the next season? Give us your thoughts now on the Morning Roast. Is it Trey Lance or Brock Purdy, or is it Thomas Brady? 83% are ready for Tom Brady. 6 votes in.
I told you.
Only 6 votes in. Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
This is an interesting debate. I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and I think Trey Lance should be the starter, and here's why. I've never believed that a guy should lose his job to an injury, especially when he's playing okay or he's playing well. And I go back to Kaepernick and Alex Smith. I thought Alex Smith should have came back. and, give a guy a chance. I think the job should be won in training camp. And I look at Trey Lance and I go, he didn't have all his weapons when he came in. The team wasn't the team that Brock Purdy had. And, hey, he got injured. And so let's see what Trey Lance could do with a full squad.
It's an interesting thing. And this thing that you can't lose your job to injury. Guys,
Alex Smith did. No. Alex Smith did.
David Lee did.
Yep.
Tom Brady took Drew Bledsoe's job that way.
Yep.
How about Dak Prescott and Tony Romo?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, go right down the list. It happens all the time.
All the time.
All the time. Why do you think Carson Wentz is out and Jalen Hurts is in?
Injuries.
That started some of it, but I'm just saying, guys, sports works itself out. Always.
What'd you say, Spinoni? I missed that.
I said, speaking of injuries.
Oh, there you go. I thought you were talking about Shasky's injuries. Shasky, you not hurt right now?
No, I feel great. Although I noticed that trees all around the Bay Area have fallen down because of the wind last night.
I was walking outside. I was
like 70-mile-an-hour wind.
Missed all that. Boy,
so my face right now is a little injured. I had to put it's not Neutrogena. I don't know what that lotion stuff's called, but I
Vaseline?
It's not Vaseline. It's like
cocoa butter.
It's kind of like that. It's like this facial.
White people
cream
use cocoa
stuff.
butter. I'm dead serious.
No, that's what women and lots of men do use cocoa butter.
I thought it was just a black.
You're not wrong. No.
No,
You're right.
I didn't know that.
It has a very specific smell.
I'm on the TB12 method though, so I don't need any of that.
What do you just rub avocados on your face?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Injury report. Riri, we'll get to you after the break. I promise you. Today was supposed to be the day that Brock Purdy underwent surgery to repair the UCL in his right throwing elbow after a recommendation from surgeon Dr. Keith Meister, due to ongoing inflammation. The surgery is expected to be pushed back to March under the hope that the inflammation will have subsided by then. A March surgery date could push Purdy's return date into September. But NFL Network's Tom Pelissero noted that a return before the start of the season is not out of the question. We'll see about that. We'll continue to debate that here on the Morning Roast. It's so good to be back. Even my guy, I love all the roasters, but even my guy, what's his name? Where's my guy at here on the Morning Roast?
Maybe you should have done the research before you went to it.
Scroll. No, the chat just started moving like a slot machine because your boy's back doing numbers. Bay 510 area. Yeah, that's right. I missed you too, Bay 510 area. Riri, get you on the other side. The injury report. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. He'll be injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromise. It's your phone calls. 888-957-9570. What should the Niners do with the quarterback spot?
Now is the time to make travel.
Oh, baby, it's good to be back on the roast. I miss the players. I miss the haters. I miss the roasters on YouTube. By the way, shout out to Mama Jayhawk and Papa Bear, who I met in Cabo. Big roasters, a.k.a. Doris and Rich. Former presidents. Doris was a former principal.
I'm a roaster.
Not presidents. Former principal at Richmond High School. Rich was also a president, or principal. I keep saying president, principal, president. Been reading too much about that stuff. I'm so confused. Principals, former principals in Richmond. So shout out to Mama Jayhawk and Papa Bear. Roaster. Yeah, that's right. They're roasters.
There's principalities.
Principalities to it. Principalities.
Come on, Smokey. Don't be playing with my emotions.
Friday's so good. By the way, on the airline Delta, they had training day up there. I was like, I can't watch this right now.
It's so good.
It doesn't age well at all.
It's so good.
It's so good. It's so
loosely based off of a San Francisco cop.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
Oh, they kind of like weave like 2 or 3 stories into one.
No doubt. So Mama Jayhawk, Papa Bear, it's good to meet you guys. Big time roasters. I ran into a roaster yesterday at the airport at Cabo. Driving down, he says he lives on, I don't remember his name, but he drives down from 34th Avenue. Drives down from 34th Avenue out in the Richmond district all the way to Palo Alto. Says, I rock with you guys the whole drive. Love you guys.
It's a long drive.
It's a long drive. That's a long time to deal with us, too. Woo-wee. All right. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
Would you take 101 or 280 on that one?
Take a 280.
Yeah, and then loop it over if you have to.
All day long. One-on-one's a death trap.
It really is bad.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I don't like to say 280 because I don't want people jumping over to 280, but 280 is that's the one.
I need to see St. Francis of Assisi pointing at me as I'm driving by at 85 miles an hour.
I need to see the Flintstone house.
Oh, that too. Yes, at the Flintstone house.
Flintstone house is awesome.
With all the dinosaurs?
Yes. I want to know how much you think that
and
house
the AstroTurf. It just went for sale recently.
How much?
I don't know, but it was for sale I want to say about a year ago, give or take. I'll look it up right now. You fill it.
1 minute? 1.5? 2 million?
It's Nate, by the way, on the 35th drive to Palo Alto.
Oh, wow. He just texted us? Yeah. What up, Nate? So, full disclosure, I met Nate because I had to run back. So, check this out, Shaska. You will tell me to fill airtime. So, I'm at the airport yesterday. We get to Cabo's airport, and we get through boarding, and we're actually about to board the plane. And it goes, oh, my gosh, I forgot my phone. I'm like, what do you mean you forgot your phone? She forgot her phone in the Uber. So, the Uber driver actually called her dad, or her dad called her phone. The Uber driver picked it up, was like, yes, I have the phone. I'm sitting here. So I had to run all the way back to the front of the airport. Now, thankfully, Cabo's airport is not the biggest airport in the world. So I was able to run, and I run into Nate. It's like, hey, man, boss, hey, I'm a Russell. I'm like, what's up, man? What's going on? And in the back of my mind, I was like, make it quick, Nate, make it quick. I got to go get this phone, dude. I got to go get it. So shout out to Nate out there. Here he is on the way. So ran back to the airport. Our flight got delayed coming out of L.A. to San Francisco. Long story short, it was a long day.
All right, two quick corrections. All right, Deli Boy's texting me right now. It's Juniper Serra, not St. Francis, bro.
Okay, so you're
all
wrong
right,
on
I'm
that
sorry.
one. Sorry,
I apologize.
Deli Boy.
I'm wrong.
All
Number
right.
2, the Hillsborough home, dubbed the Flintstone House, just had a settlement a year ago. A 4-year community dispute ended this spring when the town of Hillsborough quietly agreed to pay a $125,000 settlement to the owner of the Flintstone house in a clash over the homeowner's yard display.
Oh, gosh.
I guess basically the displays were saying that it was an eyesore in the neighborhood and the Flintstone house were having a big display. So the lady who owns it, retired publishing mogul Florence Fang, was slapped with code violations in 2017. And then so she said, I'll double down and I'll add towering metal dinosaur sculptures and other changes to the 1960s inspired cartoon house that is on Barry SOA. So, I guess the house wasn't for sale. It was in the news because of the settlement. So I was slightly off there as well.
So now it's worth more than $3.6 million.
Probably.
It's out of my price range.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rai in the city who wants to talk about the Niners quarterback situation. Again, 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy has his surgery postponed due to ongoing inflammation in his elbow. They'll reconvene in March with Dr. Keith Meister. Early March, all signs continue to point to a UCL repair that would have Purdy ready for the start of the 2023 season. I'm starting to doubt that. Rai, what do you think about the Niners quarterback situation?
I mean, I just saw that news too about Brock Purdy, and it kind of really sucks because I was more like I wanted to see the canvas between Lance and Purdy so I can battle out, so I can see who truly is that number one QB1. But honestly, I think maybe we should try to go and try to convince Brady to come to town. Just play one more year, on a smaller contract. That way we can actually get a line to protect him. And honestly, with Brady, I think we could ring the ring. I think with Purdy, he could probably even sit behind Brady and actually learn, especially so that way he has time to rehab. But
where does Trey fit, right? You didn't mention Trey Lance. Where does Trey fit?
Okay, well, and Trey, that's actually a good question. And Trey Lance, so that's what I'm saying is, if we bring Brady, Trey would have to go, unfortunately. That way we could probably get picks or a line for him, but if we don't go after Brady, I mean, we have to stick with Trey Lance as QB1 until he proves us wrong, is kind of what my thoughts are on it.
Wow. All right. Good question. Got to stick with Trey.
Why am I still triggered by the QB1 phrase? It drives me nuts.
I don't know why it does.
It drives me nuts. QB1. SP1. He's our starting pitcher 1.
You ready for Giants baseball?
Well, why do we do that? Like WR1.
Dude.
RB1.
Hey, love, man, what was the stat you told me before the show? And I actually saw this too.
RT6.
They don't even have 6.
But why do we do this? The starting quarterback.
The Giants had the third highest WAR free agency or something like that?
Yeah, so someone put out a graphic. It was most WAR added in the offseason, and the Giants came in at third at, get this, ready? 7.2 WAR added this offseason. The Rangers were the leaders at 9.9 WAR. So.
Most WAR added. Doesn't that make you feel better about the San Francisco Giants?
Did you know that the Texas Rangers also led the entire Major League Baseball in adding sweet gut noise, as in Bruce Bochy and that gut that helped manage this team to championship victory after championship victory?
Damn.
Yeah. How does data quantify his instincts?
Wow. Xfinity Mobile text line. Flintstone Houses bought for $800,000 in 1996.
Yeah, but I thought it was just sold in like 2018 or
now it's worth $4.2 million.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Damn. It's like saying that. Great point, 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. Who's host number one? I'm host number one. You're host number. No, we don't do that. At least on the morning roast, I don't do that 1, 2, H here, beat here.
No.
We're a show.
No, we're
not.
A
show.
We
converse.
We don't do RH1, radio host one. What we do is a minotaur. It's like a photo. So Bonte is this giant face, and then I'm the booty end of the horse.
No, that's not right. That's not right. No, that's not right. Don't do that. Although, again, as I told the listeners in the 6 o'clock hour, actually, I don't think I told them. I thought about when I got off the flight yesterday. We had a flight delay. We had to pivot to Alaska.
The private jet?
No private jet.
I'm imagining you like Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth in the episode 1 of Full Swing, where you have the PJ and you're playing cards with Baby Chess.
Dude, I wish
your
I had
own
the
private.
Yesterday, I wish I had the private jet. Yeah? I wish I had the private jet.
Little net jet action.
I wish I had the private jet.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill for net jets.
Listen, we're sitting there eating pizza. 4:20. 4:20. Literally, 4:20 is boarding. Yeah. And we get the alert from Delta. Your flight has been delayed until 9 p.m. at night. 9 p.m. at night, which means we weren't going to land until 10:20.
Bonte.
And so you know what happened? You pivot, don't panic. Got that from Joe Shasky.
Yes, you did.
The third, that is. Joe Shasky the third, not Papa Shasky. Pivot, don't panic.
JPS 3.
Oh, we did. That's so bad. That's so bad, Spinoni. Look, we pivoted, didn't panic, and went to Alaska Airlines and noticed, oh boy, there's a 5:55 flight.
Oh.
Purchase it, TSA pre-check, ran out of the terminal, went to Terminal 6 from Terminal 3, and
cares.
got the Alaska Airlines. No, that matters because I could have been stuck in L.A. until 9 o'clock. And then that flight, that same flight was delayed until 10:30.
See, this is when I'm going to teach you something. Now, you might be an international traveler.
You got to love that.
You might be an international traveler. You know what I've learned in all my years of living as long as I have?
What's that?
You always come home 12 hours to a day before you want to so you can come home and recalibrate at your own house. Nothing is worse than showing up at the last minute after a big layoff and you come home Sunday night and you got to go to work Monday morning.
Oh, I
That's
love that.
the worst.
That's how I roll.
Because you need a vacation from your vacation.
No. That's how you roll. You wind it down the last day. You chill at the resort. You calm down on the pool. You start to mentally prepare yourself.
Did yesterday you booking a flight last minute just to get the hell out of LAX, did that sound relaxing?
Absolutely no. In the moment it did, but you know what? When we got through it was like, you know what? That's a boss move to say the flight's delayed at 4:20. We had 90 minutes to figure something out. It's like either be stuck in LA until 10:30 at night, or you get the hell out of there and you find another flight. You know what we did? We found another flight. We're going to get our money back from Delta because you know I'm going to send that tweet out about Delta. You know that's coming.
Don't be that guy.
Why not? Give me a $1,000 voucher. Let's go.
You know those tickets are well more than $1,000.
Pivot, don't panic, baby. You got to be proud of me. And we got back to this. We got back to the city at 7:20. Enough time to take a shower, chill, watch The Godfather of Harlem, and call it a day. How about that?
Just enough time for you to come waltzing in at 6:06.
And so, no, where I was getting to, well, actually, today was about 5:57. You know, I like to wait on you guys. I like to listen to you guys in the car for a second and then get the cold air in the charger, right? But, however, I wanted to go to Target yesterday. I wanted to go to Target to go buy a king crown and a robe. I was going to come in here with the king crown and the robe. Like, hey, the king is back.
Why don't you just go to Burger King?
No, I don't.
Dibs is texting me saying it's the morning Minotaur. I kind of like that. It's pretty funny. Alex Rodriguez had a Minotaur when you walked into his house, and it was a painting of him.
Are you thinking of a centaur? The centaur is one with the horse and the body.
So then what's a Minotaur?
A Minotaur has the head of a bull and then the body of a man.
There you go.
Interesting.
See? You're just getting everything wrong.
Well, you're full of bull anyway, so that fits.
A lot of Greek mythology today here this morning.
There is. Shout out Plato.
Oh, man. I'm seeing
some of the toga.
Hey, some of these comments on YouTube. It's good to have the roasters back on YouTube. Get Sterling out of there with that Dodger hat. Get out of there right now. Out of the studio. Out.
Skyler, come on, not Sterling.
I did that on purpose. Skyler, get the hell out of here. You faker fan. I don't want to see him in the studio. He's got a Dodger hat on.
He's good people for a Dodger fan. For a Dodger fan.
No, he's not. He only talks when they win. That's not a good person. Skyler.
Well, yeah, he's a Dodger fan. That's the only time they talk.
Even Laker fans. What's wrong, Shasky?
There's nothing wrong. I'm just so happy you're back. I missed you.
I already told this. You're right. Bonte doesn't believe in load management, which is why I told you before I left the break. How many guys you work with, Shasky, knowing they have vacation on the horizon, knowing that, man, I'm going on vacation, they mail it in. They coast through a show. What did I do before I left?
I don't remember.
I brought my A game, baby.
What was it? What was the show? What was it about?
I don't even remember. But I brought my A game. That's what we do. You and I both do that. When vacations, we see vacation on the calendar and say, you know what? We got to make sure the people don't forget us. And what do? We bring our best so the people miss us when we go on a vacation. And we get back, we're humming. Boom. Just like that. Just gone.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know what else to say after that.
You finished strong.
Pretty incredible.
Strong. Get the Laker Dodger fan. He's irritating me. Skyler's irritating me right now. 888-957-9570. What the hell do the Niners do at this quarterback spot? If it ain't Brock Purdy, and do you believe Brock Purdy's going to be right by week 1? If he's the guy, do you bring in a veteran to compete with Trey Lance for QB2?
So then what do you want? You want a veteran in here? Who do you want? You want Jameis Winston?
I want to see Trey Lance take this job over and be the starting quarterback of the 49ers for the next 10 years. Oh, God. I saw that name floated out. I do not want Mitch Trubisky. Shanahan, work with Trey Lance. Why can't Trey Lance be the guy?
I mean, that's what he's getting paid to do.
We all want the guy. You just mentioned it. We've all gone through this. Every single offseason, it's a different quarterback. I'm tired of hearing about Brady. I'm tired of hearing about this guy. I'm tired of hearing about that guy. Can I just have my guy that you drafted number 3 overall to be the face of the franchise for the next 10 years? Can it be Trey?
10 years? Can we just go 2 years? Can we go one offseason as the face of the franchise? We don't even have that. I feel like even the Jimmy Garoppolo thing, it had so many zigs and zags in it, we couldn't even go straight with him.
Is that an indictment on Shanahan?
No, I think it's an indictment on our fan base being insane.
No, but seriously, Shanahan, this is year 7 of the Shanahan era, and there's been a lot of good. 3 of the last 4 years, they made the NFC Championship game, but it's year 7 of the Shanahan era, and we still don't know who the damn quarterback is.
Bill Belichick's one of the greatest coaches of all time. He doesn't even want Mac Jones 2 years after drafting him and 1 year after him having a pretty good rookie season. Looking like the best rookie in that class after 1 year. Now, again, 1 year. And then a year later, he don't even want him. Quarterback's hard. If I just said to you...
Yeah, Brady for 20. He didn't have to think about quarterback for 20 years.
Yeah, and he kind of lucked into it. Like,
you got to
kind of get lucky. He's the greatest coach of all time.
But he also had a chance,
even he got lucky.
But even he had a chance to say, you know what? I can go back to Drew Bledsoe once he gets healthy. He said, you know what? I'm going to continue to roll with Brady. I'm going to continue to roll with the guy we drafted in the 6th round. And he had a quarterback for the next 18, 20 year, whatever it was. He didn't have to worry about it.
Kansas City, let's just look around the league just for a second. Kansas City, no one is questioning whether they have a quarterback of the franchise of the future. Cincinnati, nobody's questioning that. Buffalo, nobody's questioning that. Even the biggest homer for the Jacksonville Jaguars, after seeing what Trevor Lawrence did this year, wouldn't you say, I still kind of need to see a little more?
Are they?
Are you sure he's their quarterback for the next 5 years?
He looked really good against the Chiefs. I think his receivers let him down.
I agree.
And he had the greatest comeback in playoff history. I think
there's no Jaguar fan out there questioning whether or not
5 years is a long time.
It is a long time.
10 years is like
all right, so 5 years. Okay. 5 years. Next 5 years. Okay. Can Trey Lance be the guy for the next 5 years? Because he's already been here for 2.
He hasn't even been the quarterback for 5 games. How can I sit here with a straight face and say he's going to be the guy for 5 years when he can't? He hasn't even played 2 full games in a row.
So think about all those teams that feel good.
And I'm not knocking him. I'm saying that's just what's going on.
Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville feels really good about their quarterback. Mahomes, obviously, they feel really good about him. Buffalo feels really good about Josh Allen. Cincinnati feels really good about Joe Burrow.
There's a couple of places.
There's a few plays. There's about 10 places.
If I told you Dak wasn't the quarterback a year and a half from now,
Dallas Cowboy fans are. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay,
but Cowboy fans are a different breed. Like how many years did they want to run Romo out of town?
Forever.
Yeah, exactly. Romo was pretty damn good.
Who also lost his job because of injury. But my point that I'm going at is that we're acting like the Niners quarterback situation is exclusive to them.
No,
Washington
we're not acting
has
like that.
been roulette and hasn't had anywhere near the winning that the Niners have had. And we have had the same kind of drama at quarterback, I would say even more, and yet the Niners have still found a way to win. So we could make this is an indictment on Shanahan. I would say he is he has actually overcome some of the issues at quarterback. He's made the most of what he's had. It's not ideal, but yet I look up and we're one of the winningest teams. No team outside of Kansas City has won more playoff games since Shanahan got here.
So what, though? But they haven't won the big one. That's what it's about. We don't hang banners out here for just falling short in the NFC title game. We're going to look back at this era the same way we look at Patrick Willis and Frank Gore.
And it hurts me.
And you know what?
And it hurts
not only does it hurt you, it hurts them. Patrick Willis still isn't in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I know.
And he should be.
And Zach Thomas is.
Zach Thomas, exactly. Why? Because he didn't win the big one. And not only that, Navarro Bowman's career cut short.
I know.
Justice Smith doesn't even get Hall of Fame
Frank
votes.
Gore.
I don't even think he became a finalist this year. Justice
Which
Smith
is
was
ridiculous.
Right.
And he literally made the All-Pro at 2 different positions in the same year.
So the quarterback spot has held this team back from greatness. That's why we're hell-bent on trying to figure out what the hell to do at quarterback. And now the news from Brock Purdy with the UCL injury. And I'm not even sure Brock Purdy's the guy to take this team to the promised land.
I don't know.
I don't know if Brock Purdy was going to be good enough to win that Philadelphia game. I don't know if he was going to be good enough to beat that Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this. As much as you want to say Super Bowls and winning, and I get what you're saying, haven't, like, at the core, sports is supposed to be fun. I know we want to win it all every year. That's not realistic. You're not going to win it all every year. Mahomes is maybe the greatest player at the position ever. They have 2 Super Bowls. And most people would say, like, God, it feels like they should have 4.
No, actually, I feel like, and I'm not going to speak for most people. I feel like they stole Super Bowl 54 after watching that for the 50th time. They stole that game.
Did you have fun watching these Niners the last couple of years? I know that's not the ultimate goal. I'm asking you, would you rather be where Jacksonville is today, where they think they've got their quarterback, but they haven't sniffed the success that the Niners have had?
They made the second round, and they're in a weak division.
One time.
They're in a weak-ass division, the AFC South.
I'm not asking that.
Take that division
I'm not
over.
asking that question.
So,
I'm asking you right now, if you could switch places with Jacksonville.
Is it about having fun, or is it about winning big games?
I would love to win the big one, but I'm saying, like, we're acting like it's either or. There's a lot of freeway exits in between. You don't win it all, and you come up short. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like we obsess too much about just winning it all.
But you got to win it all. It's been since 94, 95 since they won it all.
I agree. That doesn't make it any less
on the door. You can't become the laughing stock of the league saying, they're the Buffalo.
But that doesn't negate everything leading up to it.
But think about it, though. Think about the negative connotation that it has to be the Andy Reid of the 2000s and the Philadelphia Eagles or the Buffalo Bills of the 90s. How sick is that?
Bonte.
That's a sick feeling.
Is it a sick feeling, or do
late
Buffalo
90s
fans look back at
2000s?
that? Is that a sick feeling, or do Buffalo fans look back at that and go, damn, we had Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, and Jim Kelly. Those are some of my favorite years of football ever.
And then they get sad.
I know.
And then they get sad.
Both can be true.
They say, man, it was Thurman Thomas great, Cornelius Bennett, Darryl Talley. Oh, man, it was all Steve Tasker. Oh, it was awesome. Jim Kelly. Oh, we had all this fun. But we couldn't win the big one.
Had the Niners,
that always ends the conversation.
Okay, but had the Niners never won those 5 Super Bowls, I know it's impossible to erase that from your memory. If they had never won those 5 Super Bowls, this would be the high water mark since the 90s.
But you can't do that. This ain't a hypothetical. This ain't a woulda, coulda, shoulda. They did win those 5 Super Bowls. They did win.
But Nebraska,
you can't take those away.
Nebraska football, for example, was a powerhouse. Have they been for the last 30 years?
Nebraska's been terrible.
Exactly.
And I'm all over that. I'm saying Nebraska will never be the same. One, they made the mistake of going to the Big Ten in the first place, but they'll never be the same. And now Nebraska fans are firing coaches left and right. Nebraska's desperate. They ain't just happy saying, hey, this was a fun season going to the Alamo Bowl in the Big Ten.
You could be disappointed. I'm just saying, like, we act like it's this giant abject failure, and I just don't agree with that.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't agree with that.
It's hurtful. It's disappointing.
Anybody's saying
but
that.
It doesn't mean that like they haven't been wildly successful.
I don't think anybody's saying that it's been a complete failure. What I'm saying is it's just wild to me that here we are in year 7 of the Shanahan era. How many head coaches? And I'm not saying fire Shanahan at all. I think Shanahan is one of the 5 best coaches in all of football. He is. He truly is. He's won me over. I believe in Shanahan. I think he should be the coach for the Niners for a long, long time. But it is pretty wild to me that he's still searching for his franchise quarterback 7 years into his tenure. That is wild to me.
I mean,
the one guy they think maybe if it's Brock Purdy, now they need Tommy John. But we have no idea.
After Steph Curry leaves the Warriors, don't you think the Warriors are probably going to be searching long and far for the next guy? Forget point guard. Just the next guy to take over the mantle from Steph Curry.
It could be a long road for them.
Right?
It could be a long road for them.
All right? Like the Lakers have, obviously, they're still trying to replace Kobe Bryant. No one can live up to the shadow of Kobe Bryant. I didn't think anyone could live up to the shadow of Magic Johnson. And somehow Kobe came along and did it.
Kobe and Shaq did.
Doesn't it feel like anything LeBron does, pales in comparison for Laker fans to what Kobe did.
They haven't done a lot of winning either. They've done a lot of losing.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not even close. You got to win back-to-back championships, so you got to be competitive. Lakers haven't been close to what Kobe was doing.
But the Niners, I'm glad you said that. The Niners have been wildly competitive. Wildly. They've been to 6 NFC championship games in about a decade.
I don't dispute that. But how's the rest of the league looking at us? How's everybody in the NFL? Boy, they've gotten really, really close. But that big one has eluded them. And that's the ultimate goal. That's the ultimate prize. And if Harbaugh wins one, isn't he here longer than just 4 years? Him not winning one.
It's the great woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Basically forced him out of San Francisco.
I would
where
say,
you had the owner saying, we don't celebrate NFC championships. We celebrate Super Bowls. And Harbaugh was gone after year 4. And that stretch of football was awesome. Awesome. I love those years.
I do too.
I go back and love those years.
I just don't want to go back to the Chip Kelly, Tom Sula wandering in the desert.
I don't think they will. Shanahan's not going anywhere. Shanahan's not going anywhere.
Well, but that's why I trust him to figure out this quarterback thing properly.
He hasn't done it yet.
I know, but eventually he'll get it right.
You know, I hope so. We'll get to the Warriors tomorrow, my family. Trust me. Next 24 games for the Warriors, 14 against teams over 500. I'm a little concerned about the Dubs. I can't front on that. Coming out of the All-Star break, I don't like the vibes. I don't know what's going on with Wiggins. Curry's out. It's a problem with the Golden State Warriors. Let's get to Jason real quick at Fremont. Good conversation on the Niners. Hey, Shaska, we're saying the same thing.
Guys?
What's up, Jason?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I was agreeing with you guys saying, like we shouldn't be getting a new quarterback. We should run with Trey Lance, but we should be getting an offensive line. McGlinchey, the center situation, you got to get a new center.
I agree.
Because, Purdy got crushed because of that. We're going to get another quarterback in there. He's going to be like Garcia all over again. We're just going to crush quarterbacks left and right. We need the offensive line. And you were saying before that Seattle game about should we get another quarterback? No, I don't agree with getting another quarterback. I do agree getting Tom Brady maybe 1 year, but other than that, no way. We got to spend that money more.
Jason, who should be the quarterback? If it's not Tom Brady for 1 year, and this Brock news has surfaced where he's got inflammation still in his elbow.
We run Trey Lance. Why not?
All right. Why not Trey Lance? Is that where we're at? 888-957-9570? Because that's the thing. I just want a quarterback I can wrap my arms around and say, that's the guy. Ever since we've been at 95.7 Game, Shasky, we've had to talk about the damn quarterback every offseason.
It gives me a migraine.
I am tired of it.
It gives me a migraine.
I am tired of it. Find a guy. Part of that's on Shanahan. Can we both say that? It's on Shanahan.
Yeah, but I would also say part of why they've been wildly successful is because of Shanahan.
No doubt. I'm not disputing that. But the most important position in all of sports, we have somehow not figured it out.
So is it more, okay, let me ask you this then. Is it more difficult to find a franchise quarterback? Or is it more difficult to win as much as they've done without a franchise quarterback?
Both could be true. Both could be true. Both can be very, very true. But at some point, you hit the end of the road with quarterbacks and trying to nibble your way through the quarterback spot. That's all true. 888-957-9570. We'll finish strong here on the Morning Roast. And by the way, let us know the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. High school playoffs are starting. And I saw Sacred Heart Cathedral beat Reardon.
Yeah, they did. And then they lost on a buzzer beater to SHP.
Wow.
Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Yeah, and then the boss videoed his own kid.
I did see that, Boston.
Freshman, and he played it off like, this is what we're looking for. It was a walk-off win. And I go, wait a minute. That's his own kid in that video.
Not only that.
For Tam High.
Not only is it his own kid, but the boss is actually tweeting 2 things I love. Baseball, my kid playing. Oh, you love baseball again, Matt Hegan? Well, I didn't know that one. Thought he didn't care about it.
I didn't know his kid was a Rawlings kid.
Yeah,
I'm a Wilson A2000 guy.
Okay, I love his kid. Boston and Huddy. His sons are cool. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. Again, all the high school playoffs are happening. Basketball, girls and boys.
Yeah.
It's going to win state championships, section championships. Email us right now. We want to shout you out.
My money's on the Midi women's team.
Oh, they're loaded.
I think they're going to win it all.
They're loaded.
All right,
what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake Full Service Baking. No compromises.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits.
Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know there's a line in here where Too Short says first class?
I wasn't first class. I don't fly first class like that, man. No private. I don't got money like that. International. Hey, listen.
Phil Mickelson, warm up my net jet.
Listen, we're going to dive deep into the Warriors tomorrow. And I was taking a bunch of notes. I got pages and pages on the Warriors. They got 14 in their last 24 against teams over 500. And the Lakers, they got a new look roster. And LeBron's going to play.
The new look
tomorrow.
roster.
The new look Lakers. D'Lo, Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley. LeBron's going to be back. AD's healthy. Got a week off. I'm a little worried about the Warriors. I need you to get me through April. Your boy's broke. Boy needs a couple more checks, man. We need some basketball in our life. I'm not ready to go full shasking and go full baseball from April to training camp.
I don't want to go full baseball. I want to talk about a variety of topics, but there is a baseball element because baseball is approaching.
You love baseball. I love baseball. You know what? I was thinking about this. We'll get to Rob and San Bruno in just a second.
Yeah.
I probably watch as much baseball, if not more baseball, than anybody at this station. It's not just the Giants, though. Okay. Hey, no. You know why? You know why? You know why I say that? Because before I left, I ran into this roaster on the street. Man, why do you hate baseball so much? I'm like, dude, first of all, I've been in my fantasy baseball league for over 20 years. And if you want to win this league, you better pay attention. All right? So I'm looking all around the league, watching the Braves. When everybody saw the Braves ain't nothing, it's like, Braves are good, dude. Trey Turner and all this stuff. And, you had all, I love baseball. And I'm actually excited about the Giants this year. I think they're going to shock some people. Looking at some data and not looking at the WAR.
Can I ask you why you do this?
Why do I do what?
Okay, so you hold simultaneous opinions that conflict with each other.
No, they don't.
For example, you're the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo, lover of all time, and we cannot disrespect him. Simultaneously, it's Trey's time.
No.
And we need to go to him.
No. I was off of Jimmy at
You're
that point.
out on baseball. You don't want to talk about baseball, but you watch more baseball than anyone here at the station.
No.
Those can't coexist.
No. Those are incorrect. Like you were incorrect as Deli Boy had to check you about driving down 280. It was Uniparacera and not St. Francis. You're wrong about this as well.
Okay.
By the time Trey came around, I was like, it's Trey's time. It's Trey's time. This is why you drafted him. And we went to the practice. We saw what we saw. Trey was better. And Shanahan slipped up and said there was quarterback competition. He broke the tip of his finger against the Raiders. And that was that. As far as baseball, I said I wouldn't pay a dime for the Giants for that lousy-ass product. Do what A's fans do. Don't show up.
Okay.
Instead of booing like Carlos Rodon saying, well, they're more passionate in New York, so that's why they boo. No. We're passionate out here as well.
But
we just don't show up.
Time out. We boo too. We booed so many. Like this thing that we've never booed. We booed Dunleavy. We booed the owner.
Right.
We've booed Alex Smith, David Carr. We've booed Armando Benitez.
Exactly.
We booed Zito right off the mound in game 161 of 2010 season against the San Diego Padres with an opportunity to clinch and salvage his entire contract. We've booed plenty.
But let's correct what you just said. You said I'm out on baseball. No. I'm out on Giants baseball. I'll go watch the Tampa Bay Rays. I'll watch the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros.
Name 3 Rays.
I'll watch
Name 3 Rays.
Franco. All right, Franco.
What's his first name?
Wilmer Franco.
I'm gandering. I'm wandering.
Wilmer Franco. As whatever the name is.
Arozarena.
All right, so they got the pitchers who just came back.
Shane Baz.
McClanahan.
They've got the pitchers.
I have McClanahan on my fantasy baseball roster. All right? And they just got Glasnow back. Tyler Glasnow from Tommy John.
Yes.
Exactly. So that's 5 Rays for you. All right? Kevin Cash. Isn't that the manager, Kevin Cash? There you go. So that's 6 Rays. Nats, they're going to stink.
Cash me out.
Phillies will be fun to watch.
They're for sale, the Nats.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
The owner just died, 98 years old.
Ted Lerner.
So I don't watch Giants baseball because they stunk. But I watch baseball. So that was incorrect.
The Giants don't stink. Technically, they were exactly 500.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that this morning.
The A's stunk last year.
That's what Mark Willard would do.
No, I'm just saying.
He's going to join us in 20 minutes. Let Mark Willard do that. Hey, they were 81 and 81.
I still think they can win 85 games this year. That doesn't mean they're a great team. It means most of baseball is not competing.
Giants are in purgatory right now.
Damn, Lovin. You know, I called a little bit yesterday. I said, man, I looked up some numbers post All-Star break. Tyler Rogers, actually wasn't that bad.
No, he was really good.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, who was really good?
Tyler Rogers. Wasn't that bad.
You know what I'm already sick of? The Tyler Rogers vignettes. I don't stop. If you write for The Athletic, if you are posting on your website, NBC Bay Area, stop. I know. Did you know Taylor and Tyler Rogers are brothers? Did you know this?
I didn't know that.
Did you know that they're twins? Did you know that?
Did you know that Jason and Travis Kelce are related?
No.
Yeah, they have a podcast.
Was his mom sitting next to Goodell?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Hey,
and
little
Devon Hamlin.
Kev, I'll go back on. I'll be back on vacation around 4th of July. Trust me on that. I've already planned it, so don't worry. You get your wish.
Will you agree with me, just real quick, before we move off baseball? I'll allow you to go in any direction you want. Baseball All-Star Game of the all-star stuff of the major sports is the best one. 100 is still 100.
Yeah.
In terms of heat in the box, and it's a very mono and mono. Not that they're trying their hardest, but pitchers don't want to come in and give up a heater.
I agree. Major League Baseball All-Star Game, they do it right.
It's still fun.
The Home Run Derby. Stars participate in the Home Run Derby.
It's the kingmaker. Wouldn't you agree the Home Run Derby is the kingmaker?
It is the one. But the dunk contest used to be that.
I know.
How can we get back to that?
I know.
Somebody made a great point. Like Kevin Durant was on his podcast, The Boardroom. He was just like, man, how about John Morant partaking in a dunk contest? LeBron should have done a dunk contest. The stars need to go out there and perform. This is their game. This is their platform. I'm all for Matt McClung. It's a great story. Good for him. He got a Puma shoe deal. But why is a G Leaguer in a dunk contest?
Who hasn't played an NBA game this year?
Hasn't just signed a two-way contract.
I couldn't believe that.
Just signed a two-way contract.
I couldn't. If you're going to do that, and I'm not trying to go way to the other side of the room here, but if you're going to do that, open it up to Team Flight Bros and all the YouTube dunkers that are out there.
I don't want that.
Well, if no one's going to compete, I want to see, let's make it something fun.
I'm
make it rock and jock.
Very disappointed in the NBA. Very disappointed. And then the stars playing half speed. Not even half. Like Damian Lillard, it's great to see half court shots.
Yeah, but if they get hurt.
Yeah, but dude, they were showing old footage in the 90s. And then even the 2001 All-Star Game, my favorite, when Iverson and Marbury, they came back from 20 down to beat Kobe and the West All-Stars. They were playing so hard. But in the 90s, Patrick Ewing is setting mean screens in the All-Star Game. They didn't worry about getting hurt.
It was a different era. It's totally different.
They didn't worry, though.
Yeah,
that was never a topic of conversation.
We didn't do load management. We didn't do a lot of things. We become more sophisticated as sports entities. Like Bonte, if you ran the Milwaukee Bucks, you want Giannis playing in that game with a hurt wrist?
I don't want him playing in a hurt wrist. Sit it out.
You're a Warrior fan. You do Warrior television. You want Steph Curry participating?
And he didn't play.
No, but
he didn't play.
I mean, it was great that he won the All-Star Game MVP last year, but it doesn't really mean anything.
But like Frank Isola said, if you play, can you at least give me 75%?
No, because they're afraid of getting hurt. And there's too much money involved. And they don't want to get cooked by somebody and become a meme.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't say I agree with it, but
I don't agree with it.
It's not for us, B. It's for the kids.
I don't. You just mentioned the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Those guys ain't worried about. You could get hurt swinging hard at 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
There's no doubt. Those guys
don't worry about that.
No.
Guys are throwing 100. They're not worried about throwing their elbow out.
There's more pride in that one because it's more individualized one-on-ones.
I get it. But in basketball, 5-on-5, you get out there and get your shine on. Jason Tatum going at that with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Somebody guard Jason. Like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, it was fun watching them go one-on-one. What wasn't fun about that was the rest of the players on the court standing there watching with their hands on their hips. That was crap.
Why have you come to this revelation? This has been trending this way for so long.
But they started to get back to playing good, hard-nosed basketball.
When?
The last couple of years have been good. NBA All-Star Game, last couple of years, they started playing a little more defense.
Monte, they came up with the ending, the Elam ending, because it wasn't good.
Which was good, which made it better.
It doesn't make any sense now. Oh, we're going to have 3 separate quarters that are going to be timed, and then the whole thing is very, very, very confusing. As a watcher, if you didn't understand all the intricacies and the nuances down to a T, you would have no idea what was going on. And that's fine. Turn it into rock and jock. I'm like with Mattson. I listened to Mattson yesterday chime in with Willard and Dibbs, and he made some great points. Change the camera angles, put 4-point plays out there, make it ridiculous. Stop pretending that it's a basketball game. It's not a basketball game.
We'll do something because it was unwatchable last weekend. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob in San Bruno wants to chime in on the quarterback spot with the 49ers. What's up, Rob?
What's going on? Look, man, it's simple, man. Trey Lance. that's the answer. There's no other answer. There's no other answer. Run with Trey Lance. I think, like, I'm not a big Cal fan like you guys are. I think it's another step to winning that he hasn't really tapped into yet, and I think he needs to learn. He still hasn't tapped in and how to win a game, how to win a big game where the talent level is the same and where it comes down to a play here, play there. To me, he's like a coach that if he has a better talent, and he's going to out-scheme you. But if the talent is there and you got a good coaching staff on the other hand, he don't get over the hump. So I think he needs to work on that. I think he needs to put an offense together that utilizes Trey's strength, not just his feet. If you got a big arm, instead of throwing them little 4-yard routes, you throw 8 short routes a game. Throw maybe 4 of them downfield throws to Trey. Everything just because he's black, he ain't got to run all the time because he can. No, let the dude throw the football. And once Cal understands that, okay, well, he can throw the football, let him throw it. Then come playoff time, if you want to run that read option and do little stuff like that, then bring it out come playoff time. But through the first 4 games, no, let him run that offense and make an offense to where he can utilize his arm strength. Cal's offense is basically for limited quarterbacks like Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, is that good enough to win? Is that good enough to win?
No, I don't think so. But what I'm saying is, but you got a quarterback who can make plays with his arm strength. Utilize some plays where you can utilize that arm strength, so that arm strength can open up the running game to make it easier for CMC. Open some stuff up for Kittle. You know what I'm saying? Don't just run slants no. You got a quarterback who can make better plays, better throws. You don't need to just put everything in a box because in your head, all these guys are a quick release. No, it's 2023. I got a question for y'all. No, be disrespectful. When the last time a noodle arm quarterback won a Super Bowl?
Wow. Wow.
We'll take that answer off the
That's a great
call.
question.
Well, let's look at the Super Bowl winners. So you had Kansas City Mahomes. All right. Stafford doesn't have a noodle arm.
Eli's arm going back a couple of. It was not a noodle arm. No, Eli had a great deep ball throw.
Old Peyton beating the Panthers.
But you know what? They didn't let him throw as much.
No, he had the
one
drive.
On the first drive.
Yes.
First drive, and then they went to C.J.
He
Anderson.
He had like 14 attempts. I'm going to look that up.
And they had him lined up the shotgun the whole time because he couldn't move. So he standing up.
He was shot putting that thing.
He was so done. Wow. Nick Foles' arm was okay.
No, he had pretty good arm.
He had a pretty good arm. Brady's arm was good, electric.
Brady's arm's still great.
Right. So I'll take Brady right now.
Wait a minute.
I'll take Brady right now.
Wait a minute. Did you just admit what we've been arguing about for the last hour?
I said I'll take Brady. I just want a guy, though. I want to win. I just want to win a Super Bowl.
All right.
Lubman threw me a question yesterday as I was traveling back. Lubman threw me a question. He goes, if the Niners win one, when would that not be good enough for the fan base? And I was like, the hell? Let's just win first. The hell? I'm still happy about the 3 championships with the Giants. Now it's starting to fade a little bit, but then they got 3.
A little bit.
They got 3. They have 3.
So how come we have to get greedy in some sports and not get greedy in others?
We have to get greedy in the Niners because they haven't won since the 90s, Shasky. We were not even in high school the last time they won.
I understand. I would love to win one. Believe me, I'm all for this. Like the New York Yankees with advantages financially that no one else have not won a championship for 15 years.
And their fan base is losing their minds.
Absolutely.
As they should be.
Absolutely.
They're the Yankees. They don't settle for AL East Division championships. It's not good enough.
No, I'm not saying it isn't, but that's sports.
Right.
Not everyone can win it all the time.
So noodle arm quarterback. Peyton Manning,
Super Bowl
he
had
50,
24 attempts in that
24,
game.
How many did he complete?
I don't know. How many did he complete, Spadoni? You got in my ear and told me.
No, he said 23 pass attempts.
23 pass attempts.
For like $150 or something.
$150.
Yeah, that was an ugly Super
Bowl. Alex Smith test. That
was an ugly Super Bowl. Boy. Panthers, Broncos.
That was
Levi's Stadium.
First 9 games of the 2019 season for Jimmy Garoppolo status.
Oh, my God.
Don't throw it away.
Gosh.
To the other team.
So.
That's a good question on noodle arm quarterbacks. I would say Trent Dilfer.
And that's going way back.
I mean, we're going 20-something years ago.
You know what?
Did you see the video circulating on the internet?
Oh, no, the Shannon Sharp one.
It's so good.
Yes.
Wide open.
Explain to the audience what we're talking about.
So I will say, let me defend Trent Dilfer for a second.
What are you going to defend?
I don't think he had a noodle arm. He had a good arm. He just wasn't accurate. He couldn't see it. Like, Jim Druckenmiller had a great arm. He just didn't know where to go with the football, and he couldn't hit a spot to save his life. So Trent Dilfer was talking about Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. The game's so easy. It's so easy for them. I'm not impressed. Everybody's completing passes all over the place. And then they showed a clip from the Super Bowl, and the guy's running down the sideline wide open.
Shannon
Sharp. He throws it out.
Out of bounds, 20 yards.
Yeah, 20 yards.
He had all time in the world, and the guy, no one's within 30 yards.
It's unbelievable.
Trent Dilfer.
Oh, man.
Trent Dilfer.
Oh,
In my head, when you say Trent Dilfer, we do this. I do this game where it's word association.
Right.
Kaepernick cannot process the field.
Right.
Processing.
Right.
Blaine Gabbert just processes the game at a higher clip than Colin Kaepernick. That's all I think about with Trent Dilfer.
I think about this classic.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
Thanks, Trent. Newsflash. Can't win and lose at the same time.
They dumped him so quickly after that Super Bowl.
The Dilfer dimes? You guys don't remember those?
Dilfer dimes, I do. By the way, Xfinity Fast 5 question of the day, 888-957-9570. Get in here. I want to hear from you. Who starts more games next year, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy? Now, we got the news that Brock Purdy is waiting until early March to figure out what type of surgery he needs because that elbow, he is still dealing with inflammation in his right elbow. Can't believe it. NFC Championship feels like it was 2 months ago. He's still dealing with inflammation in his right elbow. So what does that mean for Trey Lance? What does it mean for Brock Purdy? Who starts more games next year, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. Some important dates because I see some comments on YouTube and the Xfinity mobile text line. Can we talk about all-season needs? Well, we got a lot of all-season to talk about.
Yeah, here we know. Pass rush,
right.
Offensive line.
Offensive line. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I could use another playmaker.
And healthy quarterback.
Right. Maybe a safety. You may need a safety. So we're going to figure out about Brock Purdy. So February 28th, March 6th, NFL Scouting Combine. March 7th, the franchise tag deadline. Franchise tag deadline, which the Niners never
By the way,
use.
boys, 3 weeks from today, NFL free agency, baby.
Yep. March 13th through 15th, legal tampering period. And March 15th, new league year begins.
When does Aaron Rodgers come out of the dark room smoking ayahuasca? Or do you smoke it? What do you do with ayahuasca?
I think you inhale it.
You inhale it.
Yes. I've been watching Anthony Bourdain, No Reservations, RIP. Great show if you've never seen it, formerly on Travel Channel. But he went down to, I think, Panama or someplace where they do it. It's very interesting.
I'm thinking I would rather envision him doing peyote like Tony Soprano in the Grand Canyon, and then I finally get it now.
You ever done peyote? I've never done it.
No. After a couple of mushroom experiments, I said, I'm out on this.
Yeah. My last trip off.
I tried to watch Scarface VHS 2, which is one of my favorite.
Off mushrooms?
Wow.
My gosh.
Just how. I'm counting $10 bills. That's all I'm doing. I'll get my lawyer. He's the best damn lawyer in all of Miami. By tomorrow morning, you're going to be working for me. I was like, oh, my God, they're watching us through the clocks.
So my last mushroom trip, since we're here, I was watching Willow.
Oh, Willow.
It was not good.
See, I went to the Japanese tea garden one time. Terrible mistake.
Oh, my God.
Terrible mistake.
Terrible. Dude, I started watching Willow, and it was like, wait a minute, what's going on? It was too much going on.
Yeah.
It was too much. All right.
I don't need psychedelics when you're this crazy.
No. I'm done. I was done with that. Went to a strip club once on mushrooms. It was the greatest time ever.
Oh, by the way, real quick, you drink the ayahuasca. That's what it is. You don't you drink it. They mix it up with a bunch of stuff.
It's like a mushroom tea.
It's like a root almost or something like that, or like a leaf from something. They grind it up, mix it. They have like the witch doctors down there and stuff like that.
We should probably not talk about drugs. Last time we talked about drugs.
Well, it was legal in the country they were doing it in.
888-957-9570. Question of the day. Who starts more games in 2023? And we'll be right back to the Warriors tomorrow. Trust me, we've got a lot of thoughts on the Warriors.
People are saying that Willow is snitching television.
It probably is. Probably that's why I had a bad trip. Snitching to me, don't go together. Who starts more games next year? 888-957. Trey Lance or Brock Purdy. Let's get to the Xfinity Fast 5.
Oh, my God.
See, I think we just totally derailed everybody by talking drugs because now all the Xfinity mobile text line is talking drugs. Why, God's name, would you watch Scarface on shrooms?
Again, didn't make a lot of great decisions.
Don't mess up that NBC money. Yeah, Hopefully you're not
to
listening.
Shasky's point there, the first time I smoked marijuana, turned on the television, I was tripping, and it was That 70s Show, and they were all in the circle, all smoking together. It tripped me the hell out.
My wife was watching something now, and it's that guy from That 70s Show, but it's like the 90s show
It's
or
That
something.
90s Show, yeah. They have like a sequel to it. Yeah, they're like parents now, and they have kids and stuff like that. It's on Netflix.
Is it any good?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Too many remakes.
That was a quick no.
Wow.
Red was one of the funniest characters of all time.
A foot in the ass Red, the best.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Is he still alive?
It's in the show.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know.
By the way, you know what today is? I was just reminded, courtesy of YouTube.
Snowfall.
Snowfall's
Yeah,
back.
tonight.
Frick, let's say.
Hulu Plus.
Frick, let's say.
FX.
Hulu Plus. Oh, just FX.
I think if you're asking me right now, I'm going to say Brock Purdy starts more games next year. Because I'm going on he's going to get healthy after the PUP list, the first 6 games. I'm going to say he starts maybe 8, 9. If you ask me, Joe, 2.5 over under guys who start next year for the Niners, I'm taking the over. Dibbs asked me that last week.
I'd say Trey Lance. If Purdy starts on PUP, I think Trey Lance plays well the first 6 weeks. He remains healthy, and he runs away with that job. That's where I'm at with it.
Okay.
We got some people impersonating. Mark Willard said, Brock Purdy will be ready by week number 1. You book it.
Interesting. As he walks in right now.
Sorry, Mark. What was we just talk about you? How you doing, Mark? How you doing, man? All right, that's it.
Xfinity Fast 5.
Fast 5. It's Fast 5.
Today's also Ash Wednesday and National Margarita Day.
Is it really?
Yeah. Margaritaville. Do you know who sings that song?
I do not know who sings that
Really?
song. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
You don't know? You just went to Cabo. It is Margaritaville. You don't know about Jimmy Buffett?
I drunk a lot of margaritas, too. They're not strong, though. They don't do
They're too
anything
sweet
for me.
for me.
I think they're overrated.
When they dehydrate you. All those kinds of sugary drinks dehydrate the heck out of you.
Also, like the whole margarita day, and you got ice cream day, you got National Pizza Day. When did we start having all these different days named after just random things?
Well, it's like the giant schedule. Today is Filipino Heritage Day. Tomorrow is Irish Day. Then we've got Italian Day.
They're going to do a lot of those days
then
this
we
year.
got E40 Day.
They're going to do a lot of Larry June Day.
There's actually a committee on this. I learned all about this.
What do you mean?
The National Date Calendar. There's
Okay.
a committee. I think they're in Minnesota.
Oh.
And you have to apply.
Thanks, eh?
Yeah, you have to sign some sort of an application and send it to them to make your thing a day, National Tomato Day or whatever. Like, I don't know why people sit around and send this stuff in. I don't know what the process is to approve it or not. But yeah, if you go to the National Date Calendar, there's at least 7 or 8 things every day.
Really?
Every day. Promise you.
Huh.
Yeah. Like, I'll try to look up what today is right now.
Would you rather have a
National Day? But I mean, I guarantee you there's like 5 others.
All right, let me ask you guys this question because
Yeah.
I've thought about this. Would you rather have a national or citywide Mark Willard Day? Would you rather have keys to the city, or would you rather have something named after you? A park bench, a park.
That's a great question.
A street sign.
I've never understood what keys to the city actually. Like, I get the honor, but like,
Yeah.
what is the key to? Like, what are you unlocking?
When you get pulled over in the city
Exactly.
and they say license and registration, you pull out your keys to the city and they go, "Oh, sorry about that."
Oh, really? For real? Or are you joking?
Okay, of course I'm joking.
That's when you start name dropping, and then you
This
realize how green
don't
the
know.
officer
I don't know
is.
with you.
That
I got
pulls
some
you over.
oceanfront property in Arizona. I'd like you to look at it in case
Let's
you're
see.
free.
Calendar, February.
The answer is a permanent fixture, like
So-
a bench
Okay.
or a street or something that's there all the time.
Yeah, I would want a street.
365.
I would want a street too. Streets, that's it.
My dad
I'm
has
with you.
told me that when he passes away, he wants to be cremated. He wants me to sprinkle his ashes in a bunker somewhere, okay, either at
Hello,
Harding or
friends.
Northwood, so that people could take a couple of extra hacks on him after he's gone.
Nice.
Right? And then he wants to obviously go over the Golden Gate Bridge and some other places, but that's what he wants done once he's
Nice.
neither here
My
nor there.
father's ashes are scattered in the winner's circle at the Humboldt County Fair.
That's cool.
we
'Cause
love that.
He would go up to Ferndale every year. That was the one vacation he took every single year. Our families never took vacation. We didn't have a lot of money, so the one vacation that he would take every year, he would go to Ferndale with his best friend and go to the races every single year in August. So when he passed, we took him up there, and we now have the Dwayne Dibley Memorial.
Yes.
Every August, we go up there, and, well, the ashes are already in the winner's circle, but we have a race in his honor.
That's
So-
really cool.
What would
Yeah,
you want?
yeah.
What would you want, Shasky? Street?
No, I want a park named after me. You know what I mean? Like Willy Woo Wang Park is one of my favorite parks in San Francisco. It has one of the coolest things because that's where I'm at. Like I'm at the park. I want a diamond or a field or something named after me in the city because that to me is like the ultimate reverence. You know what I mean? Street. We have the Franceschi Gym at St. Cecilia's, for example. Right. There's what did they call the City College one? Come on, the famous coach.
George Rush Field.
George Rush Field, but also basketball.
George Rush Stadium. Brad Dugan Court.
Brad Dugan Court. Things like that. Like I find that to be super cool.
Because they would stick after you're gone.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Today is National Supermarket Employee Day.
No, it's not.
I worked in a supermarket for many years.
It's Ash Wednesday. Today is National California Day. Yeah. So California's not national, but it's National California Day.
Of course. Well, we are as big as a nation.
Today is National Cook a Sweet Potato Day.
Of course.
February 22nd.
We will make sweet potatoes for the baby today.
And as you mentioned, Bonte, National Margarita Day. There's your national date calendar, February 22nd, 2023.
Shout out to all the supermarket workers. I worked at Costco for a couple months.
10 years, me, in the grocery store.
Yeah, I worked at Safeway for about a year and a half. I got passed over for checker. I was a courtesy clerk, and the manager was having relations with the girl who was below me on the seniority list. And then it came time for checker promotion time. I was 18 or 19 on a fast track, and she got elevated above me.
Wow.
I was cheating.
They didn't let me be a checker at Costco. I had to load the carts because they're like, you're so fast, you're loading the carts and you help the people quick. You're really fast. And then one day, this manager put me outside by myself to retrieve all the carts in the downtown parking lot in Costco. There's 2 levels.
In the city?
And it was raining in the city, and it was raining, and that was my last day. I was like, the hell with this.
Yeah. That's a good Costco, by the way. That's a sneaky good Costco down there on like 11th and like Brandon.
It's a pain to try to get.
You'd be good.
They have
with those
items you can't get in the East Bay.
Those orange flatbeds that people take out to their cars. Yeah,
I was pushed those.
I bet you could shove those around a little bit.
I was shoving them around. They were like, man, they're so fast to do it. I was like, go do something else. And then it was like, all right, we'll go retrieve carts outside. That was it. That was
Costco pays pretty well, I'm told.
It did pay well.
Yeah.
I was like 19 working there. It was paying well.
Yeah.
Nice checks.
That's the come up.
Probably regret that.
We used to help old ladies at Tower Market.
Still hiring. Done at 10 a.m.
I'm sure some people would love for me to quit this job.
Yeah. Go on. I mean, they're open right now.
When I was a bagger, we would have to help old ladies out to the car all the time, and they would open up their purse strings and they give you a nickel, right? And every now and then you'd get an actual dollar. And you're like, thank you so much. It's like, really appreciate this. Is going to a 40-ouncer later on. And that was like the highlight of the day was going outside of the store because then you could do whatever the hell you want. You wander around the block a little before you have to come back in. It was all about wasting the time.
Oh man, if people knew what went on in the backs of grocery stores and drug stores and
Have you seen Waiting, the movie?
My first no.
It's a classic, Ryan Reynolds.
My first job was at Long's Drug Store in Foster City. So not a grocery store.
I remember that.
Those swinging doors, man. When you go through those swinging doors, the movie should be called The Swinging Doors. When you go through the swinging doors, stuff goes down back there, man.
Yeah.
It goes down.
So what about Brock Purdy? What about this news with Brock Purdy?
It's not good.
Not good.
It's not good.
Really?
Well, let's put it this way. Dr. Brian Feely is going to join us at 11:30, so it's a good day for Cleared to Play because you want to know if something like this falls within the realm of what's normal or understandable. And our understanding, without having had a lengthy conversation with him, but a short one, this is not normal. This is not normal. So what's going on in there that they don't know about based on MRIs? I guess maybe something. Maybe something. And so I know one of the things we're going to sort of bat around here at the start of the show is free agency is just a few weeks away. So how does this potentially change the way the 49ers, and they won't necessarily know all the answers yet. Maybe they will. Maybe he's now going to have the surgery next week, and then that's it. Maybe he'll have it next Thursday, and not much has changed. But in a pretty quick way, it seems they need to know what they don't know. And they need to know if Brock's going to be okay by week 1, and they need to know if Trey Lance is going to be a better player than they thought he was last year.
Doesn't this start with we don't even know what's inside the elbow itself? Like, forget the inflammation portion of it. Every person who sounds like they know whatever they're talking about has said, like, well, we don't know until we get in there. And then you'll see, like, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, like all these estimations. I feel like we've jumped the shark on trying to, like, predict when he'll be back and throw these hard dates out there. And I've been frustrated the whole time. Like, let's have the surgery. Let's open it up first. And then I know we always have to put the cart before the horse because we're trying to pontificate.
Of course.
I just never understood the timetable portion of it. Like, we don't know.
Well, the team came out and they were pretty clear in their thinking of 6 months, which tells you that it's probably not a complete Tommy John. But then again, why is it now an inflammation sensation that has us, looking at no surgery yet until next week at the earliest? They're going to reconvene next week and see if the swelling has gone down. And then maybe at that point, go ahead and let's say he has surgery a week from today, which would be March 1st. And you look at 6 months from March 1st, that's now September 1st. And the season starts on September 7th, which the Thursday night game, which they won't be playing in. But if he is, fully cleared to play September 1st and you have a game in 12 days, can he rightly be ready to go and be playing pro football?
Aggressive.
It does, yeah.
Right? And that's kind of what we've been saying the whole time.
Especially if he's a long-term fixture, right? Because a lot of people believe Brock Purdy's the guy now. You've heard from players, you heard from coaches.
The Niners believe that.
The Niners, exactly. They believe he's a guy. So
then
why
what's
rush
the rush? Well, why are we so worried about week 1?
Because Trey's that bad?
But when we say 6 months, it's like, sometimes we do that, I think, with a little bit too much Sharpie. It's not like, okay, if he has the surgery March 1st, he's ready September 1st.
That's what I'm saying.
No, he could be ready August 15th.
Or October 12th.
Or October.
Thank you, Dibs.
But the repair, remember what Kyle talked about at the closing presser was the fact that they were excited to find out that the 6-month timetable meant that's when it's a memory. In other words, he's throwing in 3 months. He's throwing if it's the repair, and I know you're frustrated because there's 2 different kinds of surgeries.
Yeah, but
Mark, they have
follow the Niners for the last 10 years.
Well, of course,
name an injury where a guy came back early.
They not only that,
not one.
Not only that, they have the worst injury luck of any team in sports.
And I'm not trying to rip them. It's football. But Kinlaw's knee, DeForest Buckner, Armstead's leg, Ward, every single guy. Trey Lance had multiple setbacks in his. We do this this guy will be back on this date, and it's inevitably no, he's not going to be back on that date. It's actually weeks after that.
Warren Sharp put out this thing this morning, and it was about torn ACLs. And what he spotlighted was that the New York Giants, and this is going to make sense to people because of the stadium in which they play.
MetLife, yeah.
However, the Jets have not had nearly as many problems. But he says the Giants have had as many players tear their ACL in the last 2 years as the Chiefs, Steelers, Patriots, Falcons, Bears, Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Texans, and Jaguars combined. So he's spotlighting the last 2 years. But he's quote tweeting a chart that shows torn ACLs since 2013. And it shows all the teams. Who do you think is number 1 since 2013?
The team that drafts guys with torn ACLs?
I don't need to tell you. It's by far and away the San Francisco 49ers. Number 1.
Falky's having fun in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Does that count Reggie Bush on the concrete in New Orleans?
St. Louis.
Oh, my fault.
The James Edwards Dome.
Okay, when he got off the field.
You're right. It was a dome.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew you'd love that.
I think it was the Edwards J Dome, but the fact that you said Edwards,
James Edwards played for the Pistons in the 90s, but it was good effort.
With the crazy mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
He played for Utah because when he was born, his face turned blue or something, right? Wasn't that the story? Blue
I don't
Edwards?
know the story. I don't know where the
because
name
I had
came
his
from.
card, NBA Hoops. I'm gonna have to
James
look this
Edwards,
up.
NBA chat with the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, exactly.
Had the crazy handlebar mustache, right?
Sure did, yeah. And
now it's called the Dome at America Center in St. Louis.
Of course it is.
Nobody plays there anymore.
No. Your knowledge of stadium names and high school nicknames is ridiculous.
It's unreal.
I was actually talking to Ray Ratto yesterday about a game he refereed, St. Joe's and Salesian. Because Ray, you guys don't know this, but Ray Ratto was an elite high school official.
I've heard stories.
He was telling me about a game, 35 years ago at Salesian. And I said, used to be the Chieftains. And I was proud of myself because now they're the Pride.
Right.
But they were the Chieftains back then, and so I kind of had a Bonte moment yesterday where I was pulling a nickname out of nowhere.
I like story about Ray Ratto I heard when he was refereeing. Coaches yelling at him, "Why don't you just give me a T? Why don't you just give me a T?" Ray Ratto looked at him, blew a whistle, said, "Okay." Just gave him a T.
Gave him the baby
T.
I
was like, oh, that sounds like Ray Ratto.
That's perfect.
Blue
I'll pay
Edwards.
for you and Ray Ratto be a ref together. Oh, man, you should get Ray Ratto out there in Marin. That'd be awesome.
It'd be fun. I ref alone, though. I can't have a partner.
Solo Vinte.
Yeah, totally.
He insisted, Blue Edwards insisted that his sister started calling him Blue after she saw him choking as a baby and his face turned blue.
But didn't they spell it differently than the color blue?
It was
Like the cheese?
B-L-U-E. That's what it was.
B-L-E-U?
It was? I
Like
thought
the
it was
cheese?
EU. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
So, do the Niners if Brock Purdy can't go the first month of the season? Do you bring in a veteran?
Yes, you bring in what I like to call a QB 2.5. So it's not a QB 3. And I know I heard you earlier, Joe, about QB 1 and QB 2. I know what you're saying. And
it's like saying they have an ace.
No, and you are RH2, radio host too.
I don't like that. No, we don't do that on our show. No H.
No, you do that because you're the king of all media.
No,
you can't be the king
I'm
and not be RH1.
I'm not the king. You guys are doing too. Like, people are calling me the king of Cabo. I was like, dude, calm down.
The king of Cabo.
In Cabo. No, you called yourself the king, which is why we all now call you
He called me the king.
You have a bit called King of the Hill. I mean, I'm a listener. I'm a P1. I'm excited. Anyway,
not a P2.
You're RH1, you're RH2, whatever.
Exactly.
And Spadoni, when he wants to chime in, he and Lubman can fight it out for RH3.
Sasky, we're like Smoltz and Glavin. All right, we're one. We're both aces.
The one
pitch one day,
the one always says this. Right. Oh, I don't like the numbers, so that they can look self-deprecating.
I'm Don Drysdale.
Steiny loves to call himself the one. Steiny, I'm the one.
Dude,
no, I don't do that.
Yesterday, Willard's like, maybe for 20 minutes we can be Dibs and Willard, but not 1 second longer.
No, we're not doing it for a whole
because
show
on
or something crazy
on
like
Monday
that.
they split it. It was Steiny and Willard, and it was Willard and Steiny. And so I'm like, where do I get my billing? He's like, you just stay over there, RH2.
On the show, yeah. Like, I'm not going to take it was afternoon. That's not our show anymore.
Well, we're thinking
trust me, I'm not calling myself the king. These guys do it.
Well, anyway, Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor, they're looking for a QB 2.5. So I believe, and we're going to find out how they feel about Trey Lance, because if Brock has the surgery in a week or two, whatever, and the thinking is he won't be ready for August, well, it's Trey Lance's job to win, unless they don't believe in Trey Lance, in which case they're going to bring in somebody who can be there just in case Trey Lance is not ready to be QB1.
This is where I really, you wish OTAs was before free agency, because you say QB 2.5, it might be QB 1.5.
Exactly.
Right? So, like, and that's the answer we're going to get. When I see this, when the Brock news to me ends up being more about Trey Lance, because in theory, well, now Trey's your quarterback. In theory. And that should be fine based on his draft position, based on where he was on the chart at the start of last year. But then you read Albert Breer just last week, and it's an admission by the 49ers that, A, Trey doesn't run as well as we thought. Trey's not as accurate as we thought. All of these things. Okay, but Trey probably going to get into the lab this offseason. And right? So can he improve? Can he Jordan Poole? Can he come out and be something? They're going to want to know that. Can Trey Lance just be what he should be in a situation like this, which is now you're the starting quarterback? But who they sign is going to tell us whether they think that's even possible.
So who are the levels? Like, where's the line of demarcation where you get the indication they don't believe in Trey Lance?
An
like,
example would
who's
be,
that quarterback?
Do you go get Nate Sudfeld again,
Teddy Bridgewater,
or do you go get like Matt Ryan or Andy Dalton?
Oh my gosh,
that's what I'm talking about.
Is Matt Ryan even a starter?
Well,
no,
like, is he even viewed as a starter?
I mean, Kyle Shanahan might view him as with that. They won an MVP together.
If you don't believe in Trey Lance, then yes, he's a starter.
Okay.
If Brock's not ready until October, and you don't believe in Trey Lance, then do you want to really go get Mullins or Beathard again, or do you want to get somebody who actually has started?
Just going to answer your question. I would say Ryan Tannehill may be that guy.
Okay.
Sure.
Dalton,
I would agree with you.
Dalton, Matt Ryan, those dudes are cooked.
Yeah, I think they're all
What
done.
about Jameis Winston?
But coaches,
I like Jameis.
Coaches are going to value people who quote, know their system.
Right.
That's why the Niners went and got Josh Johnson. Well, so you can bring up names like Tannehill and Jameis Winston, and Shanahan might be like, no.
But see,
give me Matt Ryan, who can walk in here and know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's the one issue I have with Shanahan. He's so rigid when it comes to his system. You got to know my system. Why don't you go out there and teach some guys your system? You got all summer. Got an OTAs would start April 17th.
That's kind of
give the guys a playbook.
Thing. Trey Lance, in theory, should be your starting quarterback this summer.
He should be. But if you're bringing a veteran and you're worried about, well, he doesn't really know my system, he doesn't play my system, well, teach him your system. You have all summer. Give the guy the playbook. Let him learn it. You sign the guy. You believe he has a good IQ. Teach him. That's the problem with Trey Lance. When we hear all the reports that, well, he doesn't run like we thought he did. That's bad scouting.
But a guy may or may not pick it up, and you don't want to dedicate that time because that time might be dedicated to Trey Lance. Like bringing a quarterback along and making him your starter in week one. That is a very detailed, intricate thing.
Mark, I want to pause right there. The one thing that I've heard consistently when we do these interviews with the old school coaches that I revere, I'm overhyping this. Mike Holmgren different than Shanahan, and everyone takes their approaches different, is a teacher. He was very big on, I will teach you. That's my job. I come from education, and I'm going to put my arm around you, and I'll take the guy with the highest upside or whatever, and I will teach that guy how to play.
We just saw Andy Reid win a Super Bowl. He's a teacher.
Exactly. And so that might be one of my biggest sticking points. As I love so many things Kyle does. One of my biggest issues, I'm not sure he likes teaching. And that's a problem for me at the quarterback position.
I don't know that he doesn't. What's the evidence that he doesn't?
Well, because you talk about how difficult his system is, and it takes way too long. That's the job. I'm paying you $20 million bucks. Teach, dog.
No.
But get the most out of the position.
But he has. Kyle's had tremendous.
Has he taught Jimmy Garoppolo to play better quarterback today than when he was?
I think he moved on from Jimmy because he felt like they capped out on what Jimmy's ability was to learn.
And I think, I would say,
I think to Shasky's point, Jimmy Garoppolo regressed. And it was like, well, teach him how to be better, to Shasky's point.
Or work a little bit more.
I don't know that he
why does it have to be my system?
Did he regress?
I think so.
Was he better today than he was 5 years ago?
I mean, I could argue that his best 6-game stretch was his last 6-game stretch.
I would also argue that's the best roster and best team that they've had
over
that.
That's a fair point. I guess I'm just having trouble with, are we making the point that Kyle doesn't do a good job of getting stuff out of quarterbacks? Because I think the quarterbacks around the league.
No, this conversation started with basically, if you bring in a veteran, why does it have to be Matt Ryan, a guy who knows the system, who looks good?
Doesn't have to be.
Instead of getting a guy who's a high ceiling, saying, you know what, I'm going to mold this guy like a ball of clay.
You're basically getting a guy to come in and be a placeholder because you believe that Brock Purdy is your guy, and whether or not you agree with their assessment, that's their assessment. They believe he's the guy. So when he gets healthy, he's the guy again. So you're not bringing in somebody like Garoppolo or Derek Carr, somebody who can come in and really be your quarterback for 3 or 4 years. It's a placeholder. So if you want a placeholder, would you rather games left in him?
What would Sean Payton do? Sean Payton has brought in so many different quarterbacks, and they've all excelled in his system. He doesn't do this.
Sean Payton won with one guy.
They won with Teddy Bridgewater 7 in a row. He did it with Taysom Hill. They won like 8 games with Taysom Hill.
I want to go to Andy Reid.
Shanahan did it with Brock Purdy.
Andy Reid.
Like, I guess.
And no one else.
Sean, your Sean Payton list is very short. Who's done it with 8 different quarterbacks?
Well, let's go to Andy Reid.
You know what I mean?
Andy, I put Shanahan.
And he's the cream of the crop.
We all say Shanahan's a top 5 head coach, top 5 play caller. Andy Reid is right now at the top of his game. But you look at Andy Reid, he took Donovan McNabb way back when we all said, oh, he's a runner. Taught him the West Coast offense, and he flourished. Michael Vick, who we all thought, man, he can't play from the pocket, had a damn near MVP season under Andy Reid because Andy Reid took the time to teach him. Alex Smith looked like damaged goods. I'm not going to say damaged goods, but he goes to Kansas City. We're like, he can't run Andy Reid's system.
But you're throwing about quarterbacks out there who have the exact same resume as Jimmy Garoppolo. Donovan, almost. Alex Smith, almost.
No one.
Garoppolo.
No one is taking Jimmy G over Donovan McNabb.
I didn't say
Hall
that.
Of Famer.
I didn't say that. I said the results. The results are the same. Andy Reid went to Kansas City, got run out of Philadelphia because they couldn't get a Super Bowl win. No?
But to say that the way that they played the game, like just because the winning and losing, winning is not a quarterback.
I'm not saying anything.
No, I didn't say what you think I said. So just pull yourself up off the ground.
No, I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to finish this one.
I did not statistically compare Donovan McNabb to Jimmy Garoppolo.
I know you didn't, but you said the results are the same.
But is that what we're going to do? They went to a Super Bowl and lost. That's the same result. My point is you're giving Andy Reid. What if I did this for you next year? Okay. I'm going to give you Andy Reid gets this 49er quarterback situation. And Kyle Shanahan gets Patrick Mahomes. Who do you like?
Andy Reid has won the AFC West.
Answer my question.
Time out. They had the number 1 overall pick when he went to Kansas City. They won the AFC West 10 straight years.
And the 49ers have been to 3 or 4 NFC title games. So
I agreed.
My question is...
I'm taking Andy Reid.
You're taking Andy Reid with Brock /Trey/ I don't know.
Andy Reid's done it. He has won 100 games with 2 organizations.
Andy Reid's phenomenal.
He is going straight to the Hall of Fame.
Andy Reid, of course he is. Andy Reid's phenomenal, but you're not going to at least acknowledge that he has Patrick Mahomes?
And he gets credit for developing, drafting, and identifying Patrick Mahomes into what he is. I do not believe Patrick Mahomes. He's great. Do I think Patrick Mahomes with... I'm just going to throw out Urban Meyer would be good?
I think if Mahomes were on the 49ers, I think the Niners would be the most overwhelming Super Bowl favorite in the history of the league.
Are we sure he wouldn't be furious with his turnover ratio early on in his career?
And I know Dibs is about to say he'd be hurt by week 3.
I mean,
but anyway,
I mean,
I watched Andy
all
Reid.
you have to do is look at the track record for quarterback injuries in San Francisco, and you don't have to blame Shanahan to know that quarterbacks have been injured. All I'm going to say about Shanahan is this, and if I can just get in for a moment, guys,
go ahead.
if I can just get some crumbs here, because I'm RH4 when it comes to the changeover, and that's fine. If you look at the history of teams that have made multiple conference championship games in a 4-year span, Kyle Shanahan might be the only coach ever to do it with multiple quarterbacks.
Oh, I agree.
He gets credit for that.
For
and
sure.
We can discount him in terms of, is he Andy Reid? No, he's not Andy Reid. And if Kyle Shanahan, and by the way, I just watched that Super Bowl back. It was on, I think, last night or the night before on
Super Bowl
NFL Network.
Which
yes,
one?
And
Niners Chiefs?
Supper's like, why are you watching this again? You know how it ends. I'm like, babe, be quiet. Niners are up 10 right now.
How good was he in the red zone, Andy Reid? When they ran that trick play.
He was great. But
he was awesome.
It just, there was a couple of plays. There's 6 plays that if the Niners get one of them to go their way, they win that game.
Win the Super Bowl.
So I watched the game again, and Supper's like, would you turn this off?
David, can you believe I watched it in Cabo?
I can't believe you watched it in
Sleeping,
Cabo.
I was watching it in Cabo like, this is ridiculous.
These guys are crazy. I look at Shanahan in terms of the quarterback, and whoever he brings in, if Brock's not ready and he doesn't believe in Trey, whoever he brings in, it's going to be somebody who I think can fit in this system. And I don't know if we can rightly say that Kyle Shanahan isn't teaching these guys. Brock Purdy went from Mr. Irrelevant, a guy that nobody wanted, and the guy came in and won 7 games in a row.
He did. But and to your point, I made the argument that Shanahan has probably had the inferior quarterback in every playoff game. He's probably had the worst quarterback in all the games. When you look at Super Bowl 54, Aaron Rodgers in the title game, hell, Kirk Cousins, who he loved over Jimmy G. So he does get credit for that.
Matt Ryan against Tom Brady when he was the coordinator.
He does get credit for that. But I'm with Shasky here. Well, I would agree with Andy Reid. I don't know if Mahomes is Mahomes under Shanahan. I just don't know.
Is Montana without Walsh?
Right. Steve Young wasn't without Walsh.
Brady without Belichick.
Exactly.
I mean, we can play this game on every quarterback.
Andy Reid coming to Candlestick Park with Coy Dittmer on Monday Night Football as double-digit underdogs and cooked the Niners with Tio Garcia. I was like, damn.
The answer is always a little bit of both. We can have examples like Kurt Warner, who was great with the Rams and the Cardinals and was junk in between with the Giants.
Yeah, with the hurt hand.
Yes, the context of coaching and teammates matter. But then the Brady example being the flagship answer of great quarterbacks are great quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes would travel to any uniform.
No, I know he'd be really good.
Uniform.
But I don't know if he'd be this version of himself. I look at Steph Curry. Would Steph Curry be the Steph Curry he is today if he didn't have the Mark Jackson, empowerment? Because I think there's a lot of coaches that would have suppressed the way they played the game.
As great as Jordan was, he needed Phil Jackson to take that next step. Same as Kobe and Shaq.
No one's saying he's not good. I'm just saying this version, to think it's a carbon copy, that I don't
You can say
subscribe
this
to.
about almost any athlete in the two sports. Baseball is different because it's so individualized that I'm a pitcher and the mound is the same. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So let me ask this. In this sense,
I agree,
if they did, I agree with you too, Dibs. You bring in Winston or Dalton. Who would you rather have? Who would you rather have at quarterback if you're moving forward?
Winston,
right?
Dalton.
So, but Dalton would know the system, right? He would have the leg up because you would think he's smarter than James Winston.
I want a guy who doesn't make mistakes.
I don't
James
know who's
Winston
smarter,
is a
but
turnover waiting to
Winston,
happen. That to me is
that's my answer too.
You know, Peyton Manning had more interceptions at this point of his career than James Winston.
Yeah,
it's crazy to say.
I did not know that,
too, didn't he?
I did not know that.
James threw it a lot. James threw it a lot, Tim.
Boy, he
look
hasn't
at those,
played.
look at those Colts teams that Peyton had early in his career. He had nothing. He had no O-line.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
And Marshall Falk.
Not from when he was a rookie.
Yeah, I don't know who's smarter. I just know who throws more picks. I would say Dalton. I get where you're coming from.
Right.
Winston feels more talented.
I want the more talented player, and I'm putting it on the coach who makes all the money in the world and is one of the great minds in the game to say, Coach, just out of
you know
him.
what's funny
Sean
though?
Payton and Winston had a lot of success.
We had this conversation last week about the definition of the word talented, which we take that to mean like your raw ball skills. But talent is also your processing, your decision making. You're not turning the ball. Like that's talent also.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things when I look at Brock Purdy, when he walks in a room, no one's ever going to be like, oh my God, talented. Is there arm talent? Is there leg talent? Is there anything? Is there physical? There's nothing. But there's obviously a lot of talent there because of his processing, his decision making, his leadership skills. So I don't know who's more talented.
Did anything in the last 6 weeks with Brock Purdy concern you? Because the first halves were rough, and there was a lot of, as I say, dare I say, Jimmy O no throws from Brock Purdy.
Well, you're asking
you hear
it,
Greg Cosell.
So you answer it. I would say no, not concern.
I would not be shocked if we saw the best of Brock Purdy. That's where I'm at.
That's hard to believe in someone's first 8 games. Like, has anyone ever had their first 8 games be their best?
Kaepernick?
Well, if
Sean Hill?
If that is the best of Brock Purdy, is that good enough to get you to a conference championship game? The answer is yes.
If he could sustain, yeah, hell yeah.
But
hell
I mean,
yeah.
if that's the best
Hell
of Brock
yeah.
Purdy, does that mean that he can't be that again? I mean, that might be where Brock Purdy is. That might be the quarterback that he is. And if you're surrounded by all this talent and a coach who is among the 2 or 3 best play callers in football and a nasty defense, that might be good enough.
I agree with that. There is something, though, about sustainability, and that's why I caution myself on, like, for the next 10 years. Like, dude, 10 years is like, we're talking multiple NFL lifetimes.
Well,
10 years.
every
5
athlete,
years feels like multiple NFL timelines.
Every athlete.
I'm just going year to year.
Yeah, once they come out and show themselves, then there's a scouting report.
Yes.
So, like, I don't know, like, what is I would love to know. What does a defensive coordinator see when they look at Brock Purdy?
So we did
like,
this.
What would they throw at him next year?
Mac Jones is a good example. Right now, they're saying Mac Jones could be on the move. Belichick doesn't like the way he's acting. If I would have just took the temperature of most people, we'd say, yeah, pretty limited, but feels like he might be right now the best player coming out of that draft. 1 year later, everyone's like, totally out on Mac Jones. I'm all in on Trevor Lawrence, even though the two of them had obviously very different circumstances that they inherited. So, like, things move quick in the NFL. I don't know.
Zach Wilson's already getting run out of New York.
And you talk about 10 years. Who's more likely to get a second contract with the Niners, Brock Purdy or Trey Lance?
Brock. Right now, it's Brock.
Even with the UCL injury?
Over Trey Lance? Yes.
I don't even see. I can't bet on either of them.
I was going to say, is it Brock, Trey, or neither?
Neither. I would say neither.
Most likely
This guy's
neither.
going Tommy John.
I'm leaning Brock. Brock's put enough.
Yeah, but even, Tommy John doesn't kill your career.
It doesn't kill it, but man, this core may not be the same by the time Brock comes around.
He's only 1 year in.
He's only 1 year in.
8 games in.
The decision on Brock is still 3 to 4 years away.
I don't like doing hypotheticals, but if he misses
It's
a
2
year,
away. Because you wouldn't have him play that final year. You wouldn't have him play that lame duck year.
He's not a 5-year deal.
So Trey Lance, it's really the same for Trey Lance because Trey Lance got the 5-year deal. So really, it's a 2-year conversation for both.
Yeah, you'd have to make a quick decision, but I'm looking at the core group. We may not have Debo here for a long time. May not have George Kittle here for a long time.
Trent Williams,
may not have Trent
probably
Williams,
not,
CMC.
Yeah.
So he may come back to a different core group, and he may look worse. And you're saying to yourself, boy, was it Brock or was it the core around him? Was it the team around him? I don't know.
Well, this is why I want to see more of all of those guys. Like, I love what Brock saw, and everything I've seen from him, I feel great about it. I still want to see more.
All right, hey, good to see you guys. Willard Divs
Welcome
coming
back,
up.
buddy.
Everything, Willard Divs coming up, sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a 2000.
It's the best phrase that we have in our language, man. Timing is everything. Timing is everything. And the timing for this 49er offseason already feels out of whack. It really does. Everything's out of order. We're going to tell me that you're going to have free agency and potentially then Brock Purdy surgery. Oh, and then OTAs so that they can get a look at what Trey Lance has done. And by the way, I don't even know what Trey Lance, what could he do the last 6 months?
Nothing.
He's cruising around on a scooter. So if we're to believe, and I do, for instance, just as an example, there have been a number of things out there, but the article that Albert Breer wrote last week with regard to what the 49ers were truly kind of thinking and feeling about, not about Brock Purdy, but about Trey Lance, that he was not the runner that they hoped he would be, and what they're now waiting on is to find out if he can become an accurate and effective passer at the NFL level, which, by the way, is not something you want to be talking about 2 years in after being the number 3 overall pick in the draft. But that's where we are, and that's the answer they need, and they're not going to have that answer by the time they need to figure out how they're going to ensure themselves going into the season at the most important position. This is not a small development yesterday.
They may already have their answer, and that's something that we will be able to determine based on what they do in free agency. They may already know, much like the Warriors, I think, most likely already knew about James Wiseman in terms of whether or not that he could make an impact on this team. The Niners may already know if Trey Lance can be the quarterback that they thought he was when they drafted him. They may have already seen enough, and the fact that he's been hurt tells you that they've been unable to really see it in real time on the field in actual games. So maybe they don't know. Maybe they go into free agency and you don't know about Brock Purdy because the surgery is going to happen probably right around the time that free agency starts. And Trey Lance is just starting to throw again this week, according to reports. So he's just now able to be healthy enough to start getting back into it a little bit. So you got 3 weeks until free agency begins. It's going to be really interesting to see what the Niners do with another quarterback.
Well, I would love to get the pulse of the fans and our listeners today. 888-957-9570 with this news. And if you didn't hear it, the surgery, which was supposed to be today, has been delayed because of continued inflammation. Dr. Brian Feely, who's joining us in 2 hours, already texted our group, texted Kyle yesterday about it and said, no, this is not normal. Okay, so that's not good. So at this point, though, it only means right now about a delay of a week and a half. Don't know necessarily what's going to happen next there. And the other thing that was put out yesterday, the 49ers and Brock Purdy's group still believe that this is heading toward a UCL repair, not a reconstruction. So they still, at least at this hour, are saying there's no signs of this meaning Tommy John surgery. Okay, fine. So that's what we know, and there's all kinds of things that we won't know until this happens. But based on that information, based on the little bit that we've seen of Trey Lance, the other stuff that we've heard that the 49ers feel about Trey Lance, what would you do? What would you do? What does everybody want to do with the quarterback position now this offseason? This is incredibly important. Like, you've got to get this right. The opportunity is it never looks like this in a conference. Like, there are barely...
You're about to do Creed right now, aren't you?
There are barely any...
The league's wide open.
I was really hoping not to, but,
you should have.
But now we're here.
It fit.
Oh, I can't stand it.
The conference is wide open. You know that, Mark.
Yes,
it's okay to sing it.
Yes, and the 49ers are going to show them everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there just aren't that many good quarterbacks in the NFC, and there might be fewer when Aaron Rodgers comes out of darkness.
Right.
So
is he still in that retreat? I thought he was out by now.
I thought he's out, but we haven't heard. It's not. Right. There hasn't been white smoke, so I don't know.
Shout out the Pope.
I don't know.
Ash Wednesday as well played.
The Packers have a new quarterback or not.
Viva la Papa.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And we just lost the quitter Pope who died a month ago. The first Pope to ever quit on the job. I call him the quitter Pope. I don't know if that's his official name, but QP would be the nickname. But anyway, on this Ash Wednesday, I try not to blaspheme any further. It'll be interesting to see what the Niners do. What do? I bring in one of these free agent quarterbacks, one of these already played a bunch OG guys, a guy who doesn't even have to be anything more than a real solid insurance policy. Josh Johnson this year was that quarterback. Now, was he good enough? If he didn't get hurt, was he good enough to win that game? Probably not. So can you get a quarterback who's better than that, who can come in and be that security blanket, somebody who could be an ultimate clipboard holder? Like Case Keenum is the ultimate clipboard holder. Could you bring in Case Keenum, a guy who made $6 million this past year, and tell Case, look, we don't know about Brock. He may or may not be healthy for week 1. We don't know about Trey Lance. He may or may not be good enough for week 1. But you know what, Case? You can come in. You could be a quarterback here. You might start week 1. You might not start at all. You might start 11 games. Who knows, Case? Come on in.
Well, here's there's all kinds of uncomfortable
Gabby's out there.
Yeah. Oh, God, don't do that. No, there
Former
are guys.
Niner.
There are guys who can win you games, and then you think about it this way, right? Like, even if it is still just a UCL repair, and even if it is delayed, and even if this does now threaten the start of the season, you still aren't in a spot where you're truly acknowledging, at least they're not publicly, acknowledging the idea of Brock Purdy missing the whole year. So let's think about it in terms of even the first half of the year. Look at the 49ers the last few years. They've middled. They've gone 3-4, 3-5, and they still end up in the NFC title game.
Right.
I'm not saying that's ideal, but you don't need somebody to come in and set the world on fire. Like, let me tell you what I would eliminate from the conversation, because I know where our minds go as fans. Some of you, I would bet, are thinking, well, gosh, there's Derek Carr out there. I mean, there's trade for Aaron Rodgers, or the obvious laughter-inducing answer, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I thought you were going to go Tom Brady.
No. Well, he's like, that was a heartfelt retirement, wasn't it? Have you ever done anything
We'll see.
I mean,
we'll see.
You ever look somebody in the eye and really give them the I promise and I mean it this time, and then 3 weeks later just go back on your word?
Yes.
You have?
I mean, you
With
haven't?
I
mean, you're a good guy, so.
Yeah, how many
and
times
according
in
to
your
the
life-
mean rankings, I'm pretty high on the mean scale.
You're up there.
But yeah, it's
I don't know. I mean, how many times in your life do you do that? Where you're really like
1,494.
Really? Where you lock
Please.
eyes and do like a heartfelt, like, this, I mean this.
You, as a former actor, you're telling me that you've never acted? I mean, you've
I didn't
never
say
lied?
never, but 1,500 times? That's almost every day
I'm just
for
lowballing
5
it,
years.
quite frankly.
I mean, how many promises are you giving to people?
How many times have I looked at you and said, "Oh, Mark, what a great take that was"?
Yeah, never. You've never said that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you've never said that to me. I take pride in that.
Yes, I believe that Tom Brady has retired this time for sure. However, if Kyle Shanahan were to knock upon his door June 11th, after Tom Brady has spent all this time with those damn kids, I mean, who's to say there's not at least a sliver?
There's so many scenarios out there. I don't see the Tom Brady scenario being something people actually talk about unless we get to August.
What's more likely, Brady quarterbacks the Niners or Jimmy Garoppolo?
Brady.
Yeah, wow, okay. Because I don't think either one's very possible, but that speaks to your Jimmy Garoppolo belief.
The Jimmy thing has a few different legs to it. Number one, and I think you and I both agree, whether this other team, this mythical team, is making a good decision or not, someone's going to sign him as their starting quarterback this offseason. Like a real contract. Like here's 4 years.
Yeah,
and
at least 3, probably.
Right, and you're our guy. Like, I think he's going to get that. So that's number one. But number two, even in the absence of that, I get the sense that Kyle and Jimmy are just very done with each other. Like, I think if somebody else gave Jimmy the, like, dude, emergency break glass 1 year, I think he'd be like, I'll do that with the Titans over the 49ers this year. I just think there's too much smoke. There's too much history.
Yeah.
There's too many experiences. I just have to think that neither one of them are interested in that anymore. Now, the 49ers would be the one that would, I think, more quickly become interested in it if they just don't have any good options. If Trey Lance is not a player and Brock Purdy's not available, then I would bet on Kyle Shanahan's available wish list, Jimmy would be number one, just because they already well know how that they can win with him. It's turnkey, plug him in. But I got to think Jimmy would be like, CeeLo Green.
Right.
Forget you.
Well, that's not the actual song.
Well,
but
it did. Well, there's a version of it.
That's the radio version.
Radio edit. And we're on the radio.
And I heard the radio edit actually for weeks before I actually heard the original. Yes. And I was like, oh, look at you, CeeLo.
Yeah.
Look at you.
How many months into CeeLo Green were you when you learned that the original lyrics were not Forget You?
About 3 months, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's about right.
It's about when it hit me. But I think when you're looking at the QB that they would want to bring in, if they're looking for a QB 1.5, and we're using these numbers just to kind of relate to where this quarterback may fall in the pecking order, if you're bringing in a guy who's got real NFL life left in them, even if you believe in Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is a guy who probably has, still a lot of good football left in him. Teddy Bridgewater is another good example, I think. Teddy Bridgewater is a quarterback who wants to go somewhere and be able to compete for the starting job. He wants to go somewhere, maybe where Jimmy Garoppolo goes, so it's Bridgewater and Garoppolo duking it out for the starting job, or Bridgewater and Geno Smith, or Bridgewater and somebody who's not a permanent fixture. So if you're the Niners and you bring in somebody like Teddy Bridgewater, what you're saying to the fan base is we don't believe in Trey Lance. Because what you're saying to me is, here's Bridgewater. Bridgewater's our guy until Brock Purdy gets healthy, and we don't believe that Trey Lance can be the guy.
I agree with your concept. I'm wondering about the size of the name that states that. Because Teddy Bridgewater is, like there's all these guys that are accomplished in ways, I guess, like we know their name. We know their name. Have they been starters in the past? Sure. Like Andy Dalton and Jameis Winston.
Right.
And, you mentioned Teddy Bridgewater. I guess sort of Jacoby Brissett could fall into that. I don't know if that flatly means, like, sorry, we don't believe in Trey Lance. I mean, Tom Brady would absolutely mean that.
Of course, or if you traded for Rodgers or you brought in somebody else, Derek Carr.
I guess I more want to know what they're going to do with said player. Matt Ryan, let's throw him in there. Ryan Tannehill. Are you going to bring one of those guys in to back up Trey Lance? And Brock Purdy is not available this year. That means one thing. But I agree with you.
Neither of those two guys, by the way, are free agents.
Which two?
Ryan and Tannehill. I guess they're going to get bought out as the expectation.
Cut. Yeah. I mean, the Tannehill one, I guess, a little bit more mysterious. I think the Colts are probably going to release Matt Ryan. Like that saves that. Yeah, right. They're not moving. I mean, he makes a pretty good chunk of change.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to get rid of him. And I bet Kyle Shanahan, I know it feels super retread, but people forget what the Colts thought they were doing. When Matt Ryan went to the Colts, remember? It was like, oh, man, big old change in the AFC South, and the Falcons are moving on, and the Colts are turning into a now team. And then all of a sudden it was like, yuck. But what did Matt Ryan have around him with the Colts? I mean, by halfway
best running back in football.
But he didn't play most of the year.
Yeah.
A receiving core that is very meh. And by mid-year, Jeff Saturday's your coach. I mean, Matt Ryan, if he ended up quarterbacking games for the 49ers this year, I think you would get a better version of him than you got with the Colts last year. I'm not saying it's great. Sure, he's old. But again, you're looking for somebody to just be a Band-Aid right now. That's all you're looking for, really. So my sense would be, if they end up in that market, I wonder if Kyle Shanahan would be intrigued by Matt Ryan. They had a hell of a lot of success together.
I wonder if Matt Ryan, though, isn't thinking in his own mind of a situation where he has more of a chance to compete to be QB1. And that's where I think this question is going to be most interesting for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers because, yes, you mentioned Matt Ryan. And if he's free, if he's cut and he's a free agent, does he really want to go to a spot where he's probably going to be QB2 once Brock Purdy comes back, and he might not even be QB2 because Trey Lance is still here on a rookie deal. So if you're Matt Ryan, wouldn't you rather go somewhere like New Orleans or the Jets, a place where maybe you could compete and be the starting quarterback still?
I don't know.
Because you're not going to be that here.
But that depends on how things go for Brock Purdy and Trey Lance this offseason. And, oh, by the way, if you were one of these quarterbacks and you're having conversations with the 49ers, understand their conversation's different than our conversation. They know. They know stuff we don't know.
About Trey Lance.
And Brock Purdy.
Right.
They know stuff. They
don't know about Brock Purdy.
They know
more than we do.
They know more than we do.
But they don't know about Brock Purdy yet.
No, they don't. There's no way to know everything, but there's a way to know, like, they're still acting like they're not concerned. Publicly.
Right. Of course.
But privately, are they? And yes, Trey Lance, they've got a formed opinion. He can change their mind, but don't you get the sense that collectively right now their opinion is Trey Lance is not what we thought he was?
Well, we'll see in the next 3 weeks.
I think that's already their opinion, and they're open to him changing their mind.
I think that what they showed in their usage of Trey Lance in the way that he was last year as the starting quarterback, that told me what they thought of Trey Lance. The fact that they ran him, and I'll use the phrase ran him into the ground just to sensationalize it a little bit and to maybe get under your skin here in the 9 o'clock hour.
Man, not gonna work.
They ran him into the ground, Mark. Kyle Shanahan, the QB killer.
You can, especially when you advertise that you're about to do it, it works even
Coming
less.
up in 5 seconds, Mark, I get under your skin.
No, I mean,
when they ran Trey into the ground, when they didn't allow Trey to really throw the football, when they put in a certain package of plays for Trey Lance that they didn't have for Brock Purdy, that indicated to me that at that time, they were not believers in Trey Lance's ability to be quarterback.
Of course you'd have a different package of plays for Trey Lance than you would for any of their other quarterbacks. Why wouldn't you? That would be weird.
Well, you would let a quarterback actually throw the football more if you had Trey Lance.
If you thought he could.
Exactly, and that's my point.
But also, like, to say it that way, of course, if you're going to draft, as they've even called him, a dual threat quarterback, why would you not call plays for the dual threat? The other ones are not a threat to do that. Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo are not. I mean, Brock moves pretty well, but he's not a threat. Even with Trey Lance not running as well as they thought, Brock doesn't run like that. So, of course, you're going to have different plays. They always do. They always do. This is a misnomer, and this is one of the things, quote unquote, the Kyle Shanahan system. Conversation we're having with Bonte and Joe. Is he a teacher? Well, of course he's a teacher. You don't think Kyle Shanahan's system changes also based on the QB? I mean, if you go to his coordinator days, this is the same person who has gone from Matt Schaub to Matt Ryan to Jimmy Garoppolo to Trey Lance to Brock Purdy with a little bit of Beathard and Mullins in between, and it's going to be different for each guy. No?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it should be.
Well, it shouldn't be as dramatically different between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy as it was, unless you don't have faith that Trey Lance can throw the ball like Brock Purdy was able to throw the ball. Now, can he change that opinion?
I mean,
you didn't believe that he could at that point, and that's why you ran him 13 times in Chicago, and you only had him do mostly checkdowns in his first 5 quarters of football. So can he change your opinion between then and now to where you don't go in the free agent market and find anybody? Because Trey Lance should be 100% healthy come August. There's no reason why he can't be healthy enough to be the starting quarterback of the 49ers if Brock Purdy's out.
I guess my answer to that, or their answer to that, would probably be and I'm with you, we all use the word should. Trey Lance should be the starting quarterback if Brock Purdy's out. But our word should is solely based on draft position. What other reason do you have?
Well, it's based on the fact that they named him the starter last year.
Right.
That's why I say should.
Right. Although that was a very different scenario.
Not really. They had Jimmy Garoppolo on the kiddie field.
Well, but no.
And they had Brock Purdy who beat out Nate Sudfeld.
But they had him on the kiddie field.
Right.
In other words, it wasn't
until... But this was their evaluation. They evaluated their quarterbacks all through the offseason and into training camp, and they decided Trey Lance is our best quarterback. Trey Lance is going to start.
I think that they obviously felt forced into doing that, did not have a better option. And this is why I stated that the day that they signed Jimmy Garoppolo that it was a hedge. Because I think they got halfway through camp and went, you know what? Listen, here's something. Nobody wants to feel this or admit this. Nobody wants this. They're disappointed in Trey Lance.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Yeah, we do.
I think they are, but I don't think we've seen enough to where...
They're open for him to change their mind back. Why are we having such a hard time with this? Why when we say...
Because he got hurt.
Oh, you're a Trey hater. No,
it's Trey hating is what it is.
It's not. It's trading.
The guy played 5 quarters, so I don't think that they've shown you yet that they are disappointed in Trey Lance. If they go out and they sign Andy Dalton or if they sign a real veteran to come in here and be the quarterback.
You mean like they did last year with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, you said yourself it was a hedge.
Exactly, because they were disappointed in Trey Lance. And now they've said it behind the scenes to multiple reporters. He can't run like they thought that he could run. And he's not yet an accurate, effective passer. How can they not be disappointed 2 years in to a number 3 overall pick? Like, I think we got to just admit this. It doesn't mean that it can't. He can change it. He can Jordan Poole this. But, we got to just admit what's in front of us. The 49ers are not pleased in this moment with what they picked in Trey Lance. Or else we wouldn't even be talking about Brock Purdy.
Well, they went to Brock Purdy because they had no choice.
Right, but they wouldn't be going back to, and then they gave him the job forever. They're like, yeah,
well, that's not forever, but going forward, yes.
The presumptive starter.
Exactly, because he outplayed Jimmy Garoppolo and he outplayed Trey Lance.
If they were enthralled with Trey Lance, then this offseason at minimum would be an open competition, but it's not. I just think it's not.
That's because Trey Lance is still coming back from injury, and they haven't seen.
I don't think that.
I do think they're disappointed in what Trey has shown them so far, but they probably are as disappointed in themselves for their own appraisal of Trey Lance.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is directed at everybody. Right now, again, there's total openness to him changing their minds back and him developing. But I just think everybody in this conversation would be well served to go ahead and admit that. In this moment, they're not thrilled with the pick. In this moment. I feel that. Do you not agree with that?
How can they be? How can they be thrilled by the pick?
Yeah, anyway. So we can get into that. Those of you on hold, stay right there. 888-957-9570. What would you do in this particular situation? The Brock Purdy surgery is delayed at least another week and a half. Good morning to Twitch and YouTube. So glad you're here. Xfinity Mobile text line is at your disposal as well. This is, and there will be some on this a little bit later, it's Warriors Wednesday, and it is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, Willard and Dibs brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your call's next on 95.7 The Game.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, there's a lot of Twitter docs now. I admit that. A lot of Twitter docs, right?
By the way, I'm the original radio doc as far as not a doctor docs go. I've been not a doctor doctoring since the 90s.
You have. Well, what I like about you is for whatever reason, you get very excited about it. Like you lean in when the conversation suddenly, like somebody tears us something. I've done it. Right. You lean.
I love it.
You lean into the microphone and you're like, let me tell you about what's about to go down here in this hospital room. I'm like trying to stay out of the hospital. I don't like this conversation. I don't want to know about it. I hope I'm never there. Like, we'll do Cleared to Play. I'm into it, but like, man.
When doctors collide, Dr. Feely and the radio doctor.
Seriously.
It's because, Mark, one thing that I love about life is that whether it's LeBron James, you and I, or whatever the lowest person that you perceive to be on the human totem pole, there are certain things that we all have in common. Commonalities. One is we all are going to die. And so when I think about in terms, and I hate to get all...
That's defeatist.
But it's a fact. Even the oldest person on earth.
Now. I mean, maybe they'll change something.
Nobody ever has been born and not perished yet. So also, one thing that we all have in common, for the most part, are ligaments, bones, tendons, and the rest of it. So when so-and-so tears an ACL, there's a certain protocol that goes into fixing it that we all share. Now, whether or not my ACL is needed to do the same things that Steph Curry's ACL is, for example, it's totally different. I get that. But in terms of injury, repair, surgery, and all the rest of it, we're all the same in many ways.
I want to read this from Jeff Mueller, who is a blue checkmark doctor on Twitter.
Well, the blue checkmark no longer means what it used to.
No, but this is somebody who has content on. He's got something called DL Football, right? Like he's one. I know there are a billion of them, but he's got an interesting sort of take. What's
this guy's name? Jerry Mueller?
Jeff Mueller, and Mueller? It's not a take. It's not a take.
Mueller.
This may comfort some of you, and maybe you talk about dueling Twitter docs. This might fly right in the face of what Brian Feely said last night. So maybe Jeff Mueller and Brian Feely can have a fight coming up at about 12:30. But here's what he said. The Brock Purdy update, this actually falls in line with what we knew. This is a really bad UCL tear that is still too inflamed to perform surgery 3.5 weeks post-injury, postponing to roughly 4.5 to 5 weeks now. Severity of the injury makes sense, given how many consultations Purdy received to decide between UCL repair versus Tommy John surgery. This is not good or bad news. It just affirms what we knew of a bad tear. They're optimistic of a repair, but in reality, they won't know until they get in there and perform the surgery to see if the ligament is repairable. Good news is original surgery date of today put Purdy at 6 months, 19 days till week 1. Postponing to early March, still 6+ months from week 1. The only thing that I'm really focused on there is when he says this is not good or bad news. Like,
thanks, Doc.
But him.
You went to medical school for that?
No, but his point.
Seriously, though.
Hold on. Don't be dismissive.
No, I will be dismissive
he's got a
when
point
he's on the
here.
fence.
No, he's not on the fence. His point is the opposite of what Dr. Feely said. He says this is normal, that 3.5 weeks after a really bad UCL tear, it would still be inflamed. He thinks that's normal. Doc Feely doesn't. We'll put the question to him in an hour and a half.
Well, he says it's a bad UCL tear that is still too inflamed to perform surgery 3.5 weeks post-injury.
Right, which means that he's saying that there's some normalcy there.
It's normal that it's a bad UCL tear. And again, no doctor knows other than the doctors who've actually seen it on the MRI. They're the only ones who know, and even they don't fully know until the surgeon himself, Dr. Meister, goes in there and cuts open his arm and is able to actually look at the UCL itself. But the fact that a bad UCL tear is likely going to be too inflamed to perform surgery, that's not good news to me. So I don't see the good news, bad news part of his tweet.
No, I don't, but it's not bad news either. I guess
it's bad news to me that it's so severe that it still is inflamed. That's not good.
but we knew it was a bad one. We knew it was a really bad one. And
but if he would have gone for surgery today, that would have been better than the news that comes out that he has to postpone.
Sure, but I guess what he's saying is, I guess my question for Doc Feely is this abnormal? That was Kyle's first question last night to him on text, and he said no. This doctor seems to be saying, based on a severe tear, which we already assumed because of how many consultations they had, he's making it sound like it is kind of normal. Right. That's what I want to know. I don't know. I'm not like you. I haven't had 28 surgeries.
Yeah, and I'm actually shopping for my next surgery.
Are you?
Yeah.
What do you need now?
Oh, I'm going to get knee replacement.
You need that, don't you?
I do. I don't need it. I kind of need it. I don't know. I'm going to need it at some point, but I was starting to look at the the return to play for a partial knee reconstruction, so I'm starting to shop around here a little bit.
I haven't watched your ref yet. I wonder, what does that look like?
It's not pretty.
Is it
it's
like
not pretty.
by game 7, is it pretty limpy?
Oh, pretty limpy and gimpy, yeah. But I'm still making it up and down the floor.
Okay, I assumed that.
Yeah, usually 16 miles for a 9-game day.
Is it really?
Yeah, because I go up and down.
Do you put like a little Fitbit thing on
I got
there
my
or something?
Phone. My phone tracks the steps, and then the steps computes to the mileage, yeah.
16 miles?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about right.
But is that, and that's counting just walking in between games and stuff?
Exactly. You call a foul, and you got to walk about 10 steps to the table and let them know the foul. Then you got to go down to the baseline. You got to line the kids up, and you got to administer the free throw.
Yeah.
And now I'm on the baseline, so I got to work all the way back to the other end of the floor.
Anyway, I don't want to get into semantics on this. Obviously,
I don't either.
Postponing it is not good news. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to ascertain here is something weird or not. And Mueller is saying no.
Right.
So from that perspective.
And if Mueller says no, then I'm with Mueller.
Well, I hope he's right. We'll find out what Feely says. It's not be the first time two doctors disagree.
Of course.
But my point is that it is based on what he's saying here. If this is just inflammation because if it's a bad tear, but all signs remain what they are. If they go in and do this next week instead of this week, does that change the whole story? Potentially no.
Right.
Potentially not at all.
It does. Well, potentially it changes everything.
If they go in there and it's a reconstruction,
right?
Totally.
And the fact,
but that's always been the case.
Correct. But the fact that he still is too inflamed to get the surgery now tells me, and I believe Dr. Mueller. I believe the doctor in what he's saying in terms of it's a bad tear if there still is so much inflammation that it can't be repaired now. And if it's a bad tear, if the tear is more than just a garden variety partial tear, if this is a bad tear, if this is a borderline tear to where the Dr. Meister might go in and say, geez, this is borderline, let's do Tommy John. This to me makes that more of a possibility than if they would have gone in today and just repaired it with the internal brace.
By the way, I also have to check ourselves as two people who are on the other side of their 45th birthday. Kyle and Spadone, do you understand that reference when Dibbs and I both went, Mueller?
No.
Mueller. Do
Ferris
you get
Bueller's Day Off. That's
okay,
an easy
thank
one,
you.
Coach.
That's all I wanted to know. I just want to check ourselves. Spadone, did you know it too? Did you get it?
Yes.
You
Ben
did.
Stein.
All right, thank you.
I love the young people.
And I appreciate that as well. I always want to know. I want to know when references are made, did that go completely over the head of somebody who's like 30?
Well, it's hit and miss because that movie came out 37 years ago.
Right.
Neither Kyle nor Spadoni can even sniff their 37th birthday.
But some movies have more staying power than others.
That's the thing.
And I'm not always necessarily... Like sometimes I bet there are movies we think have staying power that don't actually have staying power.
Of course.
Oh, and then it's also circumstantial based on the human you're talking to. Like if Bonte is in here, Star Wars apparently doesn't have staying power.
Right.
For a lot of people it does. But you have to explain your, Lando Calrissian references whenever it's Bonte. Thank you. All right. How about a Counting Crows reference? Let's go to Mr. Jones in Atlanta.
And me.
Right here on Willard and Dibbs.
4.
Hi, Mr. Jones. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? On my way to go drop off something at the mail.
Perfect.
Nice.
Okay, great.
Just a little check, just trying to get a little check out. That's all.
Oh, you're mailing the check out instead of picking it up in the mailbox? That's too bad. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
So, we back in the same situation we was in last year, right? We ain't got no quarterback. the head coach don't like the winner that we got. You know what I'm saying?
What does that mean? The head coach doesn't like the winner that we got.
Well, him and Jimmy have been beefing since he's been trying to off him for the last 2 years.
I see, but Mr. Jones, we don't quote got him. He's free agent.
True, but we could have just paid him. It ain't like we got to give him $40 million. You know what I'm saying? We can give him a little money. We can give him. He's worth at least what Kirk Cousins is getting. Kirk been robbing the bank, robbing the cradle for the last 3 years.
Well, if he's worth what Kirk Cousins is making, then you're making it sound like the Niners can just walk over there and huck $35 million at somebody, no problem. Like, that changes your salary cap a little bit.
Well, whoever decided, I called in and said this last time, whoever gave them 3 first-round picks away for that I ain't gonna disrespect Buddy too much, but that high-end used car we got over there that can't stay out the shop. I know Jimmy be in there too, but at least he gets us to a Super Bowl or he gets us to an NFC championship. We've never not been in the playoffs when he's played. So, but I'd rather, again, keep him, or why can't we go get Jameis? He wants a big arm quarterback, right? That's mobile. Sound like Jameis to me.
All right, so I mean,
I'm out on Jameis. Too many turnovers.
Jameis?
What?
No.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, Mr. Jones is it's a little bit of a just kind of light, airy name that anybody could grab and say that that's their name on the phone. So I don't know. Look, people like Jameis Winston would potentially be on the list. I'm with you that Jameis is not the guy, but I don't know. Winston right now for me, that's somebody who turns the ball over too much, and that's the number one thing that Kyle Shanahan's always talking about.
Right, is ball security, ball control, and ball security. And I guess the expectation is that Jameis Winston is going to get out of his contract. Are they going to buy him out? Is that
why? What is his situation? I don't even know.
He's signed for one more year at
he is
12.8, 15.6 is the dead cap. They can get out of him for an 11.2 dead cap hit. That's the potential out, according to Spotrac.
Yeah,
as I look at it, so. I mean, are the Saints that eager to move off of him and eat $11 million?
I mean, the Saints are obviously eager to go get a different starting quarterback. They met with Derek Carr,
right?
So I have no idea what they're going to do with Jameis Winston. But that's way too much money for a backup,
and that's way too much money to eat just to get rid of a guy who could be your backup,
right? Yeah. So maybe isn't
it's a
Taysom,
non-starter anyway.
Isn't Hill a free agent? Isn't Taysom Hill a free agent? Because you can use him as a backup quarterback too, but I feel like he's a free agent.
Yeah, I didn't see him on my free agent quarterback list, but maybe they don't consider him a quarterback in many ways.
Let me look on that one real quick. Taysom Hill contract. No, he's very much not a free agent. My bad. He did a 4.
He's ARB too, I think, right?
Gosh. You want to say it's funny?
Yastrzemski.
Shasky talking about how he's triggered by the phrase QB1.
Yeah.
For me, it's ARB.
You're triggered by ARB too,
but not the actual
pre-ARB one.
But not like when you say it. I'm not like triggered by you saying the words.
Right.
I'm triggered by the idea, the process.
Right.
It's got to go away. It's just awful. Who's winning based on that? And don't tell me the teams.
The owners.
No, they're not.
The owners are winning. Mike Yastrzemski is a perfect example. And just a quick baseball digression. Mike Yastrzemski has been a good, solid, sturdy, fourth outfielder-ish kind of giant. He has power. He plays good, solid defense. They have him under team control until he's 34 years old.
Yeah, but that's such a rare circumstance because he didn't break through to the bigs until he's almost 30.
But that's a perfect example of...
But most dudes are doing what Mike's doing when they're 26, and he's doing it when he's 33, right? So, you're right. And I had this conversation with him where thank you. I did.
You got to do it right. Well, one time Mike and I were having a latte.
Well, we were actually sitting in a private room at Oracle Park, just me and him.
It's much better when you really dress it up.
It was just me and him, and we're sitting there after
you and Yaz?
Yeah, it was after one of the games.
Willie and Yaz, or Yaz and Willie?
Yeah. It was definitely Willie and Yaz. I'm asking the questions here. So anyway, we're having this conversation, and it's like, what do you do in terms of how do you feel about that? Let's say you're Yaz. What would you feel good about? you're breaking through to the bigs in your late 20s when you probably have had a number of years where it was like, it's not going to happen.
Right.
It's not going to happen. And then you break through into the bigs. It's like, okay, you're solidified. However, you're pretty much never going to be a free agent. You're never going to be able to get yes, nice dollars. But, I mean, did you pull it up? What's his contract last year? What did he make?
I'm looking at this year. He's making 6.1.
Great. Wonderful money.
Last year he made 3.7.
That's huge
The
dollars.
year before that, $600,000.
Right, and he'll keep. And how many ARBs does he have left? 28. What are we looking at here?
He's an unrestricted free agent in 2026.
Okay, so
a couple more ARBs to go.
And in 2026, he'll be how old? 35, right? Yeah. So it's like, dude, by the time you get done with this, let's say this all goes really well, and you can ARB your way through $6 million last year or this year, and then next year it'll be $8 million, and the year after that it'll be $10 million, and you'll be a made man. Like, that's a lot of money. Like, great. You're not going to have to worry about money. That's a great living. And who knows what will happen after that with his career. But, like, you're going to hit free agency for the first time when you're 35. No one's going to give you anything more than a one-year deal.
Right.
Unless you're a superstar, and then maybe you get 2 or 3, if you're like Scherzer, and you're a Verlander, and you can pull a 2 or 3 year deal when you're 39 years old. But how would you feel? Like, what would you focus on? The unfairness of the ARB system, or, hey, I'm an established big leaguer making $6 million this year, and about 3 years ago, I thought I was going to be out of the game.
I would love to say the latter, but you know me well enough to know how I would be focused. I'd be focused on this damn ARB system. And it's
a terrible system.
Yeah, he's held down, but not so much the case in the NFL.
No, and,
NFL has its own contractual issues in terms of,
sure.
Oh, you got $130 million. Well, it's really only $45 million.
We can cut you, and
yeah.
you're gone. Yeah,
and that's what Matt Ryan's facing. He's got,
no doubt.
I mean, he's on the hook for what, $40 million this upcoming year, and he's not going to see a penny of it.
Is that what he got?
It's something huge. I'll look it up.
Oh my
while
gosh.
you go to the phone.
Yeah, Bob in San Francisco next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bob, what are you doing?
Hey, I thought that Mr. Jones in Atlanta brought up some valid points. Only thing I'm thinking about is whomever the next quarterback is for the Niners, I'd like to see, especially on play action pass, a better blocking scheme so we don't have to go through this again. In that one game, we had 2 quarterbacks knocked out. And then throughout the season, it's fine as long as we're running offside, right? You can let that free guy go. But when you're doing a play action pass, there's nobody there to block the guy.
So, Bob, what if I get what you're saying, but what if we responded to you and instead of our words, like, were you happening to, was it possible you were listening the day shortly after the Niner-Eagle game when we had Hall of Fame left tackle Joe Thomas on? Do you remember that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Joe is basically saying, look, the scheme that you guys are all ripping is literally the scheme that all the NFL teams are trying to copy, like, because it works. And yes, you are going to end up in spots where, as for instance, the famous play, you end up with a backup tight end trying to block Hassan Reddick. Now, first of all, the backup tight end is not going to block Hassan Reddick for a long time, but you'd like to think that he could block him for a second. You'd like to think,
a piece.
Like, maybe don't whiff. And secondly, there is responsibility on the quarterback to know where the weaknesses are on that line and therefore move in a spot where you can buy yourself a second or two, which Brock did not do. He's a rookie. He messed up on that one, as did Tyler Kroft. But are we there? Are we now like, oh, we've got to redo the blocking scheme because of this one injury? Because, by the way, you cannot draw a line to the blocking scheme and all the 49er quarterback injuries. You can't do that because they've all been in different spots on the field.
The 2 in the Philadelphia game, though, were both situations where your blocking broke down and your quarterbacks got lit up.
I know, but
those 2, that's all I'm saying.
But they also get sacked in every game. Like, just because Josh Johnson got hurt, that doesn't mean right? Like,
right, Joe Burrow got sacked more than any quarterback in the league, and he was able to make it through the entire year.
Like, quarterback sacks happen without season-ending injuries.
Right.
They do.
But when we're talking about this in terms of the blocking and the injuries, the fact that you lost 2 quarterbacks in the Eagle game because of blocking mistakes, that is a fact.
Kyle Madsen is freaking out right now. What is it you want to say? The light is flashing in there. I know you're chomping at the bit. What do you got?
It's because I'll turn it on and then I don't want to make a noise, so I'll just turn it off until I think I can jump in again.
You seemed excited about this one.
The other thing that goes over is Hassan Reddick made an unbelievable individual play to just not bite on play action there. Like, the goal is he's going to slow down a little, and then Tyler Kroft gets a little, and that's time to get Brock
rid of the ball.
He just blew past. He forgot if the Niners had handed it off that play, Hassan Reddick was going to be nowhere near the play.
Right.
But they didn't.
So
it just, like, stuff happens, man.
That's not the way I remember that expression.
There are bumper stickers that say that. And yeah, Kyle, you're like exactly right. And this is something that I believe 49er fans, our fan base, we need therapy. And we deserve it. Because we've been super unlucky with injuries. But I am going to subscribe. There are two sides to this conversation. I know which one I subscribe to, and Kyle, it sounds like you subscribe to it as well. It's the stuff happens side, which is to say, like, yeah, I am going to call it bad luck. Like, some of you want to blame Kyle Shanahan, and you want to look at the number of injuries the 49ers have had and say, well, this is just way too heavy to be an accident or a coincidence. Well, to me, I find it very, very compelling when he comes out and goes, all right, let's look at the 4 quarterback injuries. Like, absolutely none of the 4 are the same. So how are you going to then draw a thread through the 4? You've got completely different quarterbacks who are all hit in completely different spots on the field.
Right.
With completely different body parts that got hurt. And now you're going to say, in a league where everybody gets hit in every game, that the fact that they got hurt is the coach's fault?
No, the thread is the thread that goes through the uniform that they wear. That's the thread.
But what's the thing that you actually think is happening there?
Well, what's happening is you have quarterbacks who get hurt more often than other teams. That's what's happening.
But you have to have a reason for that if you believe there's something there other than bad luck.
The reasons are all individualized. The reason that Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt is because he always gets hurt.
Okay.
He's been hurt 5 times in his tenure with the 49ers. So
that's not on Kyle.
Well, it's on Kyle for picking a quarterback who gets hurt a lot. And according to sources in New England, he was a certain 5-letter word about the injury that he had there, and he couldn't play because he chose not to play, and his own teammates back in New England accused him of being soft, for lack of a better word. So Kyle chose that quarterback to be the quarterback that they went out and signed, and that quarterback got hurt repeatedly. Trey Lance got hurt running the football, and whether or not you think that it's reckless to run a quarterback that much, he ran the ball 13 times in the Bears game, and then he came out and was running it in the Seattle game, and he got hurt. When you carry the ball in football, you're more likely to get tackled, and when you get tackled, you're more likely to get hurt. And again, you could blame Kyle if you want. I don't blame him for that, but the simple fact of putting a quarterback with the ball in his hands more often, he's more likely to get hurt because people want to tackle the guy with the ball. The Brock Purdy injury is a confluence of a bad sequence of events, and I was just reading this on the YouTube, Hassan Reddick, according to scouting reports, doesn't really play the run. So he's not going to be a guy who's going to sit there and be indecisive. He blew past Kroft. Purdy should have climbed in the pocket. Fine. That was a freak injury, and hopefully Brock Purdy's not injury prone. Hopefully he comes back and he's able to play through it. The Josh Johnson injury was Ndamukong Suh being better than your interior offensive line. They got blown through, and he got lit up.
Yeah, I guess, all of that, I just blow it off. That's it's football. I blow the whole thing, I guess.
So why do they have more quarterback injuries than other teams? It's more than just bad luck.
No, I don't agree.
That's too dismissive.
I mean, I literally don't know what other reason anyone could come up with. Like, you literally had to just go through 4 different reasons.
Right.
So none of them is a reason. You would need, if you don't believe it's bad luck, you need a reason.
But
you need to say,
what is bad luck? I mean,
that's bad luck. It's just like arms and ligaments and foots and bone. They broke. The feet. They broke.
So Joe Burrow gets hit more than any quarterback on the Niners combined, and yet he doesn't get hurt, and that's good luck.